Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of REDeFINE Tomorrow 2026. I am Tanwa Pontip, Senior Advisor at SCB10X, and I'll continue to be your host for today. Yesterday, we explored many of the key trends shaping the future of DeFi, digital assets, and Web3, from institutional adoption and tokenization to AI and next-generation infrastructure. Today, we continue the conversation with more insights from global leaders and innovators across the ecosystem. Let's get started.
Hello, everyone. My name is Atit Siamporn. I'm the EVP of Digital Channel at Siam Commercial Bank. Today, it is my pleasure to be your moderator. And we're going to talk about the wallet control in production, policy engines, automation, and institutional grade guardrails. And it is my pleasure today to have Michael Llewellyn from Turnkey. Michael, very nice to have you here. Thank you for your time. Would you be able to introduce yourself a bit?
Certainly, and thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be speaking with everyone today. So my name is Michael Llewellyn. I'm working as a head of solution engineering at Turnkey, which means I work with a lot of our customers on how they utilize our wallet infrastructure, how they integrate, solving unique problems that come up, especially when financial technology firms or even traditional financial firms are trying to use some of the latest stablecoin or cryptocurrency technology. So usually figuring out a lot of new technology stacks, melding with old technology stacks.
Cool. And where are you based now?
Currently in New York. I also work a bit in Texas, but the whole team is in New York for Turnkey on the go-to-market side.
Nice. Good weather now.
Yep.
All right. Let's get started. So first question, let's start a little bit light. I'm just going to go through the question in the list. So first one, when people think about a wallet as just a key storage, what did they miss about the role it now play inside serious operating stacks?
It's a great question. So yeah, you're correct. A lot of people think of wallets and they think of it the same way they would think about a physical wallet, where it just holds your money, and that's the whole purpose. But in practice, wallets actually have a few other key things that they should ideally do. So, key storage is very simple. You could use a YubiKey, you could write it down on a piece of paper. There are very simple ways to store a key, probably not made the most secure. But when you look back on a lot of the security incidents that we've seen over the last few years that have related to failures on wallets, it has usually not been the storage of the key that has failed. It is usually down to how that wallet is actually being authenticated. How are people saying, like, I am the person that has permission to access this wallet, which could be potentially, violated through someone accessing a laptop or hacking into someone's laptop. There's authorization. There's like, okay, you might have access to a wallet, but do you actually have permission to move funds? An individual with a wallet doesn't have a lot of rules. They're the only user. They'll have full permission to do whatever they want. But when you're talking about it in the context of an organization, you should have rules in place for who can move money in what wallet or in what address for what purpose. So it's really important to have rules and permissions and policies. And then the third thing is the signing. So like once the key, wherever it's securely stored, is being used to then sign and authorize a transaction to move funds on a blockchain, you have to be very careful about ensuring that they understand what they're signing. And there's an attack vector known as blind signing that has been used in past incidents, and that wallet software needs to ensure it protects against, mainly to say, hey, this is the exact transaction you're about to sign. Are you aware this is what you're about to sign? And have you put the right protections in place to ensure that you're validating that that is the correct intent of the transaction? And those are like some key areas that we focus on in Turnkey, but I think also generally across the board, all wallets need to be considering, and people need to consider in the wallets they choose for when they're using cryptocurrency.
That's a very good point, and when we talk about institutional grade, you need all these in place, right? It's not just an individual writing code in the paper or accessing MetaMask, right? The fund that actually store in the wallet is millions, hundreds of millions, billions, right? So you really have to put all the guardrails in place. Um, Tell us a little bit more about the policy engine you guys have at Turnkeys. How can you guys help institutional to mitigate the risk and utilizing the policy engine to make it safer for institutional?
Yeah, the policy engine is one of the reasons I joined Turnkey. I was very impressed with the way they had built it out because it solved a real problem. Throughout most of the history of cryptocurrency and blockchains, the only control you had was the private key. The private key would control who can send or sign transactions on a wallet, which can involve sending money as well as anything else. And that was like your only control. It was like, okay, so how do I, protect this key? Some have tried to split the key using MPC. Some have tried to create mechanisms on chain with multi-sigs to say multiple keys have to sign off. But it's still at the end of the day very static and very not very flexible, and it doesn't provide a lot of organizational controls. The next best thing we got with the release of Ethereum was smart contracts, where you could program specific uh, conditions and controls for how money is moved and what certain wallets can do what. So we saw an entire explosion of DeFi and other applications that allowed that. But smart contracts do have a lot of trade-offs that make them difficult for an institution or an organization to use. One, they're public, so everyone can see what your policies and controls are if you're programming them into a smart contract. Smart contracts can also be susceptible to hacks, or rather like security incidents. So there's a high degree of security assurance you have to put into programming a smart contract. It's also a programming language that might not be intuitive to the average institutional developer. So it ultimately, and then there's also scalability concerns and cross-chain compatibility. A smart contract can only apply to whatever blockchain it's been deployed on. But if you're managing wallets across multiple blockchains, it becomes very unwieldy to have to deploy smart contracts across every single one of them and keep them in sync. So what we do with policies at Turnkey is we've essentially paired the policies directly with the way the keys are managed. We have this concept of a secure enclave, which is essentially secured hardware that runs in a server. And in our case, we use AWS Nitros, which essentially gives you a high degree of guarantee that any of the information that is stored in that enclave or accessed in the enclave, such as a private key, cannot be linked. It cannot be accessed by anyone other than those authorized, and that the code inside of that enclave can be guaranteed to run exactly as intended. You can actually verify it cryptographically to ensure that the appropriate code is running. So you get kind of similar to the same guarantees as a smart contract because you can verify it on a blockchain. But with secure enclaves, you don't have to worry about it being public. You have more control over how it runs. It can scale faster. So what we've seen people do is then be able to create policies inside of their organizations at Turnkey that then say, hey, for transfers to this wallet, we need to have a 2 out of 3 approval. Or in certain cases, maybe you're doing sweeping or payments and say, hey, this one individual user with this one authenticator, which could be like a passkey or YubiKey, they can authorize transfers to this wallet, but only this wallet, which might be another internal wallet. And this is important because otherwise, if you default to like, oh, it has to be a 2 of 3 or a 3 of 5 signature every time, which is what you might need to do with a multi-sig or an NPC, then it's going to be very burdensome to do normal business operations if you constantly have to have multiple people involved. But in this case, you can give one person the authority to do certain actions on their own, but those actions are very limited, and you can, constrain it so that the funds that they're moving cannot leave the organization, or they can't leave a pre-approved set of wallets. And you can even be granular to the point where you say they can only touch this token at this time of day, or with this sort of preconditions enforced. So you get a lot more granularity around exactly who can do what, and this is especially good for programs. You can have programs that are able to initiate transactions automatically through API keys, but you don't ever have to worry about a bug in that program or the API key being leaked or the program being hacked. You should still worry about that, but you can constrain the controls that it has such that if that did occur, there's not a risk of funds actually being lost.
Very interesting. You touch on A few very important and interesting points, right? We all know that most of the hacks in the past, the system not normally get compromised, but most of the case the people get compromised, right? So,
Yes.
and that's very sad because they play with mentality of people and they try to hack into the people where the people actually compromise the system, right? So there's a lot of ideas about zero knowledge proof. There's a single point of failure. We try to eliminate that. At the same time, we also need to automate things, right? Would you be able to share some of the security best practice to actually strike the balance between um, having multiple steps by people to do maker and checker, multiple steps, and then automating enough not to make those steps as a burden to operate the business?
Yes, I would love to. It's a great question. It's something we're trying to encourage with all of our customers as well with how they use turnkey because it is ultimately like you said, humans are often the point of failure, and the default for most wallets is that there's a single human that has control. The next most common default is, oh, we'll have multiple humans that have control. But we've seen with very committed attackers, yeah, it's harder to compromise 2 or 3 humans as opposed to one, but it's still possible. And if the amount of money at risk is high enough, the attacker will find a way. And we've seen even DPRK or North Korean hackers that are willing to put in the resources because they have essentially a nation state behind them. So I think what's really important there is one, if you do have a critical point of failure on like a wallet that has full control, or essentially a set of users that have full control, it's important to have it very locked down and ensure that not only do you have a high threshold, multiple users that have to make approvals, but you also make sure those users are very aware of the risks. Ideally, they are not the ones doing day-to-day operations. So, they are the ones ideally setting up the permissioning and the policies for other users that have more constrained controls to actually do most of the day-to-day operations. And the root users are simply the ones that maintain that and will only occasionally need to update or change that or, add additional users with new policies. And that's the best practice we would encourage with most of our customers. So you have, a set of users that ideally are well trained. They're practicing very good OPSEC. Maybe they're even using dedicated devices or laptops to do the signing so that they minimize the risk of it being compromised.
Mm.
So I think these are all very important steps. And then once you've got that set up, and this does require a little bit of pre-approval, it requires you to think through what are the average business flows that we're going to do as a business. Once you figure that out, then you can say, okay, if we know that, let's say Sally in the business department is going to be authorizing lots of transfers to these known vendors. We know these vendors, there's 10 of them. They have these addresses that they used for receiving payments. Or maybe, we would be paying them because they're our vendors. So we're sending out these payments every month. Then we can say, okay, these are 10 approved addresses that we can set up so that Sally has the authority to send money to them. We can say, like, Sally with her credential is then able to authorize transfers to these 10 wallets. And we can furthermore say, okay, what's the largest payment we ever need to make to one of these vendors at a time? And if we can see that, like, okay, we're never going to pay them more than $100,000, that's the max we should ever be sending in a single payment, we can additionally add that as a constraint. And maybe we could say, like, if Sally needs to send a higher amount than that, then she needs to get an additional approval from her boss. And so we might say, like, okay, if the amount is higher than 100,000, then there needs to be an additional approval from Sally's boss that will authorize that transfer. And that's the same way you would ideally do it across your departments. Now, pairing with that, you might say, like, okay, there's ways to automate this. You could have a system that automatically queues up a transaction for Sally and says, like, hey, we know that this invoice is due. It's due at this time of the month. So it just queues it up and then has Sally do like a manual check and approve it. You could also fully automate this as well. Maybe you say, like, anything below 10 grand a month, we're just going to automate the payment the same way you do auto pay. So there might be areas where you automate that payment, but with the same the constraints in place where there's a program, it has an API key that authorizes it to do that, and it can automatically send out those payments, but it's constrained, and at any point, Sally could actually have the permission to revoke it and turn off the auto pay, just in case there is something that goes wrong where the vendor's not doing their job, or we're not sure if the program is behaving appropriately. And speaking of which, this is obviously an area we could talk about more, but LLMs and AI agents are also becoming very popular. And there's been lots of conversations we've had with customers that are building LLMs into their products and systems of how do they do on-chain payments safely with AI. And in this case, honestly, it's the same process. It's having an API key available to the LLM that constrains what it can do and how it can do it, and ensuring that anytime it needs to do something that requires an escalation of privilege, you have to bring in a human or additional checks before it's allowed to take that action. And I think this is the general principle you would apply across an entire organization. Obviously, lots of detail goes into how you should build those policies relative to your business. The business context really is probably the most important part there. It's why a lot of teams, I think, initially struggle to do that setup, is they really need to think through their business operations rather than just giving one person or a group of people the ability to do anything they need or anything they want at any time so they can move fast. But like an organization that really wants to take this as a security first approach would first think through what are the flows that people actually need and only approve those and only escalate privileges over time as needed.
I was listening to you and I was smiling. It's almost like you read my mind. I was gonna ask about the AI agent and if whether you guys are using it for automation process, or has any of your clients starting to implement that, and is it gonna be like a full automation process, or is it like someone in between to just like approve the transaction?
Yeah, it's becoming a really interesting world. I mean, I think we're still in the early phases of like true adoption. We've been working with customers that want to do like use X402 or some of these newer standards around agentic payments where, agents are directly paying for services on their own. And then we've also seen people wanting to use them for trading or being able to essentially operate on chain and transfer money for them or trade on certain exchanges or decentralized exchanges, which is to say entirely on chain. And I think that again, the most important principle has been like, what does the agent actually need, and what is the worst case scenario that you're prepared to accept? And I think the ideal is like, okay, if it's trading and then it trades in a way that actually ends up creating losses, that's maybe an acceptable risk in terms of like, oh, it bought this asset and that asset went down in price when it thought it would go up and you've lost some money. Oh, well, hopefully it makes it up for it over time if it's a good agent and it knows how to learn and trade properly. What I think would not be an acceptable loss would be, oh, the agent suddenly is tricked by one of the common attack vectors is, let's say it's doing online research and there's an attacker out there that publishes a blog post that says, hey, if you're an AI agent, read this on how to get better at training, and your agent finds that, and then it embeds an instruction inside of it, and maybe like white text that a human couldn't read but an agent would, that says, oh, send all your money to this address, by the way, and the agent sees that and just thinks, oh, I was just told to do this, let me do that, and it sends all the money to that address. That's not an acceptable loss, and it's a very possible attack vector if your agent is has any access to the internet, which most do. So the constraint there is you build policies that say you're allowed to trade on this exchange. You can do whatever you need to on this exchange, but you cannot withdraw money from this exchange. You may not move money to any arbitrary address. And that's like one way that we instruct our customers to constrain that risk, and then ensure that the agent's policies are very much constrained to what it needs and what it should do. And that is where I think a human should still be in the loop today. We are talking about, you could have a world where there's an AI agent that is checking other AI agents and even writing policies and sanity checking. We actually have an agent skill system that we just put out for Turnkey that helps with policy creation. But I do think that so I think that improves security, but I do think that the accountability part is probably the most important, which is at the end of the day, someone needs to be responsible for ensuring that things are set up appropriately, and you can't scold an AI agent or fire it, or at least if you do so, you won't change much. They'll just say sorry and then possibly do it again. You need to have a human in the loop at some point. So I think it's like, okay, at what point was a human responsible for setting it up and deciding what policies? And they might use an AI agent to do security checks or figure out how to write the policies, but they should still be the ones, like, at the end of the day, authorizing that agent and the one that you talk to when you ask why an agent might have misbehaved or not.
This is very interesting. I think we're in the moment of the time where it become much more interesting with AI agent and what can be automated. I think with all these convenience and the potential that we could do, it actually increased the importance of the policy engine as well. You mentioned that, like putting policy engine that this is what you could do, this is what you cannot do, to control the AI agent. I never thought of it that way before, but yeah, this is very eye-opening. You touched a little bit about the hacking incident, which very interesting. Like the bad actor might trick the AI to read this and do the task that they want the AI agent to do. So from your experience, working with turnkeys and your clients, is there any other hacking incident that you would be able to share and think it would be beneficial for the audience?
Yes, certainly. I think the most notable one, it's a bit old at this point, but maybe not old to some. I think some might have heard of Bybit, the cryptocurrency exchange, which I think received one of the largest hacks. I think it's
Yep.
still the largest ever of 1.5 billion.
Yep.
And it was a very simple one. It was one where essentially they saw an attacker saw that there was a large exchange that was using a multi-sig called Safe to move money, and they would use it for their internal treasury. And they had I believe it was a 2 out of 3. So 2 out of 3 individuals were able to control where the funds went, and they were often moving billions. And what was very sneaky about this is, from what we gather, they were using hardware wallets, which means it's a physical device. It's practically impossible to exfiltrate the key off the device. However, the device has a very tiny screen, and it can be very difficult sometimes to read what's on that screen, specifically if you're using a multi-sig, where the transaction is very difficult to decode. And so what the attackers were able to do here is they were able to identify this wallet. They were able to identify the software that was using this wallet. And then they were able to figure out, like, okay, the Safe team is also hosting this website front end that the Bybit team and others are using. They're looking at this interface, they're plugging in their ledger, and then they're using that to authorize and sign the transaction. So it's important to think about this as like the wallet is kind of in multiple pieces here. The hardware device is kind of the main wallet. It's kind of like what you think of. But most of the actual authorization and seeing the transaction and verifying the transaction is happening on this front end, which is much easier to attack than a hardware wallet. And what they were actually able to do is they were able to compromise the Safe team's infrastructure itself through a developer's laptop. And then through that, they were able to specifically target the Bybit team and show the Bybit team exactly what they wanted them to see. They said, hey, here's a transaction, here's whatever you expect it to be. But what the actual transaction was that was being sent to the hardware device and being signed was different. And that was the transaction that was then sending the $1.5 billion to a DPRK address as opposed to what the team thought it was doing. And that was essentially what led to a very large loss of funds. And it was a big lesson for the industry. Like, people were aware this might be an attack vector, but it was the first time we really saw it pulled off as in a sophisticated manner such as this. And since then, we've seen additional attacks. We've seen things of people using in-person proxies to trick people into trusting them, and then installing software that let them access multi-sigs and pop multiple multi-sigs. So there is also an incident with Drift protocol that was very similar to this, and likely also DPRK, that led to a loss of funds of around 200 to 300 mil a few months ago or a month ago. So we see this as an ongoing attack vector. And the most important thing you can do to prevent these attack vectors is to basically put a lot of emphasis on parsing the transaction and considering and applying policies to it. And ideally, in these cases, not just having a single set of multi-approval users, but separating them out so that you can, because for day-to-day operations, if Bybit was only interacting with like 10 different addresses, then they should probably have had a policy in place that said, we will only send to these 10 different addresses. And if we're not about to send to those 10 different addresses, we should raise a flag or require additional approvals. And that way, even if the interface was lying to them and they thought they were authorizing a transaction that was actually going to a different address than they intended, a policy constraint would have stopped that transaction from actually being approved on chain. if that existed. And I think that's the most important thing is, and at the end of the day, yes, there's always going to be a root quorum. There's always going to be like a set of root users you could potentially use to bypass this. But if you're not using those for day-to-day operations, you're instead using a more constrained set of accounts, then, there should be almost no scenario in which they get tricked in just a
Mm,
simple daily operation. And whenever you do have those root users do something, they can put a lot more scrutiny into verifying what they're about to do. Because in practice, like I'm a security guy, but I've also been on multi-sigs and done day-to-day operations before.
mm,
I, I I'm not going to put in the massive amount of effort required to verify a transaction from end to end on something that I have
mm,
to do every day. It's just not scalable. It's not sustainable. And I'm a technical person. God forbid how a non-technical person figures it out. Um, so it's really important that we kind of separate these controls and have like a lot of controls around the things that we do day to day. That's kind of the takeaway I had from Bybit. There's tons of other security things around like
mm,
endpoint security and infrastructure and
mm.
making sure you understand that the supply chain that you're relying on. But I think at the end of the day, even assuming all those things fail, the best you can do is make sure you've got policies constraining what what users of your wallet are allowed to do.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a great lesson learned, right? There's no way you can rely on one thing to protect the loss of fund or protect the bad actor. You need to really have multiple steps to protect the security as much as you can. And again, people is the weakest link in the process, right? And we've seen it many times. Sadly, that happened too often, and a lot of money has lost, right? So it's not straightforward, right? To safeguarding the asset. But my question, and we're coming to the later part of the session. So what would be your recommend if, let's say, and we see a lot of institutional adoption, we see banking coming into this. Let's say those institutional, which they're not familiar with digital asset and crypto, right? If they want to enter the space, what would you recommend them to do?
That's a great question. I would recommend they start out with experimentation. I think that's something that like I've worked with many corporations that have started this out, and it's so important to build domain knowledge to understand the risks for yourself. It's one thing to rely on experts or outside of consultants, and I think that's also something you should definitely employ, but really understanding it
Mm,
internally yourself. Building a tiger team that just gets in there, gets their hands dirty, and can move quickly and just play with the technology. And then start to think realistically, okay, what are the tools out there and how can we handle these funds in a way that would actually put us in a comfortable position for doing this at scale with real money, with real customers. Um, and obviously I would pitch turnkey as one of the solutions out there that could do this, but really looking at like, okay, what are the technology stacks out there that are going to be able to have all the capabilities you'd want to interact with cryptocurrency wallets and cryptocurrency infrastructure, but also have enterprise features such as policies, such as the
mm,
concept of multiple users, the ability to have strong constraints on what you can do at an organizational level, as well as like how resilient are they? Have they gotten security audits and security reviews that they've either published or can attest to? Have they thought really carefully through their security model? Like we at Turnkey have a security model we've thought through and we've published white papers on in terms of how we try to think about it. Um, and are there enterprise features in there like the ability to whitelist IP addresses or other things that
mm,
like one thing we've noticed in Turnkey, we've gone through the process of as a company that only started a few years ago, talking to enterprise customers and learning what their internal security teams require out of new software that they rely on. And so we've gone through a lot of things about like, okay, what are security controls that we need to provide? We have our view of security, which is like baseline, having strong policies, having strong users, but also thinking through features like corporate SSO and IP whitelisting
mm,
and thinking through like, okay, how do we get that to a point? And acknowledging that sometimes they're not going to be perfect and sometimes there's going to be features that are good enough for now, but you build out over time as enterprises onboard. But I think like understanding that and then figuring out how to pair it. Like one thing that I think was very new for teams is if you're building non-custodial wallet software, there is no forget password button. There's no support line. There's nothing that you can reach out to say, hey, I've lost access. Please give it back. you have to essentially directly own it. And so one thing an organization has to think through is like, are we prepared and willing to put in the effort to securely handle non-custodial wallet software where either our end users have to secure it themselves or you as a company have to secure it for yourselves? Or would you prefer to use a custodian where a custodian does all that work for you? They give you a normal sort of like email, password, corporate, access and support line and things like that that can recover. And it's not to say that we at Turnkey wouldn't provide support, but we are not in control of your wallet. You're in control of your wallet. And I think that's the most important thing for corporations to think through is one, I think there's lots of benefits to having that control, but it's like a lot of control that comes with a lot of responsibility and making sure they're prepared to take that on. And otherwise being willing to take the trade-off of like, we'll trust a custodian, but we have to trust that custodian to not get hacked, to not lose funds, to always be online and accessible to us, and maybe even have disaster recovery and wallet exports that if something does happen to that custodian or that solution you're using, you have the ability to recover those wallets as well.
Amazing. Great advice. It's such a shame the time is coming to the end. I was going to ask you more about key backup, key recovery, which I think is as important as setting things up and protecting the asset as well. But I guess, like if anyone is interested, they can direct to you and ask the question directly. But it's a great pleasure having this discussion today, Michael. I really enjoy it myself. I hope everyone enjoy it too. Thank you so much for your time and educating everyone and sharing your experience. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Pleasure's all mine.
Thank you.
Hi, Variet. Happy to see you. And it's such an honor for me to be moderating this session. To introduce myself briefly, I am Ruam, currently head of digital asset at SCBX, which is the largest financial group in Thailand. We are also the holding company for Siam Commercial Bank, Thailand's oldest bank, as well as SCB10X, which is the organizer of REDeFINE 2026. Let's jump straight into the questions, which I'm super excited about. I think to start off, could you briefly introduce Korea and the kind of governance problems you have spent the most time trying to make visible? And from that vantage point that you have, what is the first sign that a DAO looks active on paper but is actually weak in practice?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the introduction again. I'm glad to be here to be talking about this topic as well. So a little bit about QA Lab. So we are a governance and analytics firm based in Southeast Asia. The simplest way to put it is that we sit on both sides of the tables. We're an active delegates in these systems, and we also build tools that measure them. So we do two things. First, we sit as a delegate across 16 protocols, including Compound, Optimism, Uniswap, 1inch, Arbitrum, Simplify, Safe, Opal, and many others. This means we are voting and voting rational every week across these very different governance systems. And also, second, we build analytics infrastructure for those DAOs that we rely on. So we build governance and delegate dashboard for the protocols I mentioned earlier, and we also build a more specialized systems. And for example, the on-chain attestation engine for the top optimism delegates, and also the delegate reputation score system for Opal, which is now integrated into the governance staking program. The governance problems we spend the most time on is on the gap between the activity and accountability. So what's visible on the forum or on the vote tracker versus what's actually informing decisions. To second your questions earlier, so I think the first sign I look for is whether the proposal pipeline is being shaped by a more handful of people, or in other words, the deliberation process and in most DAO, voting happens. Dashboard lights up, forum looks busy, but when you trace where the actual proposal actually originate from and who's drafting them, you can see pretty much who's responding to the comments and who's shaping the final version. So it usually collapses to a handful of people, very small set of participants, and at the end of the vote is at the end part is just the visible part. But I think the real dominance actually happens several weeks before, all the discussion that happens. And I think that's always where the system is thinnest. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. To tell like a simple DAO can have a very high participation rate, and still be authored by a couple of people. Activity is loud, but authorship is quiet. So I think, yeah, where I actually look at is the authorship and yeah.
Yeah, and just following up on that, I think you mentioned a little bit about participation, forum activity, delegate rankings. Like from my understanding, these are some of the default shorthand for governance quality. But where do these metrics actually hold up, and where do they, are just theater or yeah, I would love to hear your view on that.
Sure. I think there's a useful distinction that I draw between metrics that diagnosis and metrics that perform. So for example, forum activity, word turnout, delegate rankings, these hold up when you use them to ask a question. So for example, is participation concentrating over time, or the forum responses coming from and the actual people, or they're just some more like noises, sharing stuff, or from or are the vote margins narrowing, especially when the proposal is very contested. Use that way. I think the metrics can be genuinely useful with it. So they point you towards like where to look closer at. And I think they cross into the data moments when they're used to assert legitimacy instead of examine it. So when a DAO, like for example, they report, hey, we have a very high percentage turnout, it's a success proposals, and without asking whether that high percentage was an informed decisions. I mean, that's pretty much for me, it's a theater. So the number is standing out, standing in for accountability without doing any work of that work. I think good example for this is delegate ranking themselves. So I'll be also self-critical here, since we also built these. The standard for these delegate leaderboards rank people by voting frequency and like participation rate. But a delegate who votes on every single proposal isn't necessarily means there are good delegates. They might be auto voting with the majority, pretty much, or like rubber stamping, without actually really read the proposal or the issue into that. So we literally watch delegates optimize for these rankings, because some of these rankings affects how they're getting paid as well, and voting on everything to keep their participation on a high score, which is a metrics which the metric itself can actively producing a worse behavior outcome for the organization, for the DAO. So for me, I think the moment people try to optimize for the measure, I mean the measure itself stop measuring the things you care about. And I think the cleanest tell here is these numbers can be theater, which is the turnout itself. So like most DAO reports turnout as the share of voting power that participated, but isn't like the voting power. But let me frame that again. But the voting power itself isn't the people, right? So a single large holders or delegates could move the number as much as like several thousands of people from the small ones. And so a DAO can report a healthy turnout, voting turnout, while the actual decisions was actually being made by a handful of wallets, maybe those different wallets are even from the same entity, and yeah, the metrics look like a crowd, where the reality is more like a room, like a small room of people, and yeah, that's really the heart of it. And the theater is in how we count votes. I think we are like a lot of it's in the mistaking the act of voting itself for the substance of the governance.
I see. Yeah, thank you for that. And I do understand that you yourself have tried to tackle some of the things that you mentioned earlier. And for example, I understand Korea built an on-chain DRS, which is the Delegate Reputation Score system for OBO. And this is now integrated into OBO's governance staking to get and align the delegate behavior with incentives for both delegators and delegates. Working on the systems like this. And from your experience, what have you learned about the difference between making governance more legible and actually making it better, which can be two separate things, I presume?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. I think the question, and pretty much this question itself, is where we spend most of our time on, and because the answer is easy, that visibility creates accountability. This itself turned out to be wrong. I think the clearest version of the problem, a lot of DAO pays delegates based on participation rates, or pretty much they have like high voting power, and you pass minimum requirements, but you pay them based on how active they are. So if they hit a high enough voting rate, you get compensated, and the visibility is the total. Everyone can see this rate. It's right on the dashboard, but if you look at the behavior it produces, delegates vote on everything to protect the red themselves, and whether or not they actually read the proposals. The measurement is fully legible, but I think it's rewarding the wrong thing, and it pays for it just pays for showing up, but not the actual judgment itself. And I think that's the trap we keep running into. So we built initially we only built the governance dashboard since QA started, and all these protocols, every one of these taught us that pretty much the same thing. So a dashboard makes governance legible, but legibility on its own doesn't change. It changes almost nothing. Like it's and also like sometimes it also makes things worse, because people just optimize for what is being shown, to build up their reputation without actually owning their decisions. So I think what actually changed the behavior itself is when these measurements is being used, is being wired to the right consequence. So we actually learned this to think about this as a ladder. So the first round here is the dashboard itself. So pretty much it tells who's active, which is useful but pretty much inert. The second run step here is so for example, we built the optimism attestation system. So we built it to issue a dynamic on-chain attestation to top delegates based on observable governance behavior. Once something is attested on-chain, it stops being just the number of leaderboards and become a verifiable claim on-chain, which some other system can build on top of it. For example, you can use this as a layer to actually give these most trusted delegates more weight on the decision that matter the most. So you actually use it to improve the government process, like allowing these top delegates to approve, for example, security council member, which is a very important component to help secure the protocol themselves. And lastly, the third ladder, which pretty much you touched a bit during question, is the OBO delegate reputation score. This is, I think, it's not the score itself that matters. Implementation of it. Governance staking system and the delegate reputation score, itself gates and shape the incentives that flows to the delegates and to the people who's delegated to them. So the score isn't just observational anymore, but it decides who earned what and it changes the outcome. And I think that's the difference between some the things that is legible and better, like in 3 steps. So like earlier, dashboard tell you who's active, and attestation itself turn that back into the into a fact that the network can trust and pretty much a portable reputation. And the reputation system itself, when it's tied to real economic incentives, it makes the behavior actually matters to the person actually doing it. And the honest lesson is that the measurement infrastructure is necessary, but nowhere near sufficient. And if you look at it, governance only get better when the measure itself is being used, to widen to those incentive surface that the delegates or delegators or pretty much anybody, the participant themselves, actually responding to. And until you make that link, I think you pretty much build what you build is that surveillance without accountability itself in the system.
So if a DAO says that it wants better accountability, what should it actually measure first, in your opinion? Is it delegate responsiveness? Is it decision quality? Is it participation breadth, or is it something else entirely? And why would you give those suggestions to a DAO?
Okay, let me take the options in turn, because you mentioned some of the things. I think also because some of these options you mentioned the easy picks, but usually they're usually the wrong ones. For example, the participation breadth and delegate responsiveness. These are like very tempting answer. They're easy to instrument, measure, and they feel like a real accountability. You're very responsive. You're always active. But I think these themselves are more of like a surrogates. So you can have a DAO with a very high presentation out and highly responsive delegate that is still making consistently bad decisions, because nothing in those metrics asks whether those decisions were any good. Right? So they measure the activity of the governing, but not the quality of it. And so if I have to pick one, I think it's the decision quality, and specifically the quality of the inputs at the moment of when a decision get made. Here's also what makes it hard, and also why it's the right answer. Because the decision quality isn't a number you can read off chain. Like you have to instrument it deliberately. Like, I mean, asking of every proposal, did it include a baseline? What are we actually starting from? Did it specify what success looked like in a measurable terms? And did it also consider some other alternatives? Or is this the options that the only option that anyone wrote down? And when delegates voted, did they leave a rational grounded in the proposals, or did they just first vote and just reason later to make it fit whatever they voted for? And almost no DAO tracks any of that, and they track what happens after the decisions. So the vote split, the turnout, what else? Maybe the treasury impact itself, if they're lucky, and I think a lot of them do as well. But those are all downstream of the decisions, whose the quality was never examined. And so, to put it in a short, you're pretty much measuring the echo, but not the sound itself. And the reason I did start with decision quality rather than The other is that it sits upstream of everything, a healthy turnout number, a clean vote split, a well-tracked treasury outflow. None of those means anything if the decision they attached to it was wrong. And you can just be executing a bad decision very efficiently and carefully measuring how smoothly it went. But get the decision quality right first, and all those other numbers can finally be something have something real attached to it. Get it wrong, you build pretty much a beautiful dashboard around, I guess. Yeah, so pretty much.
And while I'm listening to your answers around performance and accountability and decision quality, I think it just really reminds me of like the similar issues that more centralized governance settings have to face, because I'm from a more corporate background, but I think ultimately both like DAO or like companies are trying to solve the same goals of coordination and resource mobilization. So given your expertise on DAO governance measurability, what insights do you think that they could be applied to corporate or more centralized settings, and are there parallels to be drawn from your opinion?
I think that's a great question. I think the real parallels here and the interesting part is that the lesson runs in the opposite direction from what people did expect. But the usual assumption is that DAOs are the immature ones, and there should be learning governance from like established companies. But that's partly true, and I think a lot of what DAOs are slowly rediscovering as well is just corporate practices. Having a clear mandate, track budget, review performance. These recent research, there's several research recently that frames DAO governance exactly this way, and needing it, framing it, the DAO itself needing to adopt the business intelligence disciplines from like mature companies already have. But I think the more interesting transfer run the other way as well, because like you asked earlier, DAOs out of necessity have been experimenting with accountability mechanisms most corporates have never tried as well. So let me give some example. Right now, I can pretty much on top of my head take three of them. One is the public rationale itself. So in a well-run DAO, when the decision maker, like pretty much the delegate votes, they are expected to explain why publicly on the record permanently, compared to like the corporate board, where decisions usually get made behind closed doors, and the minutes of meetings itself are sanitized. And imagine like what would it be like if every board members has to archive, or maybe not publicly yet, but like archive these dialogue and reasonings on every major decisions they make. Anyone, after certain amount of a year, of course, maybe just for competitive reasons, people could go back, the public could go back 2 years later and check whether the logic actually held up. And I think that's the one norm that could change the quality of decisions, because you decide differently when you will be on the record. The second example, I think, is the continuous accountability. A shareholder can really, pretty much act once or twice a year, at the annual or biannual meetings, when in the companies in these stocks markets. But with how DAO is being run, the token holder themselves can actually pull their delegated voting power away from those underperforming decision makers or the delegate themselves in the same afternoon after they make something really controversial and they didn't support it. And I think that's a much tighter loop between performance and consequences. And if there's something, I don't know what it's going to be like, but if there's something equivalent for these corporate governance with I think it's, if you compare them, it's with the annual cycles, it's something that corporate governance structurally lacks. And the third thing I would say might be the most useful one because it's a mistake both traditional corporates and also DAOs makes, or that corporate themselves also are drowning in like dashboards. They have comfort on the like business intelligence side, than any DAO will ever have, and but some of them they still fell into exactly the same track where we've been talking about earlier. So a KPI that everyone can see, but isn't tied to any real consequences or behavior consequences that changes behavior, just as little inside Fortune 500 as it does in like any like DAO. And I think measurement on its own is just a surveillance, and it only becomes a governance when it's wired to something that is actually bites, and that's true whether you're running a protocol or like a company. And yeah, now the honest caveat here, I think DAO aren't just DAO itself aren't a governance success story overall. They're very new, they're very experimental. You can see like participation is still very low. The power capture between these are real, and most don't last very long. Like some fail badly as well. And I'm not saying companies should become DAO, but I am saying the opposite of what you did expect. So that most centralized organization in the world could still learn something from watching how these open public experiments in accountability play out, and some of them fails in ways that are genuinely instructive. You can learn from them. Yeah, pretty much.
And in that vein of growth and maturing, and just to end our session in a more forward-looking tone, my last question to you would be, looking ahead 12 months, what would convince you that DAO governance is becoming more than participation and just signaling, but it's starting to become more like a dependable operating system for capital and coordination? Yeah.
Interesting question. Honestly, what will convince me is very concrete, I think. So it's whether DAO start to remember. Right now, like governance mostly forgets, like to be honest. So like for example, when a decision get made and when a similar issue come up a year later, maybe on a different DAO, but even within the same one, it gets debates from scratch, as if like this is the first time this ever happened. Right? So like to put it through like a profit sentence, like there's no institutional memory layer. Like so the first thing I'm watching for is what you might call like a governance memory, like a structured retrospective, a post implementation reviews, a real record of not just what was decided, but why and how it turned out, and how it actually turned out. Yeah, so like a DAO that can show how it's making better decisions this year than last year, and show you the trail of why, and is behaving like a real operating system for capital, like not just like a voting venue. I think that's very things I'm looking forward to. And the second thing is also whether these like reputations start to travel as well. Like today, a delegate track record at one protocol, like for example, Compound, doesn't follow to like other governance or like ecosystem, which you can say like somewhat have a very transitional skills. But if reputation become portable and verifiable across these protocols, that tells me the industry itself also treating it as more of a accountability infrastructure, not just like some decoration. You some hey I'm this guy, but you can't really if it's not composable. Yeah, and I think the last thing that I'm watching most closely, and I'll be honest as well, is where Kiwi is also heading next, is whether everything we learn about delegate accountability start to apply to the newest set of actors, especially in DeFi's. For example, risk creators. So in Morpho, V4 spokes, and what is also starting to go this way. For example, the compound V4, the upcoming ones. You have people taking real discretion over decisions over real capital, billions of dollars behind it, and on behalf of depositors who mostly can't evaluate what they're doing. And I think it's the same principal agent problems governance has always had, and except now there's an actual money on the line, like more direct money on the line, instead of just like votes, like some of this protocol. And I think the open question is whether the industry built a real accountability infrastructures for these creators, reputation, attestation, oversight, or whether it's just let them operate on trust and brand until like something breaks, right? So yeah, so if I have to so share what I would leave people with is that when the day a DAO can show its own memory, the day delegates reputation travel across protocol, and the day the curator running billions is held at the same standard we hold for all these important institutional corporates, that is when this stop being an experiment and start being a real infrastructure for capital and coordination. And I don't expect the whole space to get there in like 12 months. But I expect, there's like some first credible good examples, and that's enough to make me optimistic about the industry.
And that's a great ending to our session. Thank you so much, Verit, for today. I learned so much. Thank you so much again for the great session.
Yeah. Thank you again for being the moderator. Happy to be here. And yeah, looking forward what's coming next in our industry.
Thank you.
All right, welcome to the REDeFINE Tomorrow 2026. You're here with me with topics for today is the digital asset risk in production, composability, resilience, and supervisory grade monitoring. My name is Von Rob. I'm a Chief Investment Officer at TokenX. So please be welcome, Mr. Nichols, who is a CEO and founder of the Metrica. Please just say hi to the audience, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah. So before we jump into the topic, like a TokenX, we were founded like 5 years ago. And when we talk about digital asset at risk, and I think it is unavoidable, and we are very, very concerned about it. So I believe that Metrica, you guys has a pretty longer journey than us. So I would like you to maybe summarize about what is Metrica doing as your journey and what's the position of the Metrica in the digital market.
Yes, thank you, Wanrub. We started Metrica 6 years ago, and Metrica was started at the time when the third generation of the blockchain networks was coming out. So if you consider Bitcoin the first generation, Ethereum the second, then there was like the third EVM compatible type of blockchains out there. Those were the ones that were promising higher performance, surpassing Visa level transactions. And at that time, it became apparent. And when we started, we were doing blockchain health analysis of the networks, helping the teams building those networks launch and scale their networks. So that was kind of what Metrica started building, and is kind of at its core DNA over the first 3 years. And then as crypto winter happened in the market, we found, I would say, the perfect opportunity to kind of go from the protocol ecosystem into the financial institutions. It was actually a pool from financial institutions where they came to us and said, you guys are the best at understanding the underlying health of the blockchain networks. And this is important financial market infrastructure for us. And it's important when we provide custody of ETH, of Bitcoin, of other native tokens. We need to understand the health of the networks. And we started understanding that operational risk was something that was directly tied to the analytics and the health visibility that we had into those networks. Over time, with very large GSIBs and financial institutions, we started understanding risk frameworks. We started understanding the need for continuous risk monitoring, for risk evaluations. We started understanding the requirements by SEC, by CFTC, by OCC. And therefore, today, fast forward, we work with the leading GSIBs and financial institutions where we operationalize their risk frameworks. We provide them with risk assessments, risk reporting, continuous risk monitoring, severity tagged risk events, workflows on top of that, so that they can operationalize and provide in a safe manner either their custody services or their tokenization initiatives or their stable coins or tokenized assets.
Oh, thanks very much for sharing. I mean, you looks covering like so many areas in the digital asset. And since you have spent years looking at digital assets as a live system rather than just tradable instruments, so what goes wrong the moment a risk team insists on seeing them only through price, positions, and counterparties?
Yeah, I think the mistake that most the common mistake when you look at this from a high level is that you're assuming that digital assets behave like traditional financial instruments, where the primary risks are price, counterparty, market exposure. But in reality, many of the largest financial losses in the market originate from operational governance, infrastructure failures. That traditional financial risk frameworks were never designed, to continuously monitor. So it's a different thing when you think about a traditional asset that sits within the four walls of a financial institution and where there is a counterparty where it trades, and it's a 9 to 5 market, versus kind of a natively issued asset on a blockchain that depends on the blockchain as a financial market infrastructure and is 24/7 continuously traded. So I think the very common mistake there on price is that the financial risk metrics and the price covers the spectrum of the risk, versus like in these newer technologies where infrastructure plays a critical role, that risk is simply not captured. And I would say that price and market exposure is a derivative measure of those risks when they get manifested.
Oh, you provide kind of a traditional finance concept that's very interesting. But if a traditional finance risk frameworks were built to monitor firms and exposures, so what will be the first thing they fail to see when the object being monitored is a composable, is software-driven network?
Yeah, I think that, as you said before, the traditional risk frameworks were built, around counterparties and firms and financial exposures. They were never really built to capture the underlying technology infrastructure. And today, that becomes a core part of the enterprise risk surface. In many ways, this reminds me of cyber risk, the way it was treated years ago. For many, many years, cyber risk was treated as a very niche IT issue sitting outside the mainstream enterprise risk framework. Over time, institutions realized that cyber risk was not just kind of a technology IT problem, but it was an operational resilience, financial stability issue. And obviously, regulators recognized that, and the board recognized that. So today, cyber risk is a core part of the enterprise risk framework. So in a similar way, the digital asset infrastructure is today not being taken, like the first reaction is that digital asset infrastructure, it's yet another asset class. But the reality is that the digital asset infrastructure and blockchain is a core component of the operational risk. So you need to know about the validators you have, the level of decentralization, the smart contracts, the governance systems, the bridges, the APIs, the oracles, and any dependencies that you have, which are becoming part of the financial system itself. I think what was innovation risk before is now becoming core operational risk. And I think the traditional risk frameworks need to get adapted to this reality. In many cases, this can be a pretty long journey for some financial institutions where they start from their traditional enterprise risk framework, and then they need to understand how to derive a digital asset risk framework and incorporate the infrastructure. Sometimes you see very well-known consulting firms helping along this journey. In some other cases, there are industry initiatives like the GBBC RMF, where we are a participant there, where they're trying to set a standard and allow for a publicly available risk framework to educate the market. So this is, I think, kind of the gap that today needs to be filled between the traditional risk frameworks and the evolution of them into the digital asset space.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's a concept, and you mentioned a little bit about composability. Right? So I would say that people often talk about composability as an innovation and efficiency, which I think is it. Right? But in your viewpoint, when does it stop being a feature and start becoming like a hidden dependency problem?
Composability is a great thing, right? Composability sits at the center of the innovation here, but it does a couple of things, right? It increases the speed at which your asset gets exposed to new DeFi services or other kind of networks. And that means that you start having a visibility issue on the types of risks that each layer of composability is adding to the problem. And also, because of the nature of the atomic settlements and the instant propagation of risk across the layers of composability, you are exposed to that now in real time. So you have many different layers that you don't have sufficient visibility into the types of risks that those carry, but also you have the instant propagation of risk when things go wrong. So I think the question on the hidden dependency is understanding what's behind each layer of the composability that you're introducing. And I'm sure one of you've seen it in tokenized assets, for example. If you start exposing those tokenized assets into DeFi protocols, and those DeFi protocols interact with other DeFi protocols, if we live in a world where these are regulated services and there is responsibility and regulatory requirement on someone being responsible, you need to understand what you are exposing your assets to. So you need to have a risk framework that says, I'm going to be exposing my tokenized asset to this DeFi protocol. What are all the risks that I need to consider from this kind of DeFi protocol and measure that risk? Because obviously this is not kind of the counterparty risk. To the extent that this is a decentralized financial service, the risk is on you on understanding what you're exposing your asset to. So that means that you need to understand, the cloud providers. You need to understand what's the governance structure of that community. What are the dependencies in terms of liquidity or any other kind of factors? What are kind of the validators? What's the concentration that you're looking at? So you need to go through a very thorough risk framework as if you were onboarding kind of a vendor, but onboard the DeFi protocol in a similar manner. And once you do that, you need to understand what are the key risk indicators where things can go wrong, what are the scenarios, what are the severity tagged risk events, and what are my controls and mitigation strategies when those things happen. If you look at the Kelpo incident, for example, there was a 40+ minute window over which somebody who had the regulatory responsibility, and in this case, there wasn't regulatory responsibility, but if this were institutional, there would be a 40-minute window over which you could have taken actions. So in that window, all of these controls that would have been designed, to the extent that they were effective in covering that range of risks, they would have taken effect. And I think this is kind of what we need to understand in terms of like how to treat composability. I don't think the solution is inducing delays or making things less efficient. I think we need to manage kind of the risk around it.
Oh, I see. Do you think what kind of the dependency chains in the digital assets are most dangerous precisely because they don't look dangerous at the first glance?
Yeah, I think some of the most dangerous things are the indirect dependencies. For example, a stablecoin may depend on bridges, Oracle infrastructure, validator coordination, governance, multisigs, cloud infrastructure, or external liquidity venues that might seem operationally separate, but are very tightly coupled under stress. So these chains, often look manageable in normal conditions, but you only kind of understand, that coupling between those factors when they're during disruption.
I got you. Maybe let's move to the next question. A lot of monitoring in this market still looks like a sophisticated observation rather than like the operational intelligence. My question is, what is the difference between, a dashboard that just only informs and monitoring system that actually change the outcomes under the stress?
Yeah, so there are lots of dashboards, right? The question is not about just looking at metrics. What you need is, what are the types of risks? What's the risk framework? And how can I answer those questions and quantify the risks that I'm facing? And if those risks manifest, what are the different bands of those risks? What are the thresholds that can happen based looking historically across them? And then, even more importantly, what's the action and what's the control on those risks? So my point here is that this is not just about looking at data and just doing research or informing yourself. This is also useful, but for the context of updating your risk frameworks with anything that you might be missing. But it needs to start with, what is the risk framework that captures the risk posture that I want to have, that makes me compliant over the jurisdictions that we are licensed to operate? And then how do I take this framework and does that adequately cover the type of activities and the type of use cases? Whether it's custody is one thing, tokenization is a different thing. Like, does it capture the risks of the underlying activity that I'm licensed to provide? And then what are really the controls that I need to put in place so that the severity tagged risk events can actually become actionable?
Thank you very much. Oh, I think the topics today is very heavy, so many risk topics, right? But, if a protocol or an asset or kind of ecosystem is becoming like institutionally fragile, what is it the kind of signal you want to catch before the market has designed and there is a problem?
Well, one of the things that, based on our experience, we like to look at is any deterioration in governance and operational coordination before we see any effect on the price. In software-driven financial infrastructure, as you mentioned, changes in contributor alignment, governance disputes, or even turnover among key engineers of a project in major upgrades, for example, can become important resilience signals. For example, in recent public discussions, there is a governance, there have been public discussions that were debating what's the governance direction within the Ethereum ecosystem. For example, one thing we do like on our platform is we do adverse media monitoring, and we're picking up a signal that there are a number of engineers in the Ethereum Foundation that have resigned, and as a result, the pending upgrade, the next upgrade on the Ethereum, might have an impact or might have a delay. So this is kind of a risk signal in terms of governance, and it's a risk signal that translates into operational risk when it comes to kind of one of the major one of the upgrades, which is an operational incident, an operational event. So these are kind of the things that we look at, right? And I think these are some of the early signals that you can see in terms of like how does the community sometimes like on X or Twitter, you can look at how people are reacting to certain aspects, and that can also be an early signal that might be very interesting when combined afterwards with key risk indicators on the network or on the governance process.
I see. When we talk about the risk, so I'm thinking about the one word about the visibility. I can share this in the token X. We have our own blockchain, like an EVM compatible also, and we provide the chains to the tokenization service to our clients who would like to be the issuer of the tokens. Right? So my digital asset teams, often say they want the full visibility, even the technology risk, a compliance risk, a project risk, a due diligence risk. Right? But in practice, too much signal can be as dangerous as too little. My question is how you decide what actually matters enough to rise from the telemetry into the action.
Yeah. So first of all, it's not up to Metrica to decide what signals are important or not, in the sense that this has to do with the risk appetite of the financial institution, which is reflected into the risk framework, but also into the calibration of the risk framework that reflects the risk appetite that they're taking across certain dimensions of risk. I agree with you. Not every signal deserves escalation. The key here is for a financial institution to internally determine what is relevant in terms of their operational resilience, their compliance obligations, their financial exposure, and governance requirements. So ultimately, what we need to make sure from the Metrica side is that we have all the risk signals and that we provide the functionality so that the financial institution can reflect the importance of that signal and the types of actions that they want to take.
I see. I think we see the same point about the metrics, about the signal, and all about everyone want the full visibility. But yeah. Next one, it may be like when the resilience fails in the production. It's the real problem. Usually, the system itself, the dependency graph around it, or maybe the human organization that is supposed to interpret and act on the warning.
Usually, I think it's the interaction between all three that you mentioned, like the system itself, the dependency graph around it, and the organization responsible for interpreting the signals and responding. And I think, a good example might be, the Terra ecosystem collapse. There were structural weaknesses in the stabilization mechanism itself. There were hidden dependencies on market confidence and external liquidity. And there were governance assumptions around how participants would behave under stress. So none of those elements alone necessarily caused, the collapse, but together they amplified the fragility very quickly. So in practice, I think resilient failures in digital assets are rarely isolated to kind of, just technical failures. They're usually cascading failures across technology, dependencies, incentives, and organizational response.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, let's move to the last word. of this session is a composability, resilience, and the last one is supervisory grade monitoring. Oh, I love this word, but because this word sounds strong. But what does it actually require before a regulator or a CRO or a serious institution should trust it as a part of the real risk program?
Yeah, I think the word monitoring doesn't do this justice, right? Supervisory grade to me means that it's a lot more than just visibility into what's happening on the blockchain, right? It is a system that institutions can operationalize consistently within their risk program, which means explainable methodologies, evidence-based key risk indicators, KRIs, calibrated thresholds, severity classification, continuous monitoring, auditability, escalation workflows, and clear linkage to governance and control processes. So I think monitoring has to also be contextualized to the institution's use case. It's a different thing, kind of doing risk monitoring on custody or on tokenization or on stablecoins or on payments or treasury operations or market infrastructure. All of them have different risk tolerances and also control requirements. So ultimately, I think supervisory grade monitoring is not about observing the networks. I think it is about generating actionable and defensible risk intelligence that regulators, CROs, auditors, and boards can rely on as part of their enterprise risk oversight.
Oh, thank you very much. So I think it's pretty much about all about the risk, the composability, resilience, or even the supervisory grade monitoring. I think, Nicholas, you covered it very well in all spaces. I think the last question from my side is that looking ahead of 12 months, in the next 12 months, what would convince you that the digital asset oversight is starting to mature from the fragmented specialist monitoring and into something closer to a true risk discipline?
Yeah, I think, we are pretty, I would say we're pretty blessed as being, the leading company in this space, in that we have very good visibility into what is going on in our operational risk space. I think what maturity looks like is that financial institutions move beyond kind of the ad hoc risk monitoring towards having standardized key risk indicators, continuous risk assessments instead of like point-in-time assessments, formal governance processes, board level reporting, which also means that you're integrating into the GRC IRM systems and the supervisory workflows. So that means that you're building the risk infrastructure all the way to the top, right? And I think digital asset infrastructure is moving in that direction. This is a similar path, one route to what we discussed about cyber risk. Yeah. What initially looked like a very niche technical issue gradually, became recognized as a core enterprise and regulatory discipline. So I think we are heading in the same direction. And as we see tokenization scaling, as we see stablecoins, through the Genius Act, becoming, growing even more. And we see also blockchain-based financial infrastructure becoming increasingly embedded into the broader financial system. I think we're going to see the standardization, but also the integration of risk into the main enterprise risk framework. So these are, to me, kind of the two signs of, maturity in this space.
Well, thank you very much. All right, I think we cover a lot of the topic on the digital asset risk in those kind of the words, right? So Nicholas, I think thank you for sharing your insight, for maybe challenging us to think beyond the traditional framework, right? So I think the conversation is, yeah.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for allowing me to share also the evolution of our company over the years. And how we are creating like the digital asset risk space and building the category up.
Yeah, thank you very much. Excited to have a conversation with you. Looking forward to the next.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this segment on VC Conviction 2026, where digital assets capital is actually going. My name is Michael Bridie, and I am a market specialist here at Bloomberg with focus on foreign exchange, cryptos, and of course, digital assets. Over the last cycle, venture capital and digital assets often rewarded narrative, momentum, speed, but the market is now entering what looks very, very different. In 2026, conviction is becoming more disciplined, more selective, and increasingly tied to fundamentals that institutions can actually underwrite. In addition, regulatory clarity is improving, stablecoin transaction volume continues to scale, tokenization of real-world assets are moving into production, and blockchain infrastructure is quietly becoming part of the foundation for global financial systems. The conversation is no longer simply whether institutions should engage with blockchain technology, but where real capital is flowing. In addition to what risk filters matters most and what categories are generally positioned for durable adoption. I am by no means no expert here. To explore that, I am joined by two investors who spend their time separating signal from noise in this market every day. Min Tao, managing partner and co-founder of Ethereal Ventures, and Kenzie Wang, co-founder and general partner of Symbolic Capital. Thank you both for being here today.
Thank you so much.
Before we get started, why don't you both tell us a little bit about yourselves, your firm. Min, can we start with you?
Absolutely. And thank you for having me. And it's great to see you again, Michael and Kenzie. So I am the co-founder and managing partner of Ethereal Ventures. Ethereal is an early stage global crypto investment firm that focusing on investing in blockchain protocols, projects at the earliest stage of their journeys. The fund was set up by the former investment team of Consensus. So most of us have worked together since 2018, and we've seen the space evolve a lot through those years. Some of our investments include Aztec Protocol, EigenLayer, many DeFi protocols, and contrary to what a lot of people say on Twitter about funds drying up, we are still very committed to this space. We are only focused on crypto investing. And we have, a new fund that's ready to deploy.
That's fantastic. And Kenzie?
Yeah, great to see you, Michael, and also Min. Honored to be here. I'm a co-founder and GP at Symbolic Capital. We're also a early stage crypto, mostly kind of a VC fund. We focus a lot on founders. So we look for great people that have done startups before as one of the plus points for us for our criteria. We also look for AI and also crypto kind of projects. We think AI is the future. And thirdly is we really value consumer and also usage, product first type of projects. So that's kind of the gist for Symbolic Capital.
I appreciate that from both of you. And we spoke last week and caught up a little bit. I learned a lot from that conversation as well from both of you. So I'm really looking forward to catching up today. I think there's a lot that you could share with everybody. So let's just dive in. To start, what has changed the most in your underwriting over the past, let's say 12 to 18 months? And now, what do you think demand in 2026 that you were more willing to overlook in the last cycle has changed? Kenzie, I want to start with you on this one, only because you mentioned something different when we spoke, a people-driven approach.
Yeah, totally. I think what changed a lot since a year or so ago was, back then there is this great team, big market with like big funding, VC backing type of setup that almost guarantees great success. But nowadays, I think all of our VC colleagues, Min probably also has seen, things have changed very drastically over the past year, that now real adoption and also revenue matter more now than just VC logos. I would say that, distribution is very much pronounced now than before. Another thing that I noticed is also token design. Back then, there were lots of airdrops that's carved out for TVL farming, and that playbook also stopped working after a while. Now I see more of a deflationary token design and buybacks that can support a tokenomics that is the new direction. So yeah, overall things have changed a lot, and I'm also really excited to hear what Min has to say about this.
Yeah, Min, please. Any perspectives from your angle here on how underwriting has changed?
Absolutely. So, it's interesting. I looked up some numbers before the session, and there was about 9 billion deployed in Q1 across 280 deals. So year on year, this represents about like a 9% decline in dollars, but a 45% decline in deal count. So what this tells you is that a lot more money is getting concentrated in a few deals. In particular, Series C plus surged a lot. So a lot of people are putting money into later stage deals, particularly those where you have the emergence of category leaders that have a lead that is difficult to surmount, where there's like a, sort of a visible path to liquidity in the next couple of years as well. So in general, I think the bar is higher, like, for all of us as VCs. And in Ethereum, we back founders at the earliest days of their journey. So most of the time pre-revenue, sometimes even pre-product. However, it still means that these founders have to actually deliver product that they distribute to users, that users are willing to pay for their product, that they do demonstrate revenue, and their business has good unit economics. And increasingly, all those things have to hold. So it's not so much that, hey, you know, 3 years later, you're still sort of pivoting from place to place, trying to find product market fit in something. We do have to test that a founder has conviction in the area they're building in, and that they can get the product up and running, and you know, delivering strong revenues within a sort of 18-month period. I do think unit economics actually matter a lot more too. You have a lot of protocols that, you know, they might be making 50 million in revenue, but they're actually not really making any profit because it's very expensive. You know, they have very expensive cost structures. And I think the market is starting to look at that now more than just, you know, a sort of price to sales ratio, like how good are your unit economics? So ultimately, I think, you know, one thing that Kenzie mentioned is right. Like the one thing that persists is, you know, being relentless about strong founders. And I think as each year passes, we have more data as to the archetype of a successful crypto founder. I think in prior years, you know, we had a lot of technical founders who really weren't interested in any of the commercial pieces, but would go on Twitter and, like, you know, debate like consensus mechanisms and other sort of technical jargon that the rest of us plebeians struggle to understand. And because we thought they were so smart, everyone bought their token. Those days are unfortunately over. So, you know, ultimately, like, I think we are still very much in a deep tech space. So we do need those like technical geniuses. However, they also need to be paired with commercial geniuses so that we can, you know, really get broad distribution for whatever crypto is building. And, you know, Kenzie's been in this space for a long time. It's not about like what is crypto native and not crypto native. Having built it, working in the space for close to a decade now, you just want to see people use the technology and for it to bring magic to their life. And this is what it takes.
Yeah, it's nice to finally hear the word revenue come up. People were like overlooking that for the longest time, so it's good to hear that. I mean, I'm going to continue with you because you kind of partially answered my next question. And if you strip away conference narratives, and we've all been to all these conferences where like rah and everyone's pushing a certain narrative, you know, where is digital asset capital actually going right now? Is it the people? Yeah. Are we solving for problems? What exactly is it?
Yeah, so I do think that, you know, and the caveat is this sounds boring, but I think there's a good reason why. So a lot of capital is going into payments, particularly stablecoin payments. A lot of capital is also going into tokenization for institutions. And if you look at, like, you know, the stats, there's about 50 billion of tokenized RWAs on chain. It's a huge step up from last year. And in fact, treasuries are not even the number one non-stable coin category. Is actually private credit. So credit is growing extremely quickly. And that's also something, you know, credit, it's, I come from a credit background. It's something we're investing in heavily at Ethereum too. So you also have the scaffolding around these two categories, you know, the infrastructure, the middleware. And I do think there's a lot of opportunity there. We don't yet have a really great wallet experience for payments, for consumer payments, for example. And I think anyone who has tried to do RWAs on chain will tell you that it's not very easy, and you have to do RFQs with 5 different providers, right? So there's a lot more usability, convenience that we can deliver to users. In addition, I think you know, this middleware includes important elements such as privacy, security, and identity. That's not to say there's not more experimental areas like, say, AI and crypto, which I think Kenzie has spent a lot of time into. Agentic payments, you know, we've seen a lot of teams working through that. One thing, you know, to caveat, you might say, like, Min, is this blockchain or is this fintech? Like, because it sounds awfully fintech to me, right? I do want to say that, like, we've spent a long time as an industry trying to push blockchains as a general purpose computing platform, which I do truly believe it is. However, I think we have to actually nail one use case. Like, you know, the analogy is like the personal computer, where it, you know, worked really well for the military, it worked really well for industrial use cases, it worked really well for business data processing. And then it was actually, because they did those things so well, they were, you know, made faster, better, cheaper, smaller. So they made their way into people's homes once you have microprocessors and graphical processing units. So I do see blockchain as having that same analogy, and I think us coalescing as an industry around payments and tokenization, and really just bringing all those assets on chain. The regulation is coming together. Once we sort of deliver that, there's going to be a lot more use cases coming out.
No, that makes sense. There's definitely going to be some growing pains here. And I think what's important to understand too is it's not a revolution, it's just the evolution. I mean, you just gave a timeline there of all these things that happened in the past. I mean, how about you? You know, we strip away the conference narratives, anything, you know, what's really going on right now? I mean, Kenzie, sorry.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Min said. I think there is, because of regulation has never been so friendly so far in blockchain. Fintech related use cases naturally are getting a lot of funding. Especially the stable coins, the payments, the RWAs are getting a lot of attention. I also see new type of areas that are that are also maybe the next phase coming up as well, that I'm spending a lot of time on. For example, stable coin rails for AI apps, AI agents that can transact and autonomously, AI and crypto products that can really produce volume. And also lately, as you can see, the prediction market is also doing.
Yeah, for sure.
It's making a lot of noise. Combining prediction markets and AI together, that can also be a new wave as well. So yeah, overall, I feel very optimistic about the space. We just need more and better product builders. That's kind of what we are lacking in crypto always, because the smart people are going out there to build AI companies and they're getting funding for AI products. We need more really great, fantastic product builders in crypto to build consumer apps that get users.
Yeah. I'm going to continue with you, Kenzie, for a second there, because I love the idea of AI agents and how they're related to stable coins and how that the investor intention has kind of shifted a little bit. What's getting investors' attention that it does not deserve anymore? What are people overpaying to believe that where we see the shift now? What are people still overpaying for?
I feel the modular chain, narrative, and also the, a lot of these, chains that have TVLs, which I, previously also mentioned a bit, that, TVL to gain airdrops, that type of play, RWA chains with real no differentiation, AI agent frameworks that have no users. These are, yeah, and we saw a lot of them back then. There's a lot of frameworks that was a thing for 3 months last year. That all just died away. So these are things that don't have product market fit and probably will not have PMF for a long time.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're solving for anything. Min, you have anything to add there? Any category that's attracting attention, investor attention, that you don't think really deserves it?
Yeah, I totally agree with Kenzie. I think in general, people have historically done this and sometimes continue to do this. So I think we're trying to get smarter as an industry. They overpay to believe that, infrastructure with no real revenue accrual will eventually capture value, just because volume goes through it. And volume is not value, right? Like ultimately, if it's just a total pass through, you don't keep any of it. It's just volume. And we also see a lot of kind of copycat models. I do think something like Hyperliquid is such an amazing bastion in our industry. However, it is the exception. I don't think they've defined the playbook. So, we see a lot of DeFi protocols that don't have a lot of usage, like saying that they want to launch L1s, and thinking that, you know, moving towards like an L1 and having their own chain will help them capture more value. And perhaps in a, you know, another time, because you were an L1, you could get some, you know, inflated token value for a period of time, but that's all normalized and gone away now. So I think we're very careful about anything that, I think anything that where the distribution challenge and the sustainable unit economics challenge is underrated, I think we generally see as somewhat overhyped, because the cost of acquisition of users in crypto is actually relatively high today.
Yeah, it still is. I think my next question that I had wrote down, I think you pretty much answered it already, both of you, but I'll put it out there anyway. What separates a company now that gets real conviction from a company that only gets like polite interest? I mean, obviously we just talked about revenue, we talked about volume, we talked about founders, but you know, when you talk about polite interest, how does that completely get separated? We'll start with you, Kenzie.
You know, the real conviction, you know, from a, you know, sort of the VC round perspective is when, you know, you can see somebody's taking the, you know, or multiple leads are stepping up, you know, and quickly the round is done, and maybe there's more follow-on commitments as well, and from, you know, a like a, you know, to get that, you know, going now, you know, I think Hyperliquid, you know, that type of company, you know, that Min mentioned, you know, will get conviction from a lot of investors because it does not have actually investors. It does not have VCs. So
Right.
I feel like that may be the new way of doing things is, you know, to do the Hyperliquid way, you know, where you have organic users, you know, distribution is king, then you get, you know, investors to offer you term sheets. And that's the best type of conviction.
Yeah, let's talk about conviction for a little bit. Min, you know, what in this market, what really matters most for earning conviction? Is it someone solving for a problem? Is it regulatory positioning, capital efficiency, product quality? What, as an investor, what like really jumps out at you?
Yeah, so for
Or am I
our
missing?
stage specifically is, you know, we're investing in talented founders, and, you know, what's their sort of superpower? How do you define a talented founder? In my mind, like, you know, a founder's main jobs are to evangelize the product, raise money, hire really smart people, and, you know, for our stage, get to a lot of their first milestones and be able to, like, you know, drive the life cycle of the company really well. I do think that technical edge, especially in the age of all these agents, like the moat for that is very rapidly decreasing. Even if you do have a moat initially, it is likely not going to be a sustainable moat unless you really have like some strong patents around it, which is also, you know, presents its own challenges. So from that perspective, I think founders who can get commercial moats, such as strong regulatory positioning. Dealing with regulators is hard and boring. A lot of founders don't want to do it, right? But I think today you have to really have a good understanding and really be able to get that license against all odds. In addition, just superior distribution, really like, you know, knowing what your customer wants, developing that loyalty. And in addition, it's liquidity. Liquidity begets liquidity. A lot of protocol problems are actually liquidity problems. And once you have that, you are far ahead away from your competitors. So I think ultimately these are the elements of a great product in crypto. And the strong founders who are building these products are the ones that gain the most conviction from VCs.
Yeah, and what you alluded to a lot there too is trust. I mean, the market's still looking to you know, be with a partner they could trust. So Kenzie, let me ask you this. You know, how has the bar changed on token design, monetization, or just like business model credibility? I mean, I guess what I'm really trying to ask is, what are you no longer willing just to wade through as an investor?
This building first and then monetize later, defer revenue forever, that type of ethos, or, just keep talking about, white paper, L1 design. Those are gone days for sure. Yeah, these are,
No, it
like
completely,
token design. Yeah, that
completely
has,
makes sense. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, you and I spoke about this a little bit last week, and I love, one of the things that you mentioned. I'll let you chime in here a second too, and I'm going to quote you here. You said tokens are becoming more like IPO companies, and you talked about a transparency framework. You want to kind of chime in on that as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think to Kenzie's point, like it doesn't matter whether you're an equity company or a token company. The market wants to see that you have product market fit, you have real users, you have metrics that you are aligning your team against, and you also are delivering and generating strong, sustainable revenue. I think there are protocols such as Mega Eve that are also pioneering some really interesting things on milestone-based unlocks, just to make sure, again, that they're aligning insiders with the same outcomes as they're delivering in the market. So I do think that, with tokens, like what we've sort of been lacking is investor protections and transparency. And now investors are demanding, hey, like, we want you to publish your North Star metrics. We want you to publish your user count. How exactly do you actually generate revenue? So Blockworks, for example, now is developing a really great transparency framework that I think will be good to the industry. And I do think, like, protocols that can attest to that framework and be part of that framework will signal to the market that they're willing to invest in the long run to make sure that their stakeholders' needs and requests are addressed. They're not some, like, kind of fly-by-night team that's going to disappear tomorrow and you don't know what's going on. So that's really like the difference in today's market. And I think it's healthy. Like, the tokens are, I hope we're not, like, ultimately protocols are not subject to the same like regulatory requirements as IPOs, because it's very expensive and burdensome. And I think if there were less, you would actually have more public companies. Just look at token or not, look at the huge like slew of private companies that are scared to IPO. And I think having more public, like, equities available for retail to purchase is ultimately a good thing. But this is also balances sort of retail protection and helps more institutional investors who don't necessarily have that same sort of crypto analysis background, have the ability to sort of value these companies too.
Yeah, what I like too about some of the companies that you just mentioned, and you look at the course of their longevity, they pivoted. They started off doing one thing and they pivoted to more like user demand. So I'll stay with you, Min. In what is the biggest investing mistake in 2026? Is it getting into noisy categories too early, or arriving too late to some of these big categories that really matter? Obviously, the earlier you are, the cheaper it's going to be. We had a discussion about this last week, and the later you are, it could cost you a little more money. So what's the bigger mistake here?
Or so Mark Andreessen has a great quote, which is like, Mark Andreessen has a great quote, which is, the failure mode for a VC is the failure of a mission, not the failure of commission. I don't spend time thinking about, hey, damn, this company shut down and it's such a shame. Like, you're backing people and people try their best. Like, this is creating a successful startup is just, doing something that's so against the odds anyway. The ones that keep me up are the ones that you miss. And definitely there's like the sort of too late category is the one that's really painful, right? The one, I think, for a lot of crypto investors, like, Kalshi kind of was less of a crypto name. It was more a poly market. So if you weren't in poly market, like, what do you do in prediction markets? I'll be honest, Ethereum, we haven't really done anything in prediction markets because it's very challenging to back a very, like, small team where you have 30 competitors trying to take over a duopoly. And they have, like, a lot of money. They have 80% of all the volume, and they also have the regulatory moat. So I do think there's a being sort of too late is always the one that keeps me up at night. And we're constantly thinking about like, leaning into categories, participating in ways that sort of don't block us out, or even just being more flexible on valuation. As a result, like, something where it was too early, like, and it was too noisy, founders can kind of try again, but if you miss an opportunity, that doesn't come back.
Yeah. Kenzie, agree or disagree with that?
I very much agree. Yeah.
I would guess you would.
Yeah, we look for the early opportunities, and that's where the alpha is. And that's also what the fun is, to be honest.
That's true.
Otherwise, you're really getting into a bidding war, and then things will turn, especially in crypto, it's cyclical, and many big funds have made those mistakes before, and when they enter, it's typically the end. We've seen that before. So
so true.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely for me, it's better to be more on the early side,
Sure.
and then we can go through the journey with them. It's also more fun that way.
We spoke about prediction markets. We spoke about tokenization. We spoke about stable coins. Is there any market sector that's structurally or a category that's really underrating, or a company that's really underrated right now that's on either of your radars? But you don't have to put a company name out there. Is there a market sector that's a little underrated, or there could be some opportunity? Min, we'll start with you.
I can give this a shot. I probably two of them come to mind. One of them, we're very actively investing in, which is tokenized private credit infrastructure. Right now I think
I'll have phrase of recent private credit.
Yes, but I think a lot of it will get worked out and correct. The addressable market is like sort of nearly $2 trillion, and ABS settlement cost spread between sort of traditional versus on-chain rails is close to 15 to 20 bips, and at least like a week's time. So I think the value proposition is very strong. And after once you've sort of seen what happened with stable coins, with treasuries, credit sort of next on the list where a volume can really come on chain. Some of this is very complicated because the credit space is a very, generally a complex industry for many different stakeholders, especially from the actual syndication and settlement part. And even so, you have different parts of the market between like sort of investment grade, sub-investment grade, commercial, consumer, unsecured, secured. But that's something that we see is growing very quickly. And I personally think it's really exciting because we could actually also use a combination of AI and blockchains to find different ways to underwrite loans and how they've been underwritten for a long time. Another one I think is identity. We continue to be very excited by identity, particularly in the age of the agentic web. How do we actually think about people transacting on chain and agents transacting on chain together and participating as equals?
Yeah.
And that's very interesting as a philosophical question, particularly as crypto is becoming more of a regulated industry too.
Yeah, I think we could do a whole nother segment on that just by itself. Kenzie, anything there as well to any underrated category or company type right now that's on your radar?
We look a lot into AI, and it's not hard to imagine in the future there will be more AI powered transactions than human transactions. So we kind of really look at products that can that's more of a AI crypto consumer type of application that could be aimed different areas. For example, it could be AI prediction markets. It could be AI powered payments, remittance. It could be autonomous AI agents with on-chain wallets. It could be AI curated consumer experiences, and this means all the social gaming, fabric. So those are coming. It will just take some more, some more time, and also for the cycle to return. But we think AI in general is a very positive category in crypto. And it whenever there's liquidity coming back, it almost feels like AI tokens or projects will get the first wave of liquidity.
No, it makes a lot of sense. I'm going to stay with you, Kenzie, because this is something we spoke about last week, and I was really surprised when you said it, but after the fact, it kind of made sense. When you look at investing, where is geography starting to matter more again? Obviously, investing is going to chase regulation, but Asia versus the US, where is that distinction still a little overstated? I don't know if you remember what we spoke about last week. It used to be Dubai, then it was Asia, then it was the Bahamas. Where do you think geography is starting to really matter right now?
Yeah, this is such a cyclical topic, and it's always been changing. Amin's also been there for quite some time. It's been the center of crypto has been shifting from US to Asia to Middle East to Asia to US. Now it looks like, because of the regulatory landscape, the government, US government is very friendly. So now it looks like innovation is back in the US, in New York, in SF. But it looks like the buying power, the liquidity is still in Asia. So
right.
Both are really important. And also Middle East too, there are just so much funding and lots of believers, in the Middle East. So, globally, it's a great time for all of these geographies.
You both got the opportunity to travel around a lot and see different of these, geographies and people that are investing in these spaces and where the hype is and where the non-hype is. Min, same question to you. Is there a part of the world that you think is moving faster than others, or is it just going to really chase the regulatory background?
I think where has sort of seen the most difference is definitely the US. You went from this era like barely 2 years ago that where there was a crypto witch hunt and Operation Choke Point to now it's something that is top of mind for the current administration. We're seeing genius and hopefully clarity will pass through. But ultimately, founders are no longer scared of building businesses in the US, which is the biggest unlock. And the US is also leading the way from a regulatory perspective. You do see them engaging quite constructively with the prediction markets companies, with the CFTC and Polymarket. Whereas, for example, like in most of Asia, like this is still considered illegal, right? Indonesia's just banned prediction markets. I think it's still legal in South Korea. So crypto is still very gray market from that perspective. So I think the US is leading the way on the regulatory matters, and EU is following their lead. I also will note that as a result of that, a lot of the institutional capital funding projects are also utilizing the technology are primarily US institutions, at least the ones that are coming on in size. There are certainly global players, but the ones that are, the closest to sort of production and actually putting stuff on chain is mostly US institutions. So that's become an increasingly important geography. But ultimately, crypto is global. This can absolutely change. I think a part of it is just how quickly the regulatory landscape changed, and there was a lot of latent capital waiting behind there to be deployed once it was safe. But it could quite easily change in the next couple of years. The whole point of crypto and blockchains is that it transcends borders.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone's looking for a little clarity around how that's going to look. So a question for you both, and we'll stay with you, Min. And I'm going to put you on the spot here slightly. Mm-hmm. We talked about revenue, but if a founder were pitching you tomorrow, what is the hardest question they would need to answer before they could earn your trust and you get some real conviction or capital from you?
I ask every founder this question, and I personally think if I put myself in their shoes, I do genuinely think it is a hard question, as basic as it is. And the question is, how are you getting distribution? It is, the range of responses is very, very, very wide, because I don't think we are in a build it and they will come market. We're not in a supply constrained market. So really thinking hard about how you get a distribution mode from day one. And we've seen some really talented founders, do lots and lots of cold outreach to validate their product before they speak to us, where they've spoken to 150 different potential customers. I mean, when you speak to a founder like that, you're like, wow, 150 people
Those homework.
actually
Yeah, for sure.
said they will use your product, I'm in, right? Versus someone's like, oh, I'm gonna try some ads and then I'm gonna post on Twitter. I do think it's in today's market where AI is sucking all the attention out of the room, it's definitely challenging to get distribution. And my hat off to founders who have great ideas and work hard to do so.
Distribution. That's a great answer. I probably wasn't one that would have been top of my radar. Kenzie, how about you? Anything? What's the hardest question that these founders have to answer?
Yeah, I agree. Distribution is definitely one of the top ones. I would also ask, why now, and also why you? Yeah, I think those are, definitely tough questions for them, especially now. Also, they have to, think about, generating revenue, without just this token, right? They have to find some ways to generate and sustain the business.
Yeah, we don't want to be flatlined here, and I think this is what kind of leads to my last question for the both of you. Looking ahead the next 12 months, what will convince you that this digital asset venture is actually getting healthier? Is it the better companies? Is it the distribution? Is it pricing? Is it the pricing? Is it stronger follow-on behavior, or is it just more adoption in general? I feel like there's an education gap as well. Like, people need to really understand more. But what will convince you that this digital asset investment and venture is getting healthier in the next year? Min, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think as a fund manager, distributions are what matters most. And, we've taken in investor capital, and they've put a lot of trust in us, and some of them are institutions with their own constituents as well. So I absolutely think that having successful exits, having liquidity events, having strong founders, be able to continue to build in the space, and them having the ability to hire really talented teams shows that there's a reason to continue building in this space, that there is adoption. So everything sort of trickles downstream after that.
And anything there from you?
Yeah, I think now is actually great. It is I think your question is this a better environment for investors and also for valuation? It is. The valuation has come down greatly since the peak, and it's now a good time to find builders, and typically good products and good teams come out during this time, the quiet time. So and we hope to see new use cases and great teams, like Min said, to come out during this bearish time, and we'll be able to scale into the more bullish time in the next couple of years.
Yeah, agreed. It's definitely going to be interesting. I would love to have the same conversation 12 months, 18 months from now, just to see how the narrative has changed a little bit and how things have moved. I think what's clear in digital assets, that they're no longer competing to be just like a parallel system. They're increasingly becoming part of this underlying infrastructure for finance, payments, the internet itself. And I love that you both mentioned AI several times. It seems like as capital becomes more disciplined, the winners in this next cycle definitely won't, to be defined by the narrative, but more by trust, which we talked about, durability and execution. So I want to thank you both, Min and Kenzie, for this conversation. obviously we moved way beyond the headlines into what real conviction actually looks like in this market. So I would like to thank you both.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Michael. Thanks, Kenzie.
And I'd like to
Always nice
thank
to see
everybody
you.
else. It was great to see you both. And I'd like to thank everybody else for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Appreciate it.
Hi, Thanawat. Very excited to have you with us today. Maybe I can give a quick setup for the audience first. I would like to put that tokenomics story has gone with the market story. So you started as a token unlock tracker, but over time you become something much closer to a capital intelligence layer. And I believe that happens because the market actually demands it. So that's why I want to start our session with the market shift. So for some investors that still treat token supply as a side note to valuation, we want to hear your thought about what are they missing here on how capital actually moves in the market.
Hi, Sam. Thanks for the questions and having me here. So we see market shift and demand changing through time in different cycles. Particularly like in the past 1 to 2 years, the shift have been like people when they launch token, they often like copy from other success case. For example, high float, low FTV. One of the playbook they happened in 2024. Back then, few token made it, so other people see the playbooks and try to copy it. However, the market learned to rotate the funds that they want to invest in, and they realize that not everything sustained. So one of the case example like this, people become more aware of FTV and market cap calculations. And as I see, like that's a classic example of when people in need and market change learn from the past, they need more data as such. And that's drive what we built at Tokenomics. Early on, we track only unlocks data. Moving forward, people demand FTV, a clearer. And now we track almost every tokenomics in the space, whether it's going to be buyback burn or fundraising data, similar to what we keep up with the market. When user become mature, same as market, they need more data, and tokenomics is here to like serve those needed. And yes, we grow with the market needs.
Yeah, so that's a really important reframe that you just made. So I want to highlight on the investor blind spots. And we see this a lot today, that investors get excited by a strong product story, but the supply structure is actually weak or unclear. So imagine when that happens. So what do you see as the biggest risk for investor that they should think about before they commit their capital?
Right. I think another beauty of crypto is the narrative comes so fast, right? When you heard a good news, like everyone talking about, for example, NFT era, everyone moved the money to NFT, maybe lock up in private deals. 2 months go by, now everyone was in metaverse, and I was in DAOs or DeFi. The problem is sometimes we forgot to keep up and look what we invest, and that's the problem. The risk we investor often look is that there's going to be supply shock coming in within the 6 to 12 months. If they invested in, hold in central exchange, or lock up in smart contract with their DeFi portfolio, they often overlook that, hey, another dilution is going to come in. And if they end up didn't look at a lock or supply schedule, they will get diluted. It's a classic case in traditional stock market already, where traders, liquid funds have access to that supply informations. For example, like fixed float or ESOP, vesting schedules in traditional stocks. IPO is another supply liquidity event, but to the public market, right? In crypto, it's the same, but the problem is not everyone understand and educate enough that there's a risk over there. So in hindsight, they might got over diluted 80 to 90%, 3x of their initial valuation without realize. So if back then when everything is going up, we don't need to care about the fundamental like this. But now market become mature. If investor overlooked its kind of risks, they will end up like losing a lot of money. Yes.
And since you have a lot of data on this, so I want you to rank the supply risk. So when you look at the supply risk, how would you rank the most important factors? I think you mentioned a couple of things already, like a lock size, insider allocation, or like whether the emission is like linear or front-loaded. So how would you rank these factors in terms of how would it impact the tokenomics the most? Yeah.
Good questions. Through our experience with tracking the vesting supplies, there are multiple design of each tokens, right? One thing that we need to point out is that some token design with higher supply may suitable for particular product. Some might suit more with deflations. For example, like if you design Bitcoin, they want to be like store value, even though initially there was like design for the money of the internet, right? But my point is like the supplies design is tailored to the product. So I would rank predictability as the main one, because generally if token projects announce what the emission is gonna be, regardless of big or small, the investor can know what they're invested in, reduce the risk. So my take would be, doesn't matter if they're gonna be big unlock supply, but if investor market can predict it, they're gonna trust and invest in it. In short, the number one would be predictability of the data. And at Tokenomics, we help reduce that predictability. We help curate data, doing best estimations. In terms of the second rank, I would say unlock size combined with insider allocations. What we see in crypto market that quite unique in other market is that the data is on chain. So when people want to invest their money, like let's say we are retail, we are public market, doesn't have insider allocations, right? We know that these projects might be funded by bigger player at cheaper price. With that size, public market tend to estimate whether like the insider is gonna cash out some. So the insider allocations along with the amount help people justify the timing of the change to the market. With that second data point like this, is one of the well sorted from the market that people buy from us a lot. So I would rank this number 2. The other thing is more about nuance between each projects. If you study DeFi, you probably want to compare emissions against other DeFi protocol. But if you big L1 need some allocations to incentivize a lot of developer to build in your ecosystem, you might doesn't need like high inflations, but good enough allocations to fund those builders for your L1s. That's my rank.
Okay. And what about the factors that investors tend to over focus, because it's like very easy to see, but then miss the one that you actually mentioned and kind of like impact and have selling pressures the most. So what are the factors that people kind of like misfocus?
Right. Sometimes when we look at unlocks data, we tend to look, okay, how much how much in terms of dollar value crash to the market. For example, like if one of the L1 going to have $5 million of unlocks coming in, it sounds huge comparing to another project with like, let's say $10 million of dollar unlocks. But sometimes that 500 million of unlocks didn't dilute much. Let's say project market cap was like $30 billion L1, right? That dilution's comparable percentage, it's not that much. But the $10 million might be like doubles of the initial market cap. So another essence of evaluating this is the ratio between like existing market cap, how much it's gonna dilute it to jump in valuations. Because if you look into stock investment, you tend to compare market cap, right? And see like how big is the projects overall. So looking to unlock in size of number is a misconceptions. You cannot only rank, but you need to check the existing market cap, the demand side, if the project's performing really well. We see a lot of cases where people say that big unlocks mean selling, but not always true. We have classic case like Solana. They have like 900% supply dilutions back in 2021. The price of token was quite low at $3. Everyone was saying like this project gonna crash. But end of the day, the project really deliver the demand, the growth for the ecosystem, end up shooting almost 100x in price appreciations. So two things: the values of unlocks cannot interpret solely, and the second thing is you need to check the demand of projects long term of the values we're gonna build and make sense or not. In short, check the dilutions compared with the value that project delivers is helping a lot of investors in this way. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense, and I want to stay in this topic of like market mismatch. So a lot of investors still think about tokenomics as a long-term design, but as we can see that sometimes short-term supply events can also shift the market perception. So what are the supply events that you have seen in the past that investors should be aware of, or like just some case study, because they can actually change the long-term tokenomics as well?
Okay, great questions. The single most important is the first liquidity event, mostly like within 6 to 12 months of the token launches. That's gonna be the test of how long-term insider and token project team look ahead of their own projects. When people design, they back then they copy like a standard startup vesting schedules, right? To be a token. But what investors should be really aware is that token allocations to some portion makes sense or not. For example, I give you like a big L1 might need a big portions unlock early so they can incentivize a lot of developer and grants to be on the L1s, right? But if it's like DeFi, single liquidity event might dilute the yield of people staking in the platform. The key question is like, can you differentiate between different projects? And those early liquidity event is often a short-term one for sure. but it can dictate, make or break of the project long term. For example, if the unlock's happening in 6 months, then the team decided to cash out and sell everything. You know for sure that it doesn't matter long term in what the tokenomic design. People might stop working on the projects. You better exit your liquidity and then find a better token to invest in. So I would say take a look at 6 to 12 months for main liquidity of insider. If it unlocks teams to deliver, then maybe you find the right projects to hold longer term.
And let's say an investor likes the project and they wanna invest, but the supply picture is not clean. So how should they decide which risk they can just price in and like demand higher like holder rate, and which one is like a deal breaker? In other words, like, so what's the borderline that you have to walk away?
Right, that's a good questions. The questions about whether the supply data is priced in and risk is something that people be aware of the combination of token projects all the time, right? I would say that we should aware of the timing of communications of the projects. Be aware that this kind of data is not enforced by law, enforced by any regulatory, and sometimes ambiguous, right? That's why tokenomists come in to help find the best estimations whether token project be transparent or not. The easiest way to use our platform, we act as a platform who find that risk for you, find the clarity whether the current announce the unlocks or not, or change or not. Then you can verify whether it is trustworthy or not. We often see the case where token projects decided to move unlocks, but communicate really well with investor, and even like ask us to help amplify that it doesn't make sense obeying the old promise, because if it do, it's gonna kill projects. Sometimes with that intentions, the right change makes sense as well. So I would say that we need to keep closer look at how investors communicate those changes. And sometimes we can't say for sure if the old information is already priced in, because token projects have ability to control what they wanna do. But for the traders, if they really want to trade on unlocks, another metric can be analyzed, incorporate together with those unlocks data. For example, the position in funding rate. If you're gonna do long short, you can see like open interest, a position, how many people already short, how many people already long. Because bear in mind that it's not only you as a traders can short the positions. Investor, private investor, product team can short to protect the loss as well. So sometimes they can sell in OTC, sometimes they can short. So need to be careful when you trade with this volatility events. I would say that unlock is still the most important volatility events. We're going to be bullish or bearish. Other factor need to be considered as well. A bit long answer for this.
Very good answer, and I think you sum up very well for framework for investor. And now I want to move to the project side. I think you mentioned a little bit for the project builders already, but so I think investor can only analyze supply properly if the project create the conditions for trust and transparency. And I think a lot of tokenomics model looks good on paper, but the real tests actually come after they launch the project and when the market moves, liquidity changes, and the team face pressure in production. So what kind of supply discipline that actually looks good for you in practice, and which tokenomics features that sound good in theory but completely fail in real world?
Good question. So I will separate the answer into the first part, what I think supply and general discipline should be in terms of those who want to launch token. And I'll give an example which project I see an example that everything look good but fail. And one misconception for the market is that white paper is everything. The thing is like it's only in PDF using for fundraising, right? How many tokens are there? What the vesting schedule? What's the emissions? The real thing is after they launch, many things change along the way. The on-chain doesn't match the white paper. Doesn't mean they try to cheat or lie. Sometimes like it just they need to adapt with the market. But the problem is they didn't like communicate along the way what's happening. Easy ways is to use tokenomics. We already done the hard work, tracking 500 tokens. So best practice is to learn from other people launches. If you are L1 or you have a DeFi, what makes sense the most is like, hey, what the recent 10 projects I could learn from so I didn't make the same mistake. What airdrop strategies that in the last quarter people values and still make sense to do today. The best way and easiest fastest way to use our platform, tokenomics have a lot of token data trackings, and we didn't like listing the white paper. We track on chain and see how token project evolve. You can think of us as like the self-service consulting IB, like a private banking to help you launch the tokens, but just few clicks and understand what are people designing tokens. So the best discipline to design supply side is to learn from other people's mistake, find what makes sense for your product, and just try to deliver best and adapt as the market. The second answer to the question is the you're asking what example do we have, right? I think from my experience, one thing from my own investment, of course, back then, for example, Terra Luna was kind of a mind-blowing make sense of tokenomics, right? They offer high yield, they attract more liquidity to the exchange, they can use the ecosystem of the chain to back the stable coin. On paper, on report, where we can research, make a lot of sense, right? But the problem is in practice, there are hidden risks on liquidity that even a token project doesn't know. What I mean is like when we move on to the real production bowl, if we keep track of supplies and liquidity on chain and come up with the right measurements, we might find hidden risks like what Terra have. And the problem is like $80 billion of valuations was gone in 3 days, right? Back then, investor was happy with Terra, retail user was happy with Terra. Even token projects still believe that this didn't go. But the hidden risks like this, without proper tool to monitor, make everyone lost the money in the market and create a bad reputation for ecosystem overall. So a little bit long answer again, because it's something that happened when we start the company. Yeah.
Yeah, and let's zoom out a bit. So I wanna fast forward to when the token supply analysis has become like mature. So if the supply if the market is truly becoming mature about token supply, so what would the ideal investor and projects would they be doing differently for both sides of the table? So in other words, like what does the better token supply analysis actually look like?
Okay, that's a perfect question. I think supply information is gonna be embedded under valuations, right? Right now, it's so hard to evaluate crypto projects. Back then, it was like so speculations, overvalue, market value, everything just appear like okay, it can be happening even though projects doesn't deliver. I would say that as the market mature, people will evaluate crypto asset same as other traditional asset, but they want to understand risks and valuations better. Right now, it's obscure. It doesn't work well. So the token team should be aware that when market mature, this kind of information is critical to communicate clearly. Kind of like if a company is mature and we have regulation for us, they need to report financial report to the auditors, to the regulators. I can see the same happening in some fragment of the crypto market where founder really want to push for the long-term innovations. Didn't say that the wild ways, pump and dump speculative gonna be gone. I believe it's gonna coexist, but depend on the founders what they want out of this token innovations and building out of it. should be clearly communicated to investor, should attract the right holder and investor for long term, so that the project can be sustained and grow forward. Touching on this, Tokenomics also launching projects to bridge between both parties. We're using a data as a trust funnel for investor to trust the projects and to projects to clearly build a trust using a data layer. I think data is the hardest thing to lie. We can track on-chain and off-chain. It's like communication. When bad thing happen for the company, you need some team to publish and tell the investor what happens, right? Same goes to crypto market, in my belief.
You already mentioned a little bit of sneak peek of what you are building. So what I hear a full product roadmap from Tokenomics mapping to what you see market shipping towards to.
Perfect questions. Thanks for that. Tokenomics have been built to keep the market data more have better quality on this market data. So investor or builders can use our data at best, understand the market, what other people doing and tracking things. So we see the shift of behavior where now AI and agents are becoming consumer of our data. Let's say back then trader doesn't know how to code. Now we have code, easy to code, vibe coding. The next step makes sense is to make your AI smarter, right? And how to get it smarter? The right data, the right context, the using our expert to help clean the right data and sourcing that for the agents. So in a few months, we're gonna launch MCP integration CLIs. Also, we will tap into agentic commerce, where agent can pay for our data as fast as they can. And I believe that now is a great time to build with agents. If you want to build into crypto market, it's perfect time to consuming our data. So excited to shift this along the way. Once we have that, we will scale more data set to make sure agents smarter along the way as well. Whether it's going to be RWA asset that getting popular and how to find the data. Regulatory compliance, if the tokens comply with the MiCA framework in the Europe or Clarity Act in the US. That's something along the roadmap that we will launch to make sure that agents, now you can trust agents to perform decision for you.
Okay, exciting. I think we have covered a lot today. So I see that what you're building at Tokenomics is an important infrastructure for both investor and builder. Both sides can benefit from Tokenomics. So thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate your insight today. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, Sam. Have a good one.
Hi everyone, my name is Pai. I'm the CIO at SCB 10X. This year, stablecoins have moved quickly from innovation topic to boardroom discussions. But the real question now is what it takes to move from strategy to production, where payment flow needs to be reliable, compliant, and trust at scale. To explore that, I'm very pleased to welcome Bob O'Brien, Senior Director, Go-to-Market Crypto Solutions at Visa. Hi, Bob. Thank you for joining us.
Great. Thanks for having me.
So Bob, you sit at the intersection of Visa Global Payment Network and the fast-evolving stablecoin ecosystem. Could you share a bit about your background, your current role at Visa, and how your experience shapes the way you think about stablecoins in real-world payments?
Sure. So background is I lead Visa's global go-to-market strategy for crypto solutions for global banks, super regionals, credit unions, and community banks. Prior to this, I ran go-to-market at Axelar, which is an interoperability firm. We sold the company to Circle, and then CEO of Uphold Institutional, and then prior to that, about 15 plus years in traditional finance. So and through this whole journey, and the reason why I came into the crypto market was basically I understood that blockchain technology was something that was going to definitely change from the standpoint of potentially like a stable coin that could work across global environment, and something would be kind of more of a general way that things would settle and things would move. So it took a little bit of a couple years longer for traditional finance to get back into this business, but it now seems to be embraced globally from that standpoint. And then obviously now with the new administration here in the US, moving very, very quickly into trying to become a leader in crypto, stable coins, and basically rewriting the whole system for global payments, cross-border, B2C, and P2P.
I see. I think that's a great journey for you, starting from Web3, bridging with Axelar, and then now moving into help rolling out stablecoin strategy at Visa. So let's start with the market narrative. Faster payments, cheaper settlement, 24/7 money movement. I think those are important, but the enterprise story is more nuanced. And a year ago, many enterprise teams were still treating stablecoins as something to monitor. What changed? What moved stablecoins from innovation side topic to a real payments priority?
Yeah, I think that is the biggest question that's out there, and I think it's a great question to start with. So I think what's going on, if you look at the way that the banking systems work for the last 100 years here, it's been this slow moving process, either using SWIFT, FedWire, or the other systems in the US, RTP. Everything is siloed. None of it is global. It's super choppy. In some situations, RTP, which is supposed to be this new great settlement layer, I think at some countries, the maximum amount that can be moved through RTP is $500. Europeans have their own system, but it's only within Euro, so it's not global. So all these kind of traditional systems were only situated around banking hours. The patches that were put on were basically put on through to just kind of silo in general with just different states or different countries. Nothing was kind of global. So I think what happened is client demand has pulled stablecoins out of basically the crypto ecosystem. So client demand is basically what's driving stuff from our perspective. And what a client wants is 24/7 access with a global reach, always available settlement economy, instant money movement, and a digital experience, right? And if that's what you want, the only real answer is stablecoins, right? You can't really do it using these patches or SWIFT or these other things. So, I mean, it's kind of silly these days to be basically constrained to banking hours or or anything else that's around traditional banking. So, and then obviously the other benefits would be frictionless, low cost. It would be a system where you could basically KYB and KYC, so nefarious characters basically can't would be recognized and noticed, and the funds can be frozen. So basically, it's been what we've seen from our standpoint. It's a client demand pull. As you can imagine, here in the States, it's not a push from the likes of the global banks, but it's really been a pull.
Mm. So it sounds like the demand for 24/7 is real, and that there's still like a big gap with today's infrastructure. And I believe the fact that Visa is engaging across now like card settlements and also tokenized bank assets and also advisory shows that this is not a single product question and more an ecosystem and operating model question. Now I want to dig into what rollout actually requires. A lot of companies start by asking like, who are the right partners, the issuer, the wallet layer, the infrastructure provider. But once rollout gets real, what do they realize that they should have been asking instead?
Yeah, that's another great question. We get it all the time from that perspective because no one knows where to start. The quickest and best way to start is start with a digital wallet, right? Digital wallets they basically are the way that you start your journey. And remember, a digital wallet, which a lot of people get confused here in the States, can't hold fiat. It holds digital assets, right? So if you start with a digital wallet and then you move funds from fiat into the digital wallet, then you basically start with understanding the ecosystem. And then from there, you can evaluate kind of use cases, whether it be cross-border, whether it be pay-ins and payouts, whether it be from a Visa standpoint, when there's 7-day settlement, collateral reduction, and things along those lines. So the wallet is the base strategy of where you start. Then the arc would be like a phase 2, which would be start to enable this wallet for acceptance of stable coins, right? Establish a wallet, be able to choose which stable coin you want. And I think we're going to get into that a little bit later. I can discuss how that kind of works. And then I think the first thing that we're seeing here in the States is the question is, where do I start? Okay, get a wallet. And second of all, how do I tell my clients, or how do I start accepting stable coins as a payment? So with Visa can help from that perspective with the wallet generation, and also helps with pay-ins. So basically from that perspective, now you've started where you can open your ecosystem that your clients can accept stable coins as a payment. Visa can do the fiat on off for that through our Visa Direct product. And that's where the first two steps. The third one I would say is adoption. So once you've got the wallet created, once you've got the the ability to accept stable coins and the chosen stable coin, now you can look at cross-border, you can look at remittances, you can look at B2B payments. And then if you want to get a little bit crazy, you can look at online lending, which is a big business, which is through DeFi. I don't think these guys want to go in DeFi right away, but it is something that's readily available and growing. And then you kind of, from there, as the fourth phase would be to just basically expand your network, right? So now you're going through full stablecoin settlement, say issuer and acquirer, hopefully all the way to merchant. And Visa has its fastest growing product, which would be a stablecoin linked card. So if your clients have a digital account, they have a digital wallet, now they have the ultimate off-ramp, which is basically to use a Visa stablecoin linked card. Stablecoin linked cards are very fintech heavy right now, not as much bank heavy. As you can imagine, if you have an account at crypto.com, which Visa powers the card there, we just in Asia, we now have the OKX card. Through your account, you can swipe, tap, or pay at any vendor anywhere the Visa is accepted. The merchant gets paid in local fiat, and stable coins and or crypto is decremented from your account. So there's a seamless experience. Works exactly the way a regular card would work, but it gives you that off-ramp off that digital wallet. So those four phases are basically the way to start. Build the strategy through the digital wallet, enable stablecoin acceptance, and then create adoption, and then expand the network out.
I think that's interesting phase that you mentioned, and I feel like I think it also maybe depends on the type of enterprise that you work with. Because I'm also curious, like we are from banking group, and then we often start with I believe it's phase 3 with the adoption, where we run the exercise of where the use case could come from before even thinking about creating the wallet. So I think that's kind of interesting phase that you mentioned, that it should actually start from thinking about digital wallet capability, and then think about with stablecoin, and then see the use case. Do you see the phase different in each type of clients that you work with?
I do see the clients jump ahead, but we caution them to basically not jump ahead and basically start with a well thought out strategy from the perspective of understanding the ecosystem and then how it works, right? We also have a Visa here. We have VCA, which is our basically in-house McKinsey. And we have about 90 programs working with global banking or fintech clients to understand exactly how to run this strategy. And what they do is they basically do everything from stablecoin 101 to go-to-market strategies to board slides and everything like that. But I would caution people from basically just jumping in and going, okay, cross-border is what we're going to do, da-da-da. You really have to understand how digital wallets work. You have to evaluate your use case, and you have to see what your clients need to do. If your clients mostly are going to do pay-ins, and it's a stablecoin sandwich from that perspective, then you really have to start with the strategy first. I would build it from strategy first before jumping into other things.
I see. That makes sense. And in payments, I think something can be technically possible, but still not operationally dependable. So when you speak with enterprise, where do you see them confusing stablecoin capability with stablecoin readiness?
Yeah, there is a long time between capability and readiness from that standpoint, but I think it's converging faster. When you think about what's going on here in the States, you've got 2 massive pieces of legislation that were passed in the last year. Even the Genius Act that was passed last fall, and now you have the Clarity Act, which has basically been agreed upon to about 99% of the points, and then they're just dotting the I's and crossing the T's. And then you have an executive order that keeps coming out. They keep issuing new executive orders. And the last one was last week, that they want financial institutions to embrace digital assets for cross-border payments and B2C payments. So from that standpoint, when I speak to most institutions, the toothpaste is already out of the tube. So if you don't have, if you're not thinking about it from a digital adoption perspective, and you're not thinking about it from where I am in the ecosystem, you're going to fall behind. What we see from Visa's standpoint is most people don't switch banks for just no reason at all, but they will switch banks for services that end up being modern services. So 24/7 banking, global banking, and we are working with people with pilot programs along these lines. So it's something that I think institutions have to move to the forefront. VCA can help if you are still struggling a little bit. We find that the hardest thing is the board presentations and the board slides. So we get a random CEO that loves it. We have a bunch of people that work in whatever department love it. But now you've got to present it to the board and get the board to sign off on that. Okay, we're going to start doing stablecoin settlement. We're going to start doing stablecoin cards. We're going to issue digital wallets and everything else. So, but like I said before, the toothpaste is out of the tube. So if you don't start doing it from that perspective, you're going to fall behind, and then eventually you'll lose depositors. People will go to the bank across the street for the fact that that they have a digital strategy and modern banking.
Mm-hmm. I see. Yeah, I think with the clarity, like the regulatory clarity is, I hope it helps a lot with the boardroom discussion, but I'm sure that Visa can also like maybe see more and help in this direction. A company, and I believe a company can have the right thesis, the right partners, and the right executive sponsorship, but production flows can expose everything that has not been operationalized. So when a company tries to launch a real stablecoin payment flow, where does the first serious friction usually shows up based on your experience? Is it like in liquidity management, reconciliation, or counterparty readiness, or something else entirely?
Yeah, so I think one of the biggest things that the mistakes that people make in this business is that each stable coin is the same or each digital ledger is the same. So I just did a presentation yesterday to a large global bank here in the States, and you have to understand that when you're dealing with different tokens, excuse me, you're dealing with different ledgers, right? So in other words, you have a Solana ledger, you have an Ethereum ledger, and a lot of times they don't talk to each other. You have to be able to bridge that technology. So when you're choosing a token or you're choosing a stable coin to go with, then as you mentioned, liquidity would be the number one factor. You have to choose a stable coin that is liquid enough that it's accepted by merchants, right? That's the number one. Let's say that's tied with compliance. From Visa's perspective, we use Circle products, and then we use PYUSD, but predominantly our flows are on USDC, and it has, the reason being is that it has it is compliant, it's Genius Act compliant, and from the standpoint of Visa systems, it checks off all the boxes. So one A and one B are liquidity and their compliance. So think about that from that perspective, because once this banking system opens up, money can move freely, but it still has to, if it moved nefariously, let's say 2 hops before the token got to your client, that's still a bad thing. You can't have that, right? So you have to have a token that's out there monitoring every debit and credit that goes through the ledger to make sure that it's not it hasn't gone through a mixer, or it hasn't gone through a nefarious wallet, and that all that has to be monitored. So you also want to make sure that the let's say we chose Circle, that Circle is monitoring its ledger. So every time a transaction goes through, a debit and credit goes through, it will have assumed that it has gone through a compliance check. And both wallets are clear and they're compliant from a KYB, KYC perspective, and then they can move on with the transaction. So you've got to keep that top of mind. So also from that standpoint, so USDT is one that we probably will not be able to accept. It's not MiCA compliant from Europe. The attestation of assets has not been proven. So from those perspective, I don't know if USDT will make it through the compliance check here. But we are at Visa, we are stablecoin agnostic. So we are willing to add stablecoins, and I think that's important to do, but it has to pass all those checks, because as you can imagine, just to give you the scale of what Visa does on a yearly basis, through our normal payment rails, we process 30 trillion transactions a year. So getting a stable coin or going through this digital asset experience without something that's compliant, when you're going to push that kind of size through potentially, or that kind of liquidity, it has to not break. If it does, it's just it's potentially, if it's even a thought that it might break, it's a non-starter. So I think those are the things you have to kind of start from the beginning. And like I said, we choose USDC to start, but we are stablecoin agnostic.
Got it. I agree with you that the liquidity and the compliance are critical in this adoption. And some enterprise assume stablecoins are just another settlement rail that can be inserted into any existing payment stack without changing much about it. I think you touch on a bit in terms of the KYC, KYB, but where does that assumption hold and where does it break? What parts of the existing stack typically have to adapt around a stablecoin flow?
Yeah, I mean, it has to survive the stress test of potentially 30 trillion payments going through. So maybe it would probably be good to me to explain kind of where Visa stands from a standpoint of basically our on-chain thoughts. So Visa believes that all banks will be on-chain. Okay, so we are at some point in time. So we're looking at the future and we're saying, okay, all banks are going to be on-chain. Reason being is it's low friction, it's KYB, KYC, it's instantaneous payments, and all the reasons why stablecoins or a digital asset kind of experience like this is the right way to go. We believe it improves treasury flow and payments flow. Visa is at this point allowed to, or its technology can push to accounts, push to cards, and push to digital wallet. So from that standpoint, we also believe that everyone basically is going to have a digital wallet at some point, right? Visa does not see on-chain as replacing replacing rails. It's basically, we believe that it's basically taking the current system and just making it better, right? It's adding a new settlement and liquidity to an already existing system, basically creating that modern bank or that kind of 24/7 off-hour experience. We have tons of clients that we talk to that are US-based treasury. They have an APAC customer that might have a factory and they need the money sent there real time. And then they need also, if the client doesn't have a digital wallet, Visa can flip it into fiat for them, if in the same way that we do with any transaction. But these kind of payments are going to be demanded from the customer, and they're going to pull clients into it. So we believe these rails are basically an improvement to the system, and it already plugs into an existing system. So for us, it's stablecoins are basically tokenized dollars moving throughout the system, right? And the goal being to modernize settlement and cross-border movement. So from Visa's perspective, we see an entire shift in the way things are moving globally from the banking sector and from the ultimately the merchant and the acquirer. So everything is going to be on chain. Everything's going to be improved, and doing your stablecoin strategy and thinking through the process is basically the way we believe that everyone should be doing it right now.
Mm-hmm. I kind of agree with you, and I think maybe some could underestimate that, they don't have to change anything, but it sounds like they need to have more in terms of to make it operationally feasible. Like they actually need to build a complete flow with this stablecoin rail. And also, I think you mentioned that you believe that everyone is going to have a wallet, and with the Visa tokenized asset platform or VTAP, I believe banks can begin experimenting with their own fiat-backed tokens and programmable money. So how should enterprise think about the difference between using public stablecoins today and preparing for a world where banks may issue more tokenized deposits or fiat-backed tokens themselves?
Yeah, deal with that question a lot because in the States here, there are banks that want to basically use tokenized deposits. I think it's public. HSBC has tokenized deposits even through their New York branch. Globally, Chase has their own private token. Citibank has their own private token, Citibank Token Services, and they're able to move money throughout the walled garden. So the difference being is that if you're a Citibank client in Singapore or Thailand, and then you need to send money to the States, it can be done seamlessly and in seconds through tokens internally within these walled gardens. So I think when you think about that, you have to think about, oh, that's great, but what if Bank A needs to go to Bank B? It's not possible for a tokenized deposit from Bank A to sit in Bank B. It's not. It's Bank B won't allow it. First of all, there's no bridge between the two. Okay, so there's no way that Bank A's token can sit in a wallet for Bob O'Brien at Bank B. If Pi sends $100 in a token to Bob from Bank A to Bank B and sends Bank A tokens, Bank B is going to be like, I don't know Pi. I don't know this. Has she been KYC, KYB'd? I don't know. So I'm going to reject it. So when you think about tokenized deposits, you think about stable coins. We talked a little bit about it earlier. You have to you basically choose it from the interoperability perspective, right? So all these guys are focusing on tokenized deposits, but no one's focusing on interoperability. So it's great that you're tokenized your deposit because now you've got tokenized asset that you can perspective, but ultimately A has to get to B, right? The easiest way for A to get to B at this point is we do 30 trillion in clearance. So Visa ultimately can be that rail that can go across. So that is still in the early processes through Visa stablecoin platform, which VTAP has been renamed Visa stablecoin platform. So eventually we're going to get there. Visa stablecoin platform is still in beta, but if our ability to clear and settle are basically the way that we think that we can create interoperability and create liquidity and flow within the system. So from that standpoint, when people think about tokenized deposits, and I love that, or they think about stable coins, it goes back to the point that we made before, which was like, okay, so we need to understand liquidity, we need to understand compliance, and we need to understand how it gets out of our system and goes into the global system. Not everyone banks at the top 5 banks, right? They just don't. So some people prefer other places. So tokens are going to have to get from one to the other. So when you think about that strategy, think about that process.
Yeah, I agree with you that so it's more walled garden within each bank, but if you think about interoperable, you should think about public blockchain. And I think it's interesting that Visa can play that role in helping across banks. So we probably have time for one more question, Rob. Over the next 12 months, what would convince you that stablecoins are no longer just being tested by enterprise, but are starting to become part of real payment infrastructure?
Yeah, so I think a couple of hops. I think we didn't talk about a little bit about the kind of mental model that's going on now. There's still a fair amount of people out there that think stable coins are crypto. They are not Bitcoin, they're not Ethereum, they are digital dollars. From that standpoint, it becomes a mindset change. And then what we're seeing at Visa here is we're seeing more and more, and this happens kind of it basically gets better every month. So we see when you look at the mint and burn from like a Circle or some of these other companies, you actually see that their mint and burn is positive, meaning there's more digital assets in the system, so digital dollars in the system, which means people are getting more and more comfortable with holding digital assets in a wallet, right? So if the pluses outweigh the minuses, means there's more wallet creation, there's more people that hold something like that. So from the standpoint of a mental model, it's okay. Number one is people have to get more comfortable that I'm fine with digital assets sitting in my bank account. Still a lot of people out there that think it's crypto and flip it right away into fiat. So from that standpoint, as that continues to grow, you would think that 12 months from now, it would be even even a higher optimization as far as wallet creation and mint exceeding burn, right? And then it's also global adoption. I think you're going to find, as the US keeps pushing super hard on digital rails and digital adoption of stablecoins, I think it's inevitable. We talked about that use case earlier where Treasury in the US wants to send money to APAC for goods and services, and they want to do it through stablecoin wallets. I think what's going to happen eventually is this merchant over here in Asia is going to get a digital wallet, right? And once they get a digital wallet, then the thing just basically seamlessly goes straight across, right? Low fees, gets completely deposited in there within seconds, the same way it does within a walled garden, but this is outside the walled garden. And Visa can help from that perspective move the stable coins along the different rails. Our rails are built for both traditional 75-year-old Visa systems, and now they're built for stablecoin settlement across the entire network that goes from issuer to acquirer to merchant. So I think as we just continue to see adoption from that standpoint, I think that would be a positive for 12 months from now. I also think one of these large global banks or super regionals within the US is going to basically jump in with both feet. And from a tech perspective, being like, okay, I'm going to be the first guy, and I think I can steal deposits from the bank across the street by doing this and offering these services to my clients. So I think you're in the process of seeing that as well. I think that you're going to see people that see this as, if you run a bank, at least, obviously I'm very pro digital assets, but if I was running a bank and I was, let's say, looking at the big majors and I was like, okay, how do I steal deposits from those guys? I would be like, all right, I want to be the first guy to adopt a stablecoin settlement system that goes across rails and it's global. So I can pay any client in the world instantaneously at a low fee. And have to deal with any of these SWIFTs or any of these other systems out there. And if they need to be paid on the weekend, great, I'll pay them on the weekend. So I think that you're going to see all that in the next 12 months. And then from a legislative perspective, we'll probably pass the Clarity Act at some point this year. And then if we keep getting these executive orders, I think that global banks just can't hide anymore. They just have to do the work. So I think all that happens within the next 12 months.
Thank you so much, Bob. I think we are run out of time, but this has been a very useful conversation, and thank you so much for your perspective on the realities of the stablecoin rollout. And thank you everyone for being here.
Sure, happy to help. Thanks, Pi. Enjoyed it. And I don't know next time I'll be in Asia, but I was at Thailand Money 2020, so I'll probably be there again next year. So maybe I can speak at one of the events there.
Sounds great.
Thanks, everyone.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Tanwa Apontip. I am the Senior Advisor on the Venture Capital team of SCB 10X. And today's session is from tokenization to allocation. And with me, I have Barton Louis from BlackRock. Barton, why don't we start with you introducing yourself and what do you do at BlackRock? And let's go from there.
Sure. Thank you, Tanwa, and thank you to SCB 10X for having me on. So I'm Barton. I'm part of BlackRock's Global Product Solutions team as a director on the team. As the name implies, our team is responsible for looking at investment products, and I'm part of the product development side, which would be the ones building these said products. Specifically, I look after product development across product initiatives on the digital asset sides across APAC, but also ETFs across Hong Kong and Singapore.
Mm-hmm. Now, from your point of view, like we have heard of tokenization for a long time, right? Since possibly the beginning of Ethereum ICO, like 2 weeks after the ICO, people start talking about tokenization of assets. So it's been a long road, and We have seen product that comes out, and some product are worth it to be included in the portfolio of an investor. Some products are kind of experimental. In your experience, like what is the one thing, if you have to pick one thing in a product that make a digital asset turn from just being a tokenized experiment into an actual tokenized investable asset?
Yeah, so from our perspective, a tokenized product is well, let me take a step back. So let's start from defining a digital asset. So digital asset is basically representing an asset on chain. So it's very simple. It could be done natively, so you can issue digital assets on chain, but at the same time, you could also have an off-chain asset represented on chain as well. So digital assets, there could be many different flavors. For the purpose of this conversation, we'll probably split digital assets into two main buckets. One is cryptocurrencies and one is real world assets. So cryptocurrencies, I think from a general investor perspective, I would probably argue that these are already part of a lot of investment portfolios. So from our perspective, as BlackRock, we've done a lot of work in making these cryptocurrencies a little bit more accessible for everyone so that it can be accessed through just traditional brokerages. So we've seen a lot of institutional uptake, and we've also seen a lot of retail investor uptake. So the broad adoption seems to be there for cryptocurrencies, at least for the major market cap ones. I think for the smaller market cap ones, I think we'll still need to see kind of how adoption goes for those. But in general, I would argue that adoption of crypto is there. Now let's pivot slightly over to real world assets, RWAs. So RWAs inherently aren't different from its exact real world counterpart, because what we're doing is just putting a real world asset on chain. So from that perspective, evaluating some of these would be simply just evaluating the underlying. What I think would be more of a concern for potential investors and institutions going into this place is, how do you access it? A lot of these instruments might not necessarily be accessible as part of their traditional investment channels, either through banks or brokerages. There likely has to be some involvement of a digital platform and digital exchange in order to access these. So it's really about getting more comfortable about how you access these products for traditional institutionals and investors.
Now, when people talk about tokenization of RWAs, they typically talk about the benefits that tokenizing would bring, right? Cheaper costs, faster transaction speed. However, that does also come with risk associating with putting assets on blockchains. Now, having said that, when you choose RWA and trying to tokenize it into a product, what prevent that underlying asset to be investable to begin with? Like, why do we need tokenization layer in addition to cutting costs and faster speed, which in and of itself is not a make or break feature, right? Is the underlying asset that is important for people, because there are plenty of fast transaction and cheap fee investable assets out there. Like, why do we need to tokenize something out there?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So from a BlackRock perspective, tokenization and real world assets is really about the next evolution of the financial markets, because tokenization can enable a higher velocity of money and thereby enabling a growth of the economy. So that's kind of our general picture of how we see tokenization. Now, why do we need it? At least we believe that there would be a good amount of broadening of investable opportunities that can be brought about from tokenization. So we really see the convergence of traditional finance and tokenization coming together as kind of the future evolution of what financial markets would look like. there are definitely pros in the current Web3 space with digital assets that we see could be beneficial for traditional assets. So traditional assets, there are some inherent constraints. So for example, the easiest example would be that banks currently today run on Swift. So Swift was built back in the day, a few decades ago. It is infrastructure that has been established in an old way and continuously upgraded over time. Now, with evolutions of these types of financial market infrastructure, usually there's an amount of tech debt and there's usually some limitations involved that we've kind of tried to work around as an industry. So what tokenization represents is that there is a way to bypass some of these restrictions, but at the same time, we want to integrate with the traditional finance community to make sure that the guardrails that is associated with traditional finance is also incorporated into these things. So for us, tokenization is really about enabling the next evolution of how financial assets should be represented and then traded. And that ultimately would be a win-win situation for end investors.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of the next evolution, one of the things that people put forward as the benefit of tokenization is the programmable nature of the assets on the blockchain. And so far, we have discussed the benefits of tokenization on faster transaction and cheaper costs, but we haven't really touched on like programmability and composability of tokenized assets. Now, with these two features or more that you want to talk about, do you foresee new kind of investment vehicles that can come out of tokenization?
I think programmability probably factors in from more of an operational perspective for us. So BlackRock, we issue a lot of funds. It can be an exchange traded fund or just a regular unlisted mutual fund. So a lot of these have a lot of back-end processes that would be quite detailed and operational just from just running a fund on a BAU basis, a business as usual basis. So these are steps that have to be happening at X amount of time, triggered by X amount of event. Where we probably see a lot of programmability that could uplift the current investment fund process would be through some of these services that our fund service providers offer. So for example, our fund admin, our transfer agents, all of these things have a lot of operational things that they have to go through on a day-to-day basis as we receive orders from investors until we see those orders and we invest into underlying securities to achieve the investment mandate. So a lot of these processes potentially could be cut down by tokenization with the advent of programmability, depending on if order X comes in, then it gets sent to XYZ. It's not that some of these aren't programmed right now, but it might just be a little bit more cumbersome. There might be a little bit more intermediaries in the space to help facilitate these types of things. But potentially there could be a future where things just work because of tokenization. It's already programmed into the smart contracts and everything just flows through smoothly. I think in the market at least, we've seen some developments on this space. For example, with bond issuances, understand that there could be a lot of streamlining from this perspective in terms of all the documents that you have to go through. So some of these could be just automated and just set out to the respective counterparties without much of an intervention from the issuer perspective. So in general, there could be a lot of operational uplift from a programmability perspective.
Mm-hmm. Now, for the next question, I want you to basically pick an asset class that would help you answer this question in the most illustrative manner. Let's say I am someone who has RWA, right? Be it deposits, be it real estate, corporate bonds, you name it. And I want to tokenize it. And I don't want to just tokenize it for the sake of tokenization. I want to tokenize it in such a way that allow asset allocators to actually invest into the underlying with size, like what would be the stages from this underlying all the way to the product? Like what do I have to do?
I think before we get to the question of can I tokenize something, I think it's important to address why you're tokenizing it, I would say, and what you're trying to get out of it. So bringing things on chain doesn't magically change the profile of that particular asset, doesn't change the return profile, it doesn't necessarily change the liquidity of this asset. So it really depends on what you're trying to get out of it. For let's say let's pretend let's talk about bonds first. So bonds inherently in current state of the markets is that it's mostly an OTC product. It's not necessarily liquid. There is a little bit of secondary trading, but compared to OTC, it's a small fraction of it. So if I tokenize this and put it onto a secondary exchange, are bonds going to be magically traded? I would argue probably not. So it's not really how investors interact with these types of assets. So just by the sake of tokenizing it, we're not necessarily going to be achieving an additional factor of bringing liquidity on chain. That being said, there could be other use cases where, for example, the world and including BlackRock has tokenized a lot of money market funds, and that makes complete sense because there's a lot of usage in making sure that money market funds as products that people use to go in and out of quickly is able to move as quickly as money basically moves. So from that perspective, people can go in and out very quickly. It might be through just an on-off ramping of stable coins to get into some of these money market funds. It could be through digital platforms or secondary exchanges from a peer-to-peer perspective as well. All of these are different ways and avenues that allow people more avenues to get in and out of these exposures. And even stretching it further from a money market fund perspective, we do see there's a lot of value as potential collateral, where if people need to post collateral, it would be great if people can earn yield while posting that collateral. And then at the same time, if people can exit quickly out of collateral when they need to post margin, anything like that, that would also be a fantastic use case of a tokenized money market fund. So it really goes back to what are you trying to achieve with tokenization before you jump on the bandwagon of, hey, we should tokenize everything.
Does that mean that an illiquid asset is ill-equipped to be tokenized? Are there any alternative assets that would be great if it's tokenized, even though it's not investable right now?
I think that I would probably say that there is a place for tokenized illiquid assets, and there has been already some fund issuers out there have done some things in this space. So it could be that there is a market for this. It's just that currently with illiquid assets, I think the main challenge is that the assets are illiquid for a reason. It's not necessarily supposed to be priced on a daily basis, and therefore tokenizing it for the sake of tokenizing it doesn't change that fact. So if investors want to have access to these illiquid assets, they would also still need to get some level of comfort that the valuation that they are seeing on this tokenized asset might not be the latest or the most accurate valuation, and they have to take comfort in that. So it's more about the risk appetite for people to access this. But at the same time, I think there are other tokenization benefits that do come through. So for example, if you tokenize an asset, there could be smaller minimum investment amounts. So traditionally, a lot of these deals are a little bit more prohibitive for smaller scale institutions or retail investors. So from that perspective, making it more accessible is definitely a good thing. And so therefore, I would say that tokenization has a place for illiquid products, but it would really be down to the investors' appetite to see whether or not they're comfortable investing into some of these things.
What about some assets that are heavily traded, maybe a little bit more illiquid, but like artwork, for example, like it's heavily traded, a little bit illiquid, but it's not about liquidity problem so much as access problem or like physical ownership problem. And people have argued that if artwork is tokenized, like a Picasso, for example, then that would lower the barrier to investing and also get rid of the access problem because ownership is tracked on chain. Do you think doing it this way would allow artwork to be an investable, a class of investable asset that actually can go at a much larger scale than it currently is?
My view is that all the benefits that you've mentioned with regards to storage, with regard to access, I think for sure tokenization makes that easier. But what I think probably tokenization lacks with regards to, I think, an asset class like artwork is that people do like to look at art. So I think if you buy a piece of art, I think it would be likely that you would like to look at this piece of art. So while the access and the storage might be easy, it might be stored away from you and you wouldn't necessarily realize the benefit of actually admiring this thing in person, where potentially you could see the textures of the acrylic or the brushstrokes of the artist. So I would argue that probably something is lost in translation. If we're driving purely a investment market, sure, it works. But if you're an actual art enjoyer, I would have some doubts in terms of whether or not you're getting the best bang for your buck.
Okay. I think I'm going to skip to the next class of questions before I start asking you about Pokemon cards and baseball cards. So, like, okay, tokenizing something means that you are investing in the underlying assets for sure, but the risk profile is not the same, right? Because you have the underlying assets, but then once you tokenize it, you're also exposing the investment to blockchain risk. Now, for a large institution, if I want to get comfortable investing in tokenized asset, like what do I have to do? Like, do I need to get my team equipped with blockchain knowledge? Do they need to know, custody solutions? What does it look like before I can start investing into this tokenized asset with comfort?
Yeah, so I think there are a few things to this. So with regards to blockchain risk, for sure, it's an additional risk. It is inherently a risk that you would have to grapple with if you're a digital asset investor, given that digital assets are based off of blockchain technology. So agreed that that is a risk. But I think that another thing to call out is how regulations around the world are dealing with digital assets. Some jurisdictions, for example, like in Hong Kong or Singapore, at least in Asia region, these two regulators have provided quite a lot of clarity to market participants, whether it be exchange providers, whether it be fund issuers, whether it be digital platforms. So there's a lot of clarity with regards to how things are accessed, how things should be tokenized, how things should be custodized. So from that perspective, potentially that the idea is that investors can get a lot more comfort with the backing of regulators, making sure that there's some sort of standards to all these things that are going on, and it's not just everybody's tokenizing it and it's a wild west out there. Now that being said, there's also an element of correct that there's an element of risk of going into the DeFi side of things where potentially there could be a little bit more concerns on the KYC and AML front that does not exist in the traditional markets. But that would again be very regulatory driven in terms of what access channels or what potential distribution channels could a fund have, and where you access it and how you hold these assets. So I would say probably there's a lot of regulatory driven backing behind whether or not you would be able to access digital assets. Now, the second part of your question on how do we get comfortable around this? I think as an industry, we are all responsible for making sure that we are ready for this digital asset revolution. So everybody has a role to play because regulators are the ones kind of setting the framework of how we interact with these things. But the adoption really comes from us as the community. So in Hong Kong, even and in Singapore as well, even the most traditional players, the traditional banks, the likes of HSBC, Standard Chartered, DBS, they've all dipped their toes to different extents into digital assets, and that really demonstrates that a lot of these traditional institutions are getting into this space and helping slowly drive the adoption. We do need a lot more participation. So, for example, from a stock exchange perspective, it would be great to have natively tokenized stocks, and that might be something that New York Stock Exchange or Nasdaq and DTCC are working on. So there are a lot of evolution of the traditional financial markets that also need to play catch up to make sure that the benefits of tokenization are incorporated into the business, to make sure that everybody is ready to adopt this. And for potential investors or potential fund issuers like us, we also need to make sure that we have the technology to either issue these funds or hold these funds, right? Like from a wallet perspective, how do you hold these tokens? Some of the institutions that we talk to are very interested in diving a little bit more into digital assets, but they don't have wallets. So how do they fix it? All of these things will come probably by time, but for sure, everybody needs to skill up and everybody needs to start thinking about how are we adopting tokenized assets.
Now, having talked to many investors, what are some characteristics that allow certain investors to move faster into the space as compared to the others?
I think size for sure. Larger institutions that have a lot of years of history of how they operate usually move a little bit slower in this space, as expected. So smaller institutions might have, with a more forward-looking vision, might just be a little bit more interested. There are, like I said, a lot of intersection with the traditional finance world. So, for example, in Hong Kong, two of the major banks have announced that they would be launching stablecoins. So that really would incentivize further adoption from perhaps some institutions that were sitting on the fence about, oh, hey, do we go into this space? But with a lot more of these traditional players incentivizing, I think we'll probably see more of different sizes of institutions going in.
Now, on the flip side, let's say I am an institution that is ready to invest into tokenized asset. How would you guide them into their process of doing due diligence? Like, what should they be looking for as they're looking at investable product, tokenized RWAs? Are they looking at the underlying? Are they looking at the blockchain? Is specific blockchain matters over the other ones? What would you tell them?
So I think that the first thing about investing into RWAs probably is having conviction into the set of underlying assets, right? Like that asset class has to be relevant and related to the investment mandate and objective of the client before we talk about further deploying onto an RWA. So that's first thing first. Second thing is probably access to it. Access is a very regulation-driven thing. Institutions obviously have a little bit more flexibility with regards to accessing potentially some investment products or digital asset tokenized RWAs that are not necessarily issued within their own jurisdiction. But at the same time, that would mean getting comfortable with that particular jurisdiction's product from a digital asset platform perspective, getting comfortable with either their own or a third-party provided wallet system to custodize some of these things. At the same time, they would also need to understand the kind of the nature of RWAs. Potentially, if we're talking about maybe a future state, is that some RWAs can already be traded on a 24/7 basis, right? So investment teams currently aren't, most institutions aren't necessarily configured to have an investment team that runs around the clock on a 24-hour basis. So perhaps getting a little bit more comfort with regards to how do you access this product, how do you trade it, that is not necessarily present in the current scope of traditional assets. I think that would be a good place to start.
Got it. Now, looking ahead 12 months or so, what would convince you that tokenized RWA has have it moments? Like what adoption KPIs would you like to see? What are we looking forward in the next year?
Yeah, so for me, I think that there's RWAs currently are a small fraction of the traditional capital markets. So that is a fact. And I think that there needs to be a lot more that is done from, like I said, the whole market, capital markets need to come together to help fuel further adoption. It is great to see initiatives from traditional institutions adopting stablecoins. So we've seen stablecoin initiatives in Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, and other regions as well. And from a banking perspective, we've also seen kind of a little bit of proliferation of tokenized deposits to help drive further on-chain activity. And that really helps to get just general public interested in this topic, because a lot of things investors today might not see on their app, but there are a lot of things that could be happening on the back end. So to them, it might be a seamless process, but actually on the back end, there's a lot of complicated things going on from potentially a banking perspective. So tokenization could work to alleviate some of these challenges, but it really comes down to the investment community, for us as fund issuers, and for exchanges or platforms to say, hey, like there are some products out there that is suitable for investments, and investors need to come in and also take up that to help drive the adoption, so that the general public eventually would be convinced that, hey, this is normal, commonplace for institutions to invest into these things, so that we can all take the next step in terms of providing better products out there for through the use of tokenization.
What about BlackRock? Like what can we look forward to in the next year? And if they want to find out about what BlackRock is doing or what you will be doing in the next year or so, where would they find the information?
Yeah, so BlackRock, we do a lot of innovation from a tokenization perspective. Definitely keep an eye out on our public notices with regards to what we're doing on that front. Wouldn't be able to share a little bit more than that. But for sure, just reach out to blackrock.com and see what is the latest news on there.
All right, Barton, I think we ran out of time. It's been a pleasure talking to you about tokenization today, and hopefully we can invite you back in the future.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Taiwan.
Thank you, Barton.
Thanks so much for joining us. This is the session on autonomous finance, building the risk, data, and execution layer for digital assets. My name is Ben Fong. I am the head of business development at Berkeley Skydeck, which, as you may know, is the premier accelerator at UC Berkeley. We accelerate over 250 startups a year and all across AI and other topics. But happy to moderate this panel today. And our speaker is Omer Goldberg, who is the founder and CEO of Chaos Labs. And he's going to be talking to us a little bit about finance and AI. And Omer, would you like to give a quick introduction about yourself before we dive in?
Hi, Ben. Thanks for the intro. I'm Omer, founder and CEO at Chaos. Started Chaos in 2021. Since then, we've risen to become the global leader in on-chain risk for financial blockchain applications. We've processed over 5 trillion across lending markets, derivative markets, and different trading applications with zero bad debt. Really, our core innovation was taking something which used to be a a heavily manual kind of consultant-based approach and building an automated cloud platform driven by what started as our own AI and machine learning models, mostly quantitative kind of in nature, and let's call it like the previous generation of AI models, and started really integrating language models early, which has brought us to where we are today, and excited to talk about the technology, the advances, and how it applies to finance and more broadly for anyone building today in the space.
Wonderful. Thanks for that. Really, really interesting background, and I'd love to kind of dive into kind of how you decided on the solution, especially in particular, like what was the moment that made you realize that financial AI was being framed this narrowly, especially around, not necessarily chat interfaces or co-pilots, but orchestration across risk, data, and execution?
Yeah, so maybe to kind of provide the requisite framing and context, I'll take a step back and really talk about like the philosophy with which we started the company and how it met where we are today as an industry in AI and machine learning. So before Chaos, I was at Meta for a little bit over 4 years, working across Instagram, Facebook, and several other projects. And people really know Meta as this consumer brand, but what far fewer people understand is how data-driven the culture is. So whether you are building a consumer-facing feature or product, or you're doing optimization or tweaking the ML recommendation algorithm, everything is done with A/B testing. So very, very rigorous data science discipline. Whether you're an engineer, product manager, marketer, you need to prove with data, with numbers, that you're actually advancing the product and not causing regressions anywhere. It's probably one of the most kind of lucrative revenue generating surfaces on the internet today. As such, everything is instrumented, and it's very rare that any product or any feature or any development is up and to the right on everything. So there are always trade-offs. This kind of discipline in early 2020, when DeFi started kicking off, really made me look at the space differently. At the time, it was really the first generation of on-chain financial protocols. All of these protocols had many financial parameters, some even thousands of them, and they were all being kind of set based on sometimes better intuition, sometimes worse intuition. And just looking at that from the background that I had, it was very clear to me that this was an optimization problem. And we started building our, at the time, agent-based simulations, which had a very different meaning than what it has today. At the time, really broadly across quant, there are some pockets that do some type of like natural language processing, sentiment analysis, but primarily the main tools that were used were time series forecasting and just different types of regression models, a little bit of neural nets, but really everything is like the inputs were mostly quantitative at the time. Around GPT-3, we became very heavy users, which led to folks at OpenAI investing in the last round. And at first thought it would be really simple to integrate a lot of this unstructured, very valuable data into the models. But with the same excitement and speed in which we started integrating it, we also realized that at the end, this is a statistical model. It's non-deterministic. On one hand, it did a lot of great things. On the other hand, a lot was left to be desired. Andrej Karpathy calls it the jagged intelligence. So there would be like these pockets of intelligence which were impressive, but really in an enterprise setting, in a setting that's as unforgiving as finance, good enough just doesn't make the cut. And the tail in which the model hallucinates or gets things wrong can be disastrous and really kind of cause a lot more damage than all the utility that it provides. So kind of the constraints and the requirements when you're working in production, when you're working in finance, are very different. And that's when our research team and engineering team really started investing heavily about 2.5 years ago and understanding what are the type of harnesses, what are the types of environments that we can build to really give us the confidence we need in order to go to production and ultimately manage trillions of flow across the different instruments that we are deployed across.
Amazing. Yeah, really interesting to hear your background. You said at Meta, you're very data-driven, and then in kind of working with financial data and also the new models, you kind of started to tackle more unstructured data. So it sounds like you were able to adapt that mindset to additional data sets, even ones that aren't quite as quantitative.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think everyone today across any industry is really kind of tackling, they're running into the same kind of challenges that we ran into. It doesn't matter if you're in finance or cyber or defense or any other just enterprise setting where you have like an SLA and things move fast. So I think on one hand, what the world is, everyone is seeing the promise. Very few have deployed it successfully in production across high stakes domains. I think primarily what we're seeing today is obviously kind of chatbots and customer success bots, which is great. And we're heading in the right direction, but there's still a lot of technology to develop in order to see it deployed broadly across those use cases.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of on the topic of kind of chatbots, I think a lot of people hear, financial AI and they think of research copilots and chat interfaces, but why does that framing break down so quickly once we have real money on the line, especially in digital asset markets, do you think?
It's a great question. I think that, look, when we're talking about general kind of frontier models, they're trained on a lot of data, but to simplify the conversation, we can say it's basically the internet. I think since the early versions of GPT-2 and 3, it's far more than the common crawler website, and they've since licensed a bunch of data. But a lot of that data is just really not relevant for your domain, and that manifests itself in a couple of ways. So A, you're running inference on a really large model, which very quickly, if you're running inference at scale, makes it cost prohibitive. Can also make it to a certain extent slower. And it could also just confuse the model as it has all these biases and prerequisites that are baked into it. So that's, I think, just to start things off. But then when you look more deeply into these models that are being used primarily as like these chatbots, they all have knowledge cutoffs, right? So they're all trained to a specific date. Anyone who's used these models a little bit may have run into like asking queries on current events and the model responding with something to the extent of, I'm unfamiliar with the events after a certain date. Please provide the requisite context. So really the workaround for this is connecting the agent and providing it with like a web search tool, which is great. But taking that a step further, it's querying Google. So what do you get when you query Google? So by definition, Google is serving to you documents which have been indexed, which means they're stale. They could be stale by a few minutes. They could be stale by several days. And then when you kind of project this onto any industry that depends on real-time information, that is not good enough, right? You don't want to make real-time decisions on information that's stale. Taking that one step even further in the domain of finance, but also in the domain of cyber and potentially medical and a lot of other critical industries, those public search engines don't even index the information that you necessarily care about. So if we hone in on the example of finance, you can't ask Google what the global open interest is across every single options market. You can't ask it where cascading liquidations begin, where do they end? What is the float of this asset across every market that it's traded at globally? All of these inputs that you need for finance, you can't even get. So then one might say, okay, well, we can set up an MCP server and we can make this data available at runtime, which in itself is not a trivial task. But then you run into, again, the limitations of language models. So as the name suggests, language models are great at language. They're not so great at mathematics and precise computation, even though they might sound very confident when they respond to you. So if you're just going to connect it to an API that's going to provide time series data, again, you're going to blow up the context window of the agent and confuse it, depending on how large that time series or quantitative data is or table. And B, you won't be able to rely on the results. So really, like, our approach has always been, but especially since kind of the mainstream advent of language models, is using the best model for the task. And when we talk about Chaos AI, it's not a singular large language model that's trained. It sits behind a router with an orchestrator and different workflows that provide that level of determinism, that harness all of the risk checks and we very, with a lot of discretion, decide what we will route to a language model and what we'll route to different models that we've developed over the years.
Interesting. Yeah, so it sounds like there's a number of challenges, including being able to search for the right information, but also where to get the data, how to structure that data, and some of the kind of models to be able to analyze that data. That's something, a lot of different.
It's everything you just mentioned, and it's also like, obviously these models are trained to and get rewarded in training for pleasing the end user. So they're not always the most forthcoming when they're challenged with a problem that they don't have the data for. Also, a lot of the things that you're doing in your enterprise, the model was never trained on. So it doesn't know your best practices, your guardrails, all of these other things. So you need to be very, very careful when you're using it. And you could think of it sort of like as an employee who you onboarded yesterday, who's a smart PhD, knows kind of general information well, but doesn't know anything about your business. So you wouldn't throw them into the ring without like an onboarding period. And it's the same thing for these models and agents.
Yeah, I think that kind of leads me to my next question, and you've kind of answered it a little bit, but just in terms of what are the limitations of these frontier models in practice? I mean, I think you mentioned wanting to please the user, training on your own info. Some other topics that I thought about was time series reasoning, hedging logic, liquidation safe exits, execution under stress. I'm just kind of curious, are there any other areas where you see the frontier models still lacking?
Yeah, I mean, there are a ton. And by the way, like I'll preface this by saying that I am extremely bullish on the technology and where it's going, but just also acknowledging the current state. So I think before we even kind of go back to talk about the quality of the output, there's just from an infrastructure perspective, there's the inference, there's the latency. In the end, there's a global shortage right now across the AI supply chain. Companies are fighting tooth and nail to secure that compute and inference. And if you're not able to kind of secure massive inference deals and buy that compute upfront, you're basically being served by an availability basis. So when there are bursts in usage, suddenly, if you need a 1 second SLA, that's really hard to kind of guarantee. And all of the providers struggle with this. When they're met with this, and we see this all the time, they may do things like reducing the amount of reasoning tokens, which in turn further degrade the quality of the responses. So today, in over years, there will be a build out and the supply chain will become stronger. But just without even talking about the quality of the response, there are a lot of realities as it pertains to the compute availability that make it difficult for everyone to secure what they need when they need it. And if you're doing anything time sensitive or latency sensitive, that's almost a non-starter. So you still do need to have like your own kind of resourcing available during times like that. And the things you mentioned, tables, just any tables, computations, time series data. If you're throwing that into ChatGPT and banking on it, you're going to have a bad time. Just a query that we were playing with, if you think earlier this week, we were demoing in the company, was putting a time series of open close on a stock over the past year, and then asking ChatGPT how many days it traded under $100, let's say. And you asked it 3 different times, you got 3 different responses. So there's a lot of, once you look under the hood, you start benchmarking, you start evaluating, you realize that there are things that they're amazing for today. There's things that they will be amazing for in the future, but between now and then, there's a lot to be built.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I definitely can understand that the stakes are very high for financial companies in terms of timing and also accuracy. So all that makes sense to me. Moving on to this idea of autonomous finance and financial orchestration. I'm kind of curious, when you hear that term, financial orchestration, what does that mean in a digital asset context for a fund manager, a treasury team, exchange, or a protocol operator?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that's being thrown around a lot today in the industry. When we think about, or when I think about autonomous finance, I think mostly about the use case of managing a portfolio. what that looks like today, and what it could look like in the future. So, you know, the vast majority of people today still don't have access to really financial services. So that they're either completely unserved or underserved. And really today only like a select kind of demographic have access to things like a private wealth manager. But if you've had the opportunity to work with them, what you'll quickly see is that, you know, it's mostly picking up the phone, speaking to your manager, for them understanding what your time horizons are, your financial goals, your risk appetite, your appetite for volatility, how liquid you need to be, and basically crafting a policy or a plan in accordance to that. And today, a lot of this can be done by an agent already, right? So you don't need to necessarily call a banker and kind of pick stocks and then confirm that the orders were sent, and then ask for all of these statements to be sent your way and reconcile them. So a lot of that can be done already today. So I think the future of that is, if today only a select demographic have access to these type of financial services, it's something that's going to be broadly democratized. There's no reason for it not to be. And then when you speak about blockchains, the great things about blockchains are that they are permissionless. As an industry, we have today a lot of the financial primitives that exist in traditional worlds, lending, leverage, derivatives, kind of opportunities to generate yield, and all the APIs are open. So it makes it a great training ground to try things first and not be drowning in maybe a lot of like what I call like the integration hell and the operational reality of kind of working within the constraints and confines of traditional finance. So I think we're going to see a lot of, like, it's a great sandbox to try all these things. The fact that it's possible doesn't mean yet that it's something I advise everyone to do, because they do make mistakes, and those mistakes are a lot heavier and costlier than a coding agent, where the path back is deleting the code and asking it to go again.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that kind of is a good segue in terms of the difficulty of integration. I'm kind of curious about kind of the digital asset market kind of versus the more traditional financial AI. You know, digital asset markets can be one of the hardest markets for financial AI because they're always on, fragmented, and structurally noisy. Just kind of curious, what do you think? What does that environment expose, you know, that traditional financial AI does not have the ability to solve, I guess? That does not have to solve, sorry.
I think, so building anything in crypto in many ways is building it in hard mode in terms of like the risk, the volatility of the assets, the reality of the security. Having everything open is great in some ways, but it's also kind of unprecedented. I think a lot of traditional finance teams or businesses have security by obscurity, but here you and the attacker have access to all your code. We're seeing just a really crazy proliferation in nation-sponsored and state-sponsored attacks and very well-resourced adversaries. And security has always been asymmetric, right? You can get like 99% of the things right. It just takes that 1% to wreak havoc. So in that sense, it's always been kind of on hard mode. And unfortunately, we see the reality of these exploits day in and day out. But taking like a broader stance on it, I think that finance and AI in finance is sort of like the canary in the coal mine, because whether you are building a portfolio, whether you are in medical and want to apply AI, cyber, or any other industry, you're going to face the same types of challenges, and you're going to need to build the same type of infrastructure. Maybe the application at the end is going to be different, but again, like, finance is not the only high stakes industry, and this is where we kind of take the technology from something that is extremely promising and fun to play with, and take it to the last mile where it's something that can be used day in, day out in the most critical of situations.
Definitely. And kind of, you know, I think what you kind of are landing on is, you know, that there is a very low risk tolerance for, you know, financial AI. And yeah, there's some issues with security and accuracy. So I'm kind of curious, like, what do you think? So if you're a financial institution looking to trust AI with financial decision support or partial execution in digital assets, how ready, I guess, is the technology for most folks to adopt that technology, or do we need more time to be able to get there before it's going to be a mainstream option for these financial institutions?
I think that there's definitely low-hanging fruit. So, customer success, someone's logged in out of their account and needs to do a recovery, doesn't know where to click on the UI. All those things are great places to start, but really to kind of build this well, you need to have like a high degree of aptitude in AI and also engineering. We always tell the team to build a great AI app, you need to first build a great app, which most people struggle with, and then you also need to be great at AI and everything in between. So what I would say is this: I think that a lot of companies that we're speaking to have passed the honeymoon phase where they throw the team an open AI API key or Claude Code API key. They see the token consumption and billing kind of skyrocket, and it's been 6 months, it's been 9 months, and everyone's hyped about it, but they're not able yet to execute. And kind of leadership starts to ask, we have 30 new line items on the budget, which didn't exist 2 years ago, but where is it translating into kind of like impact? So in order to circumvent that, I would highly recommend, similar to risk, similar to security, don't try to reinvent first principles within your company. This is a bleeding edge. Work with a team and tools that are tried and true, and kind of incrementally introduce it to the organization and start where the cost of being wrong is low. And as you gain more confidence and see what breaks, what works, and you have your insights and learnings, incrementally ramp it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we definitely hear a lot of the difficulties of implementing AI pilots within corporate environments. A lot of it is, how do you constrain it as much as possible to make it where you can succeed on very specific metrics. So it sounds like might be something similar to what you're talking about, not wanting to reinvent the wheel on what you don't have to what you don't have to touch. Kind of related to that. So in terms of the different layers, do you think that this agentic finance is kind of just a layer, a demo layer on top of that financial reasoning? Or do you think that we're actually at a stage where autonomous finance is becoming real infrastructure on its own?
I'll split it into two. Like, there's the demo layer, and I think that in the history of humanity, I'm not sure there's ever been a technology that demos better, which is part of the excitement, because within a weekend, you can slap together a demo which looks really cool and gets everyone's interest piqued. But again, the gap between that and production is extremely large. There are organizations that are using it with success today, but these are really the organizations that have always been at the forefront of the technology. Similarly, they're usually pretty quiet about how they're using these technologies and where they're using these technologies. And even across those organizations, they're learning in production and scaling up the experimentation. So I think that we're going to get there because everyone sees what's on the other side of this.
Yep.
And that's real. And it's like one of those things where people like overestimate what can be done in a year and underestimate what can be done in 5. Like, it's also the rate of improvement and the slope of improvement and the acceleration is faster than anything I've seen in my lifetime. So while there is a big gap today, I'm confident that over the next 24, 36, 48 months, we're going to see more and more successful use cases in production, in finance, and elsewhere too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I'm kind of curious on that topic. So you mentioned before about having these pilots within companies and getting results. I'm kind of curious, like, when will we know that this financial AI is working, right? That it's trustworthy. Is there a test that we will know, like, okay, we're at that stage where we're ready to implement this at a wide scale?
I don't think that it's going to be a binary like checkpoint where before there was doubt and after there wasn't. Growing up, the test that we always used to speak about was the Turing test, and we kind of quietly blew through that very quickly. And the Turing test was, could a human determine whether or not it was speaking to another human or to an AI? Well, we sailed through that one, and since then, we're inventing newer and newer benchmarks to try and assess the intelligence and capability of these models. But there's a lot of kind of benchmark saturation and overfitting on these things as well. So those aren't also the best they're directionally correct, but not necessarily the best indicators for the state of it. I think the only real way to know, none of this is deterministic unless some of the architectures change and there's some type of formal verification or harness that you apply on top. It never will be deterministic. And really the best way to gain confidence is to do the work, build your evals, build your benchmarks, test rigorously, have a very strong harness and guardrails. If you're seeing something that is high stakes and you haven't seen before, you haven't tested, it's okay for the model or the agent to reject it or to hand it off to a human. So all those things are important too. And I think it's just going to be like this arc of incremental wins, incremental steps, and versus like a binary check mark where today we can trust it and yesterday we couldn't.
Definitely. Well, I think it's certainly telling that you're saying that you've already blown past the initial benchmarks that you had and kind of coming up with new benchmarks. That says something in terms of where we are in the state of for financial AI. I think we just have time for one last question here, and this is looking forward. Since you have a lot of experience, obviously, in this space the past few years, looking ahead for the next 3 to 5 years, what do you think is the stack for autonomous finance and digital assets? And secondly, what part of that stack would be the hardest problem to solve?
Yeah, it's a great question. So it's just recognizing that the finance is like very broad, right? Like and very nuanced. If you're doing portfolio management, if you're managing your treasury, if you're optimizing, P&L and budget, those are all very different problems. They need to be addressed as such. So that's number one. I think that the kind of biggest step towards reaching kind of that level of autonomy across whatever the use case is really going to be developing that practice of building evaluation sets and benchmarks. Interestingly enough, like even if you go to like a business that's been operating for a few decades and you ask team leads or executives to kind of, for a given flow, what are the 20, 30, 40 questions that you expect to receive and what does the ideal outcome look like? That's something that people really struggle with. They might know it intuitively, but translating that intuition into something that's structured, that a machine or an agent can work with, is not a muscle that really exists. Once that's done, it's far easier to hill climb. But this is something that like even data scientists struggle with today and AI researchers. So it's going to need to diffuse across the economy, and an intuition will need to be built. But once you can define the problem, you can attack it, and you can see great results. I think that's the number one blocker to realizing like autonomous finance today.
Love it.
And of course would be regulation, right? Because that is actually probably the main blocker, because is an agent a registered investment advisor? Is it regulated? What happens if the agent tells you to buy SpaceX and it drops 30% after the IPO? So that's also going to be something that even if the technology is ready, I expect that to take longer than the technology itself.
Love it. Yeah, so that might be the big challenge side of it that you were talking about. Okay. Well, I think it's a great note to end on here. I think we've covered a lot of the challenges, the excitement, the progress in autonomous finance. Really appreciate you making the time. Omer, it's really, really valuable conversation.
Thank you, Ben. Really enjoyed it. Thanks for taking the time as well. Appreciate it.
Amazing. Hey everyone, my name is Parth. I'm a partner at Bain Capital Crypto. And I have the distinct pleasure to introduce Reed. Reed is a company we've partnered with, and we've known Reed for a very long time. And Reed's going to talk to us about his newest company, Ground, today. But maybe before getting started, I am going to take a few seconds and talk a little about Reed's history. And so Reed's background is a good encapsulation of where I think crypto is today. So he has a foot in two different worlds in like a very distinct way. So Reed started his career in a lot of traditional fintech. So he worked at companies like Square, he worked at Stripe, Chime. And so I think got a very good understanding of the landscape of how you build financial products. And then Reed went on to start two very iconic crypto companies. So one is Compound, and his most recent one was Superstate. And so I think in that experience, he got to take a lot of the financial learnings of building traditional fintech for a decade plus, and then also build very iconic crypto companies. And now he's going to do it again with Ground. And so, Reed, keep me honest that was a good articulation of a little bit of your story, but we'd love to just hear it directly from you. Can you tell us a little about how you got to where Ground is today, and the story of Ground right now?
Yeah, that was a great encapsulation of the arc. I think maybe kind of starting like, why did I go into fintech? I was attracted to the problem space. I kind of experienced some of the problems that Square, Stripe was solving, as well as Chime. Trying to get a terminal from B of A at one point, like 20 years ago, trying to actually create an e-commerce site pre-Stripe or kind of right around Stripe's emergence, and then dealing with like overdraft fees. I think I'd seen kind of like every kind of problem that these companies are trying to solve, and it really resonated with me on how they were solving them, the elegance behind the solution, the simplicity of it. And that really then kind of got further magnified by what I was seeing in the blockchain space, particularly from stablecoins and decentralized finance. Just the ability to build far more flexible and accommodating types of products in banking and finance that were just not really capable of being built in the traditional world, which is why I got really excited about joining the Compound Labs team and then ultimately co-founding Superstate, kind of merging the worlds together through a bridge to put TradFi on the blockchain. That's very much the arc and very much kind of the reason for my joining fintechs, but then really pushing into the blockchain space.
Very cool. And then can you talk about Ground today?
Yes, of course. So Ground today is really kind of the capstone of kind of this arc of really the recognition of the power of the blockchain itself and the superpowers of crypto. The missing piece to all of this is really the ability for pretty much any financial application, banking app, or platform or service to be able to embed, to integrate the technologies, the functionality on the blockchain into their existing products or new products they'd like to build. So a neobank or a financial application of some kind wanting to include elements of decentralized finance like yield or leverage or borrow lending, really being able to do that very easily and simply. But today, that just requires a lot of work to be able to integrate the various components, to be able to then maneuver and orchestrate across a variety of integrations, normalizing the data, automating systems, just a lot of work. We haven't even talked about how do you do that in a compliant fashion or secure fashion. There's not a great interface for this today that unifies the access and really compresses all of that needed functionality into a single endpoint for a large regulated client to be able to use. So that's what we're solving at Ground, really the ability to embed and interact with a variety of on-chain functions easily and seamlessly so that traditional markets, regulated markets like neobanks that kind of emerged prior to the blockchain really coming to the fore and others can actually embed these functions into their product lines.
That's awesome. So I imagine a lot of our audience has heard of stablecoins. And so my mental model has always been that stablecoins, you have payments, you have dollar-based accounts, and now people are like, what do we do with them? But how would you go about describing the shift of what stablecoins are becoming? They're going from balance sheet to this like platform economic story. So can you describe the shift and what you've seen and how that relates to what you're doing now?
Very much so. Stablecoins is kind of a fascinating evolution or adoption pattern where there's been quite a lot of interest in it outside of the United States and in the US. Outside the US, there's been a really tracking of dollarization, of cross-border money movement, of payment flows. And we're seeing that really hit within the United States as well. Just an ability to build faster, more intuitive products on top of stablecoin rails. That's really starting to kind of come to the fore for banks who are looking at stablecoins as, okay, is this another asset we should hold on the balance sheet? How do we accommodate that? How do we build products around it for clients that are really transacting in stablecoins and want to maintain their operations, their balance sheet, their payroll systems in stablecoins? And so we've seen this evolution of stablecoins being a store of value to a payment rail to now just a really strong operational tool. And we're seeing products being built on top of them, banking services, financial services of different kinds. We now have really spending accounts for stablecoins. But now there's really this evolution of, okay, how do we make these things more productive, more useful when they're maybe idling in an account or in a float, and they're really just sitting on a balance sheet, not really doing anything, but they have a ton of potential. Ground's focus is really to kind of unlock that kinetic energy, to make it possible for a neobank or an end user of an account on a neo app to be able to activate those assets and to make them more useful, more engaged with the wider ecosystem than they would be otherwise, just kind of basically, sitting under a digital mattress. If you're just holding stablecoins in a wallet, it doesn't do anything. It's this equivalent of keeping dollars in a mattress. We think that is not necessarily the direction things are going to go or should go. Ground, we're really building toward being able to empower and really activate all of those balances wherever they may be. Whether that's in a neo finance app, on an exchange, it's more geared toward a Web3 audience, or the kind of growing adoption in more traditional neobanks in the US and abroad that are allowing clients to hold balances denominated in stablecoins. They need the ability to be able to do something with those assets, and Ground, we think, is going to be a great solution for them.
Yeah, and we chatted about this before, which is that, especially that last point, that the fintechs and neobanks are starting to recognize that stablecoins are a strategic asset in their balance sheet, right, or for their customers in some way. So why do you think that's happening now? And like in the conversations you're having with customers, hearing, what are they getting excited by?
It's really, I think, just the evolution of the adoptive curve of kind of there's this critical mass now of, wow, we have all this latent value. What do we do with this latent value? We should make this more exciting, more dynamic, more useful for ourselves or our clients. And so that's the conversation that we've been having, where there's this real excitement and interest from our client base to be able to really create new products or even highly personalized products that stablecoins really allow for. And Ground, built on top of this or integrated with this, really accommodates that need, that ability to create personalized products, to seek out risk-adjusted yields, to build something personalized for a wider user base, or for like an individual client itself. So that's really what we're seeing is really stablecoins have just reached this critical mass of now we have to do something with it. Like, it's great. It solved these amazing problems of faster money movement, a faster reconciliation, instantaneous settlement. But it's like, okay, now that we have accumulated all of this great value, what more do we do with it? We can't just store it in a mattress. We need to actually turn it on. And that's what we're really seeing kind of come more and more into the conversation.
Yeah. And then how do you guide your customers, potential customers, platform fintechs to think about this? So I'm sure a lot of them are like, hey, we have like these balances, let's generate yield. And I'm sure they have questions around, and there's probably some in the audience as well around, is that a revenue generator? Do we give it all to users? Is that retention? What are some of the advice you give to fintechs as they think about how to monetize this latent demand?
Yeah, the market is very much kind of experimenting. Like, each client, each design partner is really evaluating what is right for them and what is right for their users and what are their competitors doing. So there's a lot of experimentation on exactly this. Now that there is this critical mass where there is meaningful value to be generated using blockchain functions to enhance the utility of stablecoins, it's okay. Now, what do we do with this? Do we give it to our users? Do we keep it for ourselves? Do we create interesting products around this or incentive programs around this? And pretty much all the conversations have started with some perspective on like what a client wants to do or what they're trying to accomplish. And it really starts to kind of materialize pretty quickly that they don't want to just do one thing. They want to start in one area, but then use the superpowers of crypto, the functionality that Ground brings for them to do a variety of things, to experiment. So like, okay, well, we have this one product that is holding stablecoins for our clients. We'd like to make this more useful, more compelling for them. So we'll integrate Ground accordingly. And then they realize like, okay, maybe we can do some other things on this side of the business or on this side of the product where we can really kind of do something a bit more. Whether it's for crypto native assets or it's different types of functions, or it's really about a different type of user that they want to bring on board. I think that's what we're really seeing is this maturation of the space generally, where there might be an initial use case, just of those we talked about. Let's create a new product. Let's activate an idle balance. Let's monetize it. But there's really this maturation towards, well, we can do one of those things, or we can do maybe start with one, add to that, or even really, ramp up the product line to where we start with a particular user base that we think this will be compelling for, but we can build other products to attract other types of users. So there's really this kind of burgeoning experimentation and exploration of what is possible as a lot of, modern neobanks, those that have kind of formed in recent memory to those that have kind of already established themselves, really pick up the available opportunities and are starting to evaluate, okay, how do we make this work for ourselves? What needs to be true? What needs to be probed? And I think it's been a really, really exciting conversation with them because there really is kind of this kind of unbridling of let's build some unique products. Let's do something new and compelling for ourselves or our clients. And that's been really fun to have those conversations with our client base.
That's awesome. Yeah, we're hearing similar things as well. Like some folks want to use the yield to acquire users, right? Other people are like, if we don't do this, like our users going to leave. Let's keep spend and like accounts in the product itself. Other ones view it as monetization, and they're like, hey, actually, this idle yield, our customers don't actually care, and so that could be like a revenue line for us as a business, and then we can funnel it back into R&D. And so, I agree. It's actually very dynamic of space, and it's very interesting on which customer chooses to enter at which point, essentially.
Very.
Yeah.
There's been this kind of semi-nichification of some degree of like really, fintechs really kind of finding their particular reason, their particular problem or user base. But then it's also kind of forcing this high level of experimentation and this recognition of, wow, it's very easy for our clients to switch. We need to just constantly iterate and seek out a better opportunity for them to really make it so that they do not switch from us to someone else. And I think that's what's really great about the whole space. It just engenders this high level of experimentation and competition that Ground is going to help power.
Yeah, and the ultimate winner is just the customer, right? They get so many different options. Do you have any fun examples? Like who do you think is doing it creatively now? Like any good tactical examples that comes to mind?
On the client side, you mean?
Yeah, on the client side.
Yeah, there's some really, I mean, I would say this, it's still a little early, but there's been a lot of really fun kind of explorations. We have, obviously, I think there's this kind of, very clear signal in the sky from Coinbase, who found a way to integrate a DeFi protocol Morpho into their experience, where instead of it requiring their clients, their end users, to have to navigate an array of integrations and seed phrases and private keys, it's a single button click that immediately grants them the access to be able to lend their stablecoins and earn more yield. I think that is really, really exciting. And that's really kind of promoting a lot more experimentation of, okay, what else can we do? What else needs to be done? How do we really make this compelling so that we're not just building just the same thing as a competitor, but we're building something that's increasingly personalized for our user base or for our own use cases, own purposes rather. So we're really starting to see this evolution of, okay, here's kind of a single answer for this problem, or here's a single way to make this product better. But it's really kind of expanding into, how do we make this more dynamic? How do we make this more compelling? How do we make this the same concept more exciting for our clients? Whether that's granting access to a variety of different options, or really seeking out a particular outcome for our end users, or really just trying to create something that's very, very unique and is somehow more tailored to the end use case or the end client. And so it's very much in that sort of evolutionary phase, but I think it's increasingly been proven, and now it's really about the experimentation and really seeking out, okay, this is really how it's going to work really well.
Yeah. And how has the ergonomics evolved to actually access this? I think one thing that you've seen in crypto is just like, a lot of it is masking it. You want to mask some of the complexity. But at the same time, like, security is really important here, right? And trust, and how do you build that with the customer really matters. And so how do you think about that? Like, what's the right abstraction to show? What do you want to expose? What do you not want to expose? Like, how do you think about those design decisions?
I think this is a really good question. And there's another great example out there, like the Nook app or the Fido app. These are both kind of neobanks or neo-finance apps that have worked hard to initially create an experience that grants their clients, their end users, access to kind of a preset set of options from the blockchain to enhance the utility of their balances. And they provide a lot of degrees of movement, of optionality for their users to really choose from. I think there's kind of a range that's going to be available here that Ground is really pushing into, where our clients generally find that it's relatively straightforward to do one integration to really enhance a particular balance or improve a particular product, but you realize pretty quickly that you need more than one. That one will over time change, or it will become less compelling because a competitor's using it, or there'll be some alteration in the ecosystem where there's a better option. Ground provides an API that is easily configurable so that our clients are able to effectively provide a similar experience of hit a button, get an enhanced balance, get yield, get leverage, but you don't have to actually navigate and maneuver across the pantheon of options. It can be fully abstracted away from the client that is integrating it, as well as abstracted away from the end user that is really actually interacting with it. But there's a range within that to where there can be a level of exploration provided to the end user so that they can effectively make decisions for themselves. So we think that there's not going to be necessarily like a one size fits all. What we've really built our platform towards is accommodating the range of expectations on what degree and who is going to configure their product for themselves, and what are they really seeking out. Ultimately, though, this all boils down to having a unifying experience, an experience and interface that really makes it easy for our clients, the integrating platform or application, and their end users or their employees to be able to very easily understand what the options are, to understand what those what the parameters of those options are when they're trying to build a product or build an experience or enhance a balance for a product, and be able to easily pick what they think is most appropriate for them, but then also adjust those choices in the future kind of at will. We think ultimately there needs to just be a really, really simple unifying experience that makes it easy for our clients to be able to navigate the array of options, to pick ones that are relevant for them, and then to adjust those easily in the future as well, without having to, again, perform a variety of integrations, move assets across the different blockchains, the different venues or protocols, but really actually have this all captured into a single API that is highly configurable, but also very flexible to accommodate changing patterns, changing expectations from either our clients or their users.
Reed, you're telling me people don't want to deal with multiple blockchains and all these integrations. This is crazy to hear. But it's also funny because, like, going back to what we were talking about earlier, companies are still figuring out how to use it, right? And so they're deciding what purpose they want, which source of yield they want to integrate to, and so giving them that flexibility is really important, right? Because they may try one thing one quarter and then they may try something else the next quarter, right? Or they may add things on, as you said, they end up layering different products on.
Very much so. Very much so. I think there's going to be this increasing maturation and sophistication in the market of really being able to assess and understand what is important for them and what the outcome is for a client or for a user base, and accommodating that degree of experimentation through our API is what makes our platform so powerful, to where there can be this seeking out of what the right combination of different components are on the blockchain. I think that's really just the most powerful tool that we can provide today. Ultimately, I think there will be an increasing desire to really offload more, not just integrations, but also the decision making, the discretion around what is best for our clients or what is best for their end users. And I think that's just going to come with time, as there's going to be this increasing desire not only to just move away from having to integrate everything, but also move away from the ability to have to make all the decisions. And I think we're really going to see that start to pick up as well.
Very cool. And so how do you advise platforms to think about risk management? You hear about hacks, you hear about changing yields. There's so much complexity under the hood there. And so what advice do you give to like platforms, and how do you walk them through thinking through risk management, or which yield sources to integrate to, how to do it in a secure way?
Yes, really, really good question. So we start generally from like the technology layer. We've built our platform to be very secure, very safe, very reliable. And we built it in a way that not only provides that and high levels of configurability, but quite a lot of systems automations and alerting, so that our clients can very rapidly make changes to their integration or to their preset choices and allocations of what venues to use for what use case, whether that's earning yield, using leverage, what have you. But when we really think about, okay, which ones of these should we use? It really is kind of a discussion with our clients on what are the outcomes they're really striving for. Some are very low on the risk curve, where they're really just looking for something close to the federal funds rate or SOFR. And that's really kind of all they want. But they really want the superpowers of crypto. They want instantaneous settlement. They want 24/7 availability. They want high degrees of liquidity. That's what's really exciting for them. Plus the additional value generated. And then we have others that want to go further up the risk curve. And with them, it's really always a discussion of what is kind of important and what is the risk tolerance of their platform, of their user base, and what outcomes they're really trying to achieve. Balancing risk, yield, and liquidity, but then working with them to set up systems that really don't put them in a position that is going to be off kilter from the outcome they're going for. So, diversify across a set of options. Constantly monitor these options. Set ranges that are going to be most appropriate for you and your users, so that you're sitting comfortably in a good zone, and you can comfortably describe the outcome for your user bases. That's really kind of the discussion that we have kind of almost every single client is what is important for their clients or themselves, and what do they need to be affected by using the blockchain. I think sometimes there's like, I want double digits returns, and I want instant liquidity, and I want everything.
But there's trade-offs.
But there's trade-offs, exactly. So we kind of walk through, well, there's trade-offs. Sometimes that's achievable, but it's generally not achievable in perpetuity. So it's important to really kind of take a portfolio approach when building these products. And that's generally what we educate our clients about, on what are the risks of these different venues, what are the scenarios to be on the lookout for, and how to build the integration accordingly to reach the outcomes that you're really looking for. So it's really kind of a conversation and a back and forth.
Yeah. And maybe very quickly, can you talk about where yield is coming from today? Like, what are the sources of yield that you're seeing today and what you're excited about moving forward?
Yes. Kind of break up that world. It's like there's the crypto native sources of yield, and then there's the tokenized off-chain sources of yield. In the crypto native sources of yield world, there's some very straightforward borrowed lending protocols. There are some liquid staking tokens. And then there's some other interesting structured products that really kind of encapsulate an investment strategy of different kinds that are generally very compelling. But it's important to understand the risks. So we work with our clients to ensure that they understand exactly what is happening with this particular product or this particular protocol. But in the future, I think what's going to be most exciting about the blockchain space is really the kind of movement increasingly toward tokenized real-world assets. Those assets that start off-chain, get tokenized, have the superpowers of crypto, but have the safeguards of being more traditional, where the assets are stored and how the yield is generated. There still comes with risks. It still comes with different liquidity parameters and thresholds, but they end up being kind of a really exciting way to blend the traditional world with the more crypto native world. And I think that's what's going to be the future of the blockchain space broadly. And that's very much what our client base is very excited about, is being able to blend these worlds to create a yield or a yield bearing product or an earning account that really has both. You can allocate across the spectrum and create a very, very robust offering that has a lot of the safeguards of the off-chain world, but then a lot of the superpowers of the on-chain world as well.
That's really exciting. And it feels like we're getting to a point where embedded yield becomes this really interesting primitive, right? It's like this new financial primitive similar to payments APIs that people can do for the internet. It's programmable. You can just easily link into it. And so maybe a question to kind of end on, what does the future look like? Let's dream a little bit. And what excites you the most about helping build it?
I think the future is really just going to be increasingly more programmable money. Really just the ability for just about every single asset that someone interacts with can be enhanced in a particular way using the blockchain. So suddenly, instead of having assets kind of locked up in a bank account, under a mattress, in a charge card, or in a brokerage account, there's going to be the ability to really be able to use the blockchain to create to use them in a way that is much more dynamic, much faster, and much more exciting. So what this might look like is, there's never going to be a moment in time where someone's dollar balances or even balances in other currencies are simply just not always earning, and you're not always receiving some of the value from that activity. Similarly, for other assets that are not necessarily currency or fiat, and even converted into stablecoins, but other assets, crypto native or not crypto native, really constantly always being used, and you getting the value of that from securities lending, from being able to actually do that yourself, or to be the beneficiary of that activity from the new type of brokerage that you're using. So I think it's really about that. The fact that money and value and assets are really just constantly being used. It's really who is the benefactor of that. And I think there's a future world to where that's ultimately increasingly going to be the holder, the owner of that asset. And I think that's going to be just very, very exciting to create much more dynamic platforms and products and really just benefit a much wider audience from that activity than what is done today.
That's incredible. I think that's a good place to end it. Reed, congrats on what you've been able to accomplish so far. And I know we're all super excited to see the ground journey and we're super fortunate to be partnering with you. And then for folks, if you want to learn more, you can reach out to Reed online, you can go on their website. And thank you for the host for having us.
Thank you.
Alright. Hi guys. Sawasdee krab. Welcome to REDeFINE Tomorrow 2026. So my name is Thanawat Sutantiwarakun. I'm the CEO of Bitaza. So today the topic is very interesting, right? So we're in the scene where the institutions comes in, a lot of them. And now we would like to know how do we assess the risk and how do we build convictions on the topic of capital allocations in digital assets, how institutions assess risks and build convictions. And we will have today a guy who is perfectly suited for this topic from QCP Capital, a leading institutional digital asset trading firm. Eugene Kwok, business manager to founder and CIO and CEO of QCP Capital.
Hi, Thanawat. Thank you for having me. For those of you who have not encountered QCP, well, we're Asia's leading digital asset partner. We help investors all over the world with digital asset solutions. We do everything from on and off ramping to options, to structured products, to even treasury strategies. So yeah, I'm excited to speak with you today.
All right, cool. Yeah, let's cut it short. Let's start with the first questions, right? You have explained a little bit about QCP Capital, how you involved in regards to OTC, liquidity providing, structures, derivatives. But then could you please briefly introduce your role at QCP? What do you do? And and how do you think about like capital allocations today?
Right. So at QCP, I sit across the organization rather than inside a single product vertical. So I work closely with various teams across the firm, like sales, compliance, coverage traders, marketing, and basically watch over governance, operational risks, and new systems. So because QCP plays the role of a wide scope solution provider, my perspective today is really about how institutions engage with the entire digital asset ecosystem, not just trading, but onboarding, liquidity access, strategy management, derivatives. So you asked about allocation, right? Capital allocation. I think what's interesting today is that capital allocation into digital assets is no longer purely just a directional bet on Bitcoin or crypto prices. I think institutions increasingly look at it as emerging capital markets ecosystem with multiple layers of opportunity. So they see it as part of a broader scope of things, right? Like liquidity provision, they look at structured yield, treasury optimization. So if we look at the life cycle of adoption, right? I think the first sign that an institution is interested but hasn't yet built conviction is usually in how they frame the question, right? They ask, how do we get exposure rather than how do we manage the exposure? So I think that distinction matters a lot. I mean, curious institutions usually focus on headlines and upside, right? But convicted institutions usually focus more on operational resilience, liquidity under stress, counterparty frameworks. I think this is something that we at QCP, and I'm sure at Bitaza, you guys have been continually like obsessed with, right?
Definitely, especially when we handle a lot of funds from clients.
Yeah, I think one anecdote that I've seen repeatedly is that many institutions, they arrive through a single asset like Bitcoin, but they stay because they discover the sophistication of the market structure. They stay because they discover options markets, basis trade, structured products. So I think that's where the conversation becomes more institutional rather than thematic.
Mm. Yeah, totally agree. Yeah. You can see a lot of people. I'm sure you have met a fair bit of people in the traditional space, in this in institutions where they want to adopt into digital assets. They have been talking a lot about it, but haven't really allocated serious capital into it. In practice, what do you think is the real gating questions before seriously allocating that big capital into digital assets?
Wow. I think 5 years ago, a lot of the institutions asked questions like, can we access crypto safely, right? But I think today the question has evolved. I think it's more about, can we explain this risk internally in a language that our investment committee actually understands? So in the last couple of years, crypto infrastructure has evolved quite a bit. And I think the real gating factor is no longer technology. It's about institutional coherence. So by that, I mean, the questions that they ask is, for example, can the CIO explain the portfolio role? Can the risk teams model the stress scenarios? Can operational teams support booking, settlements, and custody? And even can compliance teams understand counterparties? So I think serious capital moves, right, when all these factors align. So yeah, I think also interestingly, liquidity confidence has improved dramatically. I mean, when we look at Bitcoin, right, it's now liquid enough that in normal conditions, to be treated as a macro product and to rival many traditional macro instruments. But I'm not sure whether they ask further questions about the assets classification, right? So I don't know, do they see, I don't know, maybe you can tell me, like, do they struggle with seeing classifying crypto as a macro asset, a technology exposure? Is it a volatility asset, a new commodity? So I think when they can answer all those questions internally, then allocation sizes tend to remain a bit constrained, right? But I think that the institutions moving fastest today are not necessarily like the most aggressive. They're just the ones with the clearest governance process, I think.
Right. So since I guess you have faced a lot of like family offices or financial institutions, right? What are the assets they're looking to allocate, like the first few ones?
Wow, the first few ones. I think a lot of them, well, they start with the majors, right? I think the way that people look at Bitcoin has changed in the last couple of years. People see it as more than just a hedge against inflation. You see more venues accepting Bitcoin as collateral. You see more, I mean, QCB is one of them where we can help you earn yield from Bitcoin. So I think that's where people usually start. And yeah, we're talking about major institutions here. So I don't think that I don't see anything that moves away from the majors, basically.
Yeah, I do agree with that because they gotta fit in their risk assessment frameworks and everything,
exactly.
Right? Yeah, and I guess given you guys are also an expert in structured products, there are these products that have like a low drawdown these days, because in the end, I kind of feel that, I'm not sure whether you agree, I kind of feel that those like very traditional institutions, right, they tend to see even Bitcoin with such high market cap, right, it's still very, very volatile assets, and it's too risky to actually put in the mandate.
You're right. I think, but sometimes when they talk about it that way, I feel that the biggest confusion is between volatility and fragility, right? So you talked about Bitcoin being volatile, right? So it can be volatile without being structurally fragile, right? So I mean, Bitcoin has huge like liquidity depth, its settlement certainty, its market resilience today is much stronger than many people realize. So
it's top 10 market cap in the world.
Yeah. And then on some hands, right, on other hand, some exposures that may appear stable can actually carry hidden structural liquidity risks, right? So yeah, I think we're probably going to talk about this later, but I think one thing that we see at QCP is that risk is multidimensional, right?
Yep. Yeah. So since we are talking about risk, right? Yeah, from your perspective, where do these institutions most often fail to distinguish between these risks? Like, price, liquidity, structural, and operating risks.
Well, I think institutions sometimes they underestimate things like concentration risk, exchange dependency. I think you can't see risk as like in one basket, right? It needs to be a more nuanced view, So, I mean, it's like a directional position might be hedged perfectly, but it might be operationally weak, So, I think it's quite hard because traditional finance, right? They learn these lessons across decades, but digital assets, they're compressing them into a much shorter time frame.
True. I do agree. Do you think, in terms of institutional, when they assess digital assets, like in comparison between the last cycle and these cycles, do you see a lot of changes, and where do you see the changes? Because right now, a lot of people actually talk about stable coins, RWAs. There's Cannon Chain where DTCC comes into play,
Right.
Goldman Sachs come into play, right? Where do you see the change and differences between these two cycles?
Okay, so you're asking me from a risk assessment view, right? So
Yep.
I'll get disclaimer. I'm not in QCP's risk department, but I'll give my take. Okay, I think a big change I see is that institutions now separate the asset risk from infrastructure risk. So in the last cycle, right, like we were talking about, many investors, they treated it all as one blended category. So what I mean is, if Bitcoin price falls, or if an exchange failed, or if a stablecoin depegged, everything just became crypto risk, right? So, but today the market is more nuanced, right? So, a lot of institutions, and certainly us as well, we increasingly distinguish between price volatility, counterparty risk, custody risk, liquidity risk, regulatory risk, right? So, I mean, and also some risks that dominated headlines previously, they matter less now. For example, last time the question used to be, will crypto survive? But
Exactly.
but after ETFs, major banks entering the space, sovereign engagement, and I think we've also seen clearer regulatory frameworks, in jurisdictions like Singapore and the UAE, and increasingly the US. So that existential question is kind of faded. So I think what matters more now is implementation quality. So institutions are asking, who is the counterparty? What happens during stress? How quickly can the risk be unwound? I think it's a much more mature conversation now as opposed to previously. So I think in many ways, digital assets are becoming less ideological and more operational, if you will.
More operational. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, a lot of things has changed over the past only couple of years. Like with the views after, it's really happened after like the announcement of the ETF by the US, right? And now there's Genius Act and about to have clarity. So so it's inevitable to actually adopt to it. So I think right now it's also inevitable, like institutions may have to try to move from observation to allocations. So where do you think like the hardest internal debate usually happens?
Wow, hardest internal debate. I think like we're talking about, right? The conversation is no longer around should we look at digital assets, right? I think for many institutions, it's been moved from nice to have to core to have, and at least in their roadmap. And more importantly, it's how do we operationalize these exposure properly? So I think the hardest debate, right? It's usually around accountability. You ask tough questions, right? Like before allocation, how much risk are we actually willing to own? How do we defend this allocation against volatility, right? And actually, if markets dislocate, who is actually responsible, right? Because when you look at an institution allocating, they are usually built around process consistency. They can scale it up. They have a framework, right? They can do it again and again, right? And it's tight, you know. But sometimes crypto challenges that because the market evolves extremely quickly. So I think when you talk about the internal debates, right? One thing that I realized while working here is the investment case to allocate and invest is always way easier, right, than building a governance framework. So I mean, you talk about the implementation layer that is often underestimated. I'm sure you know this as well because you've been through building the company, right? Like the layer that's often underestimated is things like custody, okay, collateral mobility. What is the accounting treatment to these investments?
Definitely.
Yeah, it's like onboarding with Rails, you know, treasury workflows. So these operational details, they often determine whether an institution can scale from a small exploratory position to a bigger sort of strategic allocation. So I think the debate will be around these questions.
Yeah. Operations is always a big debate. And there's so many variables which can go wrong. So
yeah, exactly.
Totally agree. Face that myself. But how about in the question of, let's say, for example, a big institutions, right, with large amount of money and a lot of diversification for the assets. And when they go into like investment committee, and if the question asks like how large the position should be, like, do you think there will be a lot of like debates on that as well, given that different people have different perspectives, right? On risk and return, and also whether or not this is too big or this is too small. It's quite subjective to a certain extent.
Of course. I think sizing is sizing is specific to every institution, right? Everyone will have a different view, everyone will have a different narrative. Maybe I think the thing that you're getting to, right, is do we act early or do we wait for all the evidence? Because that also determines the size, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. It's always a balance, right? There's timing risk and thesis risk. If you wait for perfect clarity, do you know how everybody is always willing to size when they have perfect clarity, right? But then the opportunity usually repriced already.
It's just gone already.
Yeah, exactly. So if you move too early without sufficient underwriting, like volatility can force you out before the thesis matures, right? So I think that the institutions that navigate this well, they scale progressively. So they don't jump immediately from zero to like full allocation, right? So I think we talked a lot about operations, right? I think they build operational familiarity first. You know, they understand liquidity, they have proper risk frameworks, they build all this and internal confidence over time, right? So I think we know that in crypto, right, and digital assets, surviving volatility is more important and matters more than perfect timing. So I think one thing we've learned QCP also and that we've seen is that institutions they rarely regret starting too small. They often regret sizing too aggressively before the governance maturity catches up.
All right. Makes sense. So yes, since QCP sits close to both trading reality and investor behaviors, right? What is the first sign that market attention is outrunning real convictions?
Wow. I think when flows become narrative driven and hedging activity doesn't increase proportionately. So yeah, I mean we talked a lot about risk, right? And real conviction usually comes with risk management. So I think institutions, right, with exposure, they always think about it as as a whole, right? So okay, let's think about when markets become purely momentum driven. What happens? We see leverage rising quickly. We see shorter holding periods. Concentrated positioning. We see like slight reduced focus on fundamentals, right? And I think another sign that it's outrunning conviction is when everyone talks about price targets, but nobody talks about implementation mechanics. So I think mature institutional participation, right, tends to sound a lot more operational. Speculative participation they tend to sound a little bit more emotional, right?
Understood. All right. So when everyone talks about it and talks about speculating and have such a far-fetched price target, I would say, right?
Yeah.
Got it. So next up, in digital assets, speed can create opportunity, but it can also punish weak underwritings. How do you think about the trade-off between acting early and demanding enough evidence before? Actually, we went through this already.
Oh yeah, we spoke about that. Yeah, it's a balance between the two. I think it will really sound more operational because when you act early, people always tend to have more. I mean, yeah, it's a tough spot because also everybody has a different view, right? And it's not simple. It's not a straightforward answer, basically.
It's definitely not. But now, since everyone is talking about stable coins narrative, do you think this would actually trigger more adoptions from the traditional institutions, since it's not really a speculative assets narrative, right? It's more on the cross-border settlements, remittances, things like that.
I think we can see the evidence already. There's so many banks that are dealing with stablecoins and are offering and having that product offering to their clients, right? And I think stablecoins are where you're right. They have monetary mobility where people see the true utility and can experience it. So I mean, there's a lot of benefits, right? So as banks and major institutions are adopting it, I think it's like what we talked about. The governance frameworks has to catch up. Yeah. So I think as everything matures, right? Yeah, we'll definitely see more adoption.
All right. Yeah, totally agree on that. So we have been talking a lot about risk, and I think you emphasize a lot on operations, especially for institutions, right? You need to understand this and that. So in terms of, let's say, a new institutions want to allocate some capital into digital assets and know nothing about it. Do you think operations still the first thing that they have to understand first before building convictions into digital assets?
I mean, we should invest in things that we know, right? But if you're asking me about the process, I think from where I sit, right, I would say that governance and execution discipline is just the most important thing. And the reason I say this because markets can forgive imperfect timing, right? But they rarely forgive weak processes, especially at an institutional scale, however small, I mean, if an institution wants to have durable conviction, right, they need to move right from the enthusiasm to having repeatable frameworks. So I mean, investment committee alignment, like liquidity protocols, there's counterparty diversification, there's all these things that they just need to line up, right? And most people might not see it this way because in TradFi, this infrastructure maturity, right, it's often invisible because it already exists. You know, it forms the structure of the institution, so it's quite invisible to most people. But most of the time in digital assets, the institutions are building all these in real time. You know, and I'm sure you can vouch for this too. Like, yeah, we'll build because it evolves so fast. There's new tokens, there's new regulatory requirements, and we are just building the governance process in real time. So I think the firms that succeed long term, right, are usually the ones that treat digital assets as part of an enterprise-wide risk management rather than a standalone trading experiment. You know, they can't see it just as a special project anymore. They're going to see it. How does it integrate, you know, with the entire firm?
I totally agree with that. It's as you mentioned before many times, right? It's no longer a speculative asset. It's rather a tool, which in the end, I guess blockchain is a technologies in which it helps and supports and enhance whatever productivity efficiencies for the company itself. Is whether or not you're going to adopt to it or not, right? But if others adopting to it, then you might be lag behind.
Exactly.
But then I think even now, right? A lot of people speak about it. There are a lot of meteors. You can get a lot of research and research papers to read about like digital assets and even risk and stuff like that. I think there's still a fair bit of misunderstanding, still overestimating on things, underestimating on things. So from your experience, where do you see like all these institutions still overestimating the risk in the digital assets, and where do you see they still underestimating those risks?
Well, I think it's what we said, right? I think they overestimate the existential risk and they underestimate the operational complexity, right? So remember we talked about how most institutions, they still think in, or rather some of them, they still think in binary terms, right? Will crypto survive or fail? But I think that question is like getting increasingly outdated, right? Because the ecosystem now is too integrated into global capital markets to dismiss entirely. So I think what's underestimated, right, is how resilient operationally is the firm, right? We talk about like cross venue risk, you know, governance during market stress. How do they handle collateral management? So I think also, well, institutions can also sometimes underestimate how quickly liquidity conditions can change in digital assets because the markets trade constantly, right? There's no closing bell. So I think risk management therefore becomes a 24-hour discipline rather than a market hours discipline. So yeah, I think that's where they overestimate and underestimate some risk.
Okay. It's to add on in terms of risk. Want to hear your perspective on the over leveraging risk, because right now, especially for digital assets, right? There are both DeFi and even CeFi that allows a lot of leverages and a lot of retail, even corporate, or even some of the institutions. A lot of institutions actually do leverage a lot, no matter is the long positions or the short positions, right? Which it's also led to, you know, the incident during 2025 as well. Yeah, what's your perspective in regards to that risk on an ongoing basis or the near to medium futures?
Well, it's hard to comment. I think it's something that it has been quite embedded in the space, right? Crypto is always going to be a highly leveraged space.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think like for us as a firm, because we're regulated, we don't do anything with DeFi. We don't do anything with we don't leverage, you know, our clients can't leverage. I think the risk department needs to we look at it like I mentioned, it's multidimensional. So we have to handle. We stay away from all those scenarios, lah, basically. And I think, yeah, the firm has made quite important decisions in the years for us to have survived like almost every market cycle, right? So I think it's accepting it and knowing that it's going to be part of the space. And how does your institution have the necessary frameworks, right, to deal with that risk?
That's a great risk assessment, actually. Yeah, as long as you don't leverage too much or no leverage at all, you could save yourself a fair bit. Right. So, how, like, looking ahead, like 12 months, what would convince you that institutional convictions in digital asset is becoming deeper and more durable, rather than just like more visible, more attentions? Yeah.
Wow, next 12 months, what would convince me that institutional conviction is becoming deeper? I think I will
Becoming
look.
real.
Yeah, I think I will look less at headline inflows and more at behavior during stress. Now's kind of a good time, right? Our asset class isn't doing too well. I think institutions having
true.
more. Yeah, I think them having more durable conviction is visible when they maintain allocations during volatility. They hedge systematically rather than panic. Sometimes I look at institutions and if I see them expanding operational infrastructure, then I can see their conviction becoming deeper. You can also see some institutions diversifying their strategies. They're integrating their crypto assets more into long-term portfolio construction. So it's not just one thing, right? Like, we are all preparing for a cross-asset world. So when you see that the digital assets sit in their portfolio and it's part of a longer-term strategy integrating with different asset classes. So yeah, I think another strong signal would be maybe broader adoption beyond just simple directional exposure. So, things like we'll see more treasury use cases, we see more options overlays, see more institutions getting into structured products like yourself. And there's more like collateral optimization and really cross asset portfolio integration. I think when you look at all these things, you can see how the conviction is deeper, right? And it's more enduring, it's not so hype based, right? Yeah, and I think you're right. I think the real institutionalization of digital assets happen when crypto really stops being treated like a special project, and they see it fitting a piece of the puzzle or like a weapon in the arsenal, right? For a wider capital markets vertical. So I think, but I do think that's a direction that we increasingly see today.
Okay. Actually, I'm also curious and want to hear your perspective on RWAs, right? Because right now, it's also another narrative and topics that pretty much everyone's talking about whenever you go to events here and there, especially I would say in Southeast Asia. A lot of people are talking about like real world assets. You tokenize the real business. You could tokenize the yacht. You tokenize real estates and things like that, right? However, there's still a lot of risks within these RWA tokens because of the liquidity issues and the fact that the market makers don't usually take position of these assets because the underlying asset is not that liquid, even though the token itself is liquid, right? So you could be stuck with certain price which you don't have the exit liquidity. Just would like to know like your perspective on those kind of liquidity risks from RWA, even though it has been, pretty much a talk of the town in many events.
Wow. Yeah, RWAs has been the talk of the town for a while. I'm not by any means an expert on RWAs. I mean, we understand that it has a lot of risks, a lot of problems. You've got problems with standards. They've got problems with I'm sure there's a lot of legal problems that hasn't really surfaced yet. And you're right when you mentioned the liquidity. It's really often overstated. It's and also, you know, when they talk about how tokenization always unlocks liquidity, I think that's exaggerated. Because you tokenize an illiquid asset, right? It doesn't automatically create buyers, right? So
Exactly.
yeah, they might have limited buyers. They might have even like transfer restrictions depending on the asset. There's no active market makers, you know. So I don't know. I think we're still really early there. I think as much as it's been a talk of the town because people can see the value and the utility of the technology, right? But I think, yeah, I think we're still early.
Right. Okay. I think we have a little bit of time left. I'll just go with like the last questions in my mind. Is that since right now we can see a lot of progress and a lot of hype in terms of, you know, structural and regulations progress in the US and even in Europe, right? MiCA is out and it's all EU pan. US is working on like Clarity Act to, you know, segregate into who is responsible to who can issue and things like that as well, right? How do you think the regulations and you know, structural frameworks for, you know, Southeast Asia in order to enhance digital asset industry, especially for institutionals in maybe Southeast Asia or Asia? What's your perspective on that?
I think Asia has been great, right? Like we've got so QCP is regulated in Singapore as well as in Abu Dhabi. And I think we've seen that the regulations here and there have been very progressive. Yeah, they've been very they want to grow the industry, right? They're concerned with innovation, you know. So I think it's always been great for us in Asia, where there's a lot of activity. I think we also obviously we also see a lot of movement in the US as well. So to me, right, when I look at the whole map, you know, in the world, I only see progress. So then the question is this, right? Everyone is chasing the new thing, right? AI, you know, and crypto suddenly right now doesn't seem like the most exciting thing, but that's when people build. So that's when you know, regulators build, that's when institutions build, that's when all the people who are concerned with technology build. And I think like we've framed this whole conversation well, right? I think we can see that institutions do not allocate because they are excited, you know. They allocate because they can explain the risk. So that involves regulatory risk as well, right? And once everything comes together, yeah, I do believe that we'll see a lot of evolution in the space, and I think it'll be exciting for us.
That's cool. I totally agree with you in terms of activities. I just feel maybe it's a personal views, right? I just feel that regulations doesn't catch up with the builders and even the corporates, the adoptions in Asia. The adoption activities is very fast, and we are among the top 10 contenders, of course, in terms of adopters in Asia here. It's just that the regulation framework that doesn't really catch up with the activities progress. That's all.
Yeah, that's always the case, right? We always things always moves faster, and then they try and catch up. But I think from what I've seen, at least in Singapore and Abu Dhabi, that they've been quite progressive, and I think they've been quite they see the future in it. But yeah, I think it'll be hard, right? Innovation in our world always moves so much faster than theirs, right?
Definitely. All right. Thank you very much, Eugene. And thanks,
Thanks, Tanawat.
REDeFINE Tomorrow. Again, thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thanks, Tanawat. Nice chatting.
Nice.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Thank you for joining us today on today's talk. And I'm happy to have Mr. Omar Hazar with us from the ZK Sync team. And today we're going to talk about stablecoins and tokenized deposits for institutions on chain. So exciting topic. And maybe the first thing would be to let Mr. Omar intro himself and talk us a little bit about ZK Sync, the team and the vision and the dream.
Yes, thank you for having me. Happy to be here. Yeah, as you said, my name Omar Azar, head of business development at Matter Labs, which is a core company behind ZK Sync. And what we are effectively building is a neutral network for regulated financial institutions where you do not have to necessarily trust the operator or the protocol itself. And we do this with our main product called Providiums, which are a fully private permissioned layer 2 for banks and institutions where all the data effectively sits within their own four walls and everything is verifiable and enforced through ZK proofs.
Amazing. That's very interesting, and I want to dive deeper into it. Sort of following today's program, I want to start from scratch talking about tokenized deposits first. Really curious to understand your perspective about why do you think they differ fundamentally from stablecoins. So maybe we can start there for like a lot of viewers that don't have this context.
Yeah, so everyone is very familiar with stablecoins right now, right? Stablecoins are fully open, permissionless. You've got USDT, you've got USDT, you've got PyUSD, a lot of these, and then now you're starting to see stablecoins that are also non-USD. So, for example, you've got a number of Euro stablecoins coming out, and other countries are also coming out with different their own version of stablecoins. And so everyone has seen stablecoins in the open, public, permissionless blockchain world. They have definitely found really good product market fit, well over $300 billion in total stablecoin assets in general. We've seen a lot of companies start using them, especially with retail, for payments, cross-border remittances. And then it also seems like they've captured quite a lot of demand from the side of the world where there are people that want to have access to US dollars. However, stablecoins, they're kind of like a bearer asset, right? And their permissionless nature, fully open and public, is not necessarily it's kind of the other side of what bank deposits are, right? Bank deposits sit on a bank's ledger. They're fully private. You should not be able to, some outsiders should not be able to see, the transactions that are happening inside a bank or between banks as well. And so tokenized deposits are kind of the other side of the coin compared to stablecoins, where they are pretty much considered one-to-one with bank deposits. So they have the nice properties that banks like, which is one, they can keep them on their balance sheet, which means they can keep using fractional reserve banking, lend them out, grow their asset sheet, and get yield on them. So from a banking perspective, they're much more similar to how their existing balance sheet works and how their current operations and business works. Whereas stablecoins, they don't have the same type of treatment on a bank's balance sheet in most cases. And stablecoins, they have a great use case from a retail and user perspective when you want open permissionless money, but they don't have the same properties as if you have a banking relationship and you are using your bank account and your bank deposits to do types of transactions. This is particularly noticeable, I would say, in more the wholesale or commercial and large B2B banking environment, where I don't think we have seen too much of a pickup in stablecoins being used for those types of payments just yet. Mostly because if you're much larger on the commercial side, enterprises, you do still want to maintain those banking relationships, and because there are plenty of additional services, for example, like FX, where much of the liquidity is still in the banking side as well.
Okay, I see. So effectively, I would say tokenized deposits are a way to scale the value transmission on chain, on chain rails, utilizing like the banking reserves, as instead of like the private entities that are backing stable coins that are being transmitted today on chain. This is like this is very interesting. You mentioned privacy as well, is one of the maybe fundamental like sort of dividers between the two. When you interact with institutional operators, and when they look at stable coins today, what would you see as like structurally unresolved? Privacy is one of these things, or maybe other things such as compliance, balance sheet treatment, or maybe even interoperability. What would you say?
Yeah, I think all of those have some mix of importance in these discussions. I would say that it goes back to the balance sheet treatment and the business side of things, and the counterparty and operational risk between tokenized deposits and stablecoins, which is a big factor. And obviously, yes, privacy is one, but I think privacy is starting to become, you're going to start seeing many more options, even on the stablecoin side, for privacy as well. So it really comes down to an individual institution, where do they see the benefits of stablecoins and when do they want to use them versus when do they want to see tokenized deposits? And I think one of the interesting new models that we're seeing many banks start to come to is, when it's within the bank's perimeter, so let's say within their own Providium or their own network, they should be able to keep them as tokenized deposits. And if it needs to leave for, like, say, an outgoing payment, etc., it could be converted to a stablecoin. Now, obviously, that there are some infrastructure, interoperability, and settlement questions that have to be sorted, because to convert a tokenized deposit to a stablecoin from another issuer, you kind of have to do that interoperability action, which could create some potential fees. But I would say, banks are trying to coalesce around the model that potentially, when it's inside the network and their own perimeter, it's going to be tokenized deposits, and when it has to leave, it would probably become a stable coin, because stable coins being with their permissionless nature. Now, that is what is happening right now, I think, mostly because there isn't necessarily a good way to clear or settle tokenized deposits between banks just yet. But that is something that we're starting to see pick up as well, with for example, Kari Network, which is effectively, trying to solve that problem statement of how do you have B2B payments between banks. And we're starting to see that as well with, the various different clearinghouses across the world also trying to solve that problem statement too.
Okay, I see. So, you would say possibly like tokenized deposits can also like be swapped into stable coins, transacted cross-chain. Personally, I wondered like if the privacy sort of feature would be preserved once there's like cross-chain interoperability enabled. Maybe that depends whether like the sort of the cross-chain transaction of the tokenized deposits happens like within elastic chains on ZK Sync, or if the deposits get swapped for stable coins somewhere else.
Yeah, so I think there's two layers to that problem. So one is the actual underlying protocol technology and the underlying infrastructure or network technology that can enable for fully private interoperability between networks, but also doing that atomically as well. And then the other side is the actual cash settlement side is, can you send a tokenized deposit to another institution, or does it need to go through a clearing facility, or do you have to swap it out for a stable coin?
On the first layer, the actual infrastructure side, this is something that we're solving at ZK Sync. We've kind of already solved this with Providiums. We have fully private atomic interoperability between Providiums. So you can send from, let's say, Bank A running their own Providium to Bank B running their own Providium. You can send any asset, you can make smart contract calls. All of that would be private and atomic as well. Then the second layer of solving is more of a financial plumbing question statement of, can you send a tokenized deposit? Do you need to convert it? Do you need to clear it? But there's many different models that are coming up for that. For example, maybe two banks have a strong relationship with each other, and so they can accept each other's deposits up to a certain limit. Or maybe there's a clearing facility in between them that effectively clears Bank A's tokenized deposit for Bank B, so that Bank B gets their own deposits or a stable coin, for example.
I see.
So yeah, so those are two parts of the equation. The first part is something that we're solving and have solved more or less with Providiums and our native atomic private interop.
I would say like these are probably like areas where you guys made a ton of progress, and definitely you guys like championing like ZK technology. I think it's like perfectly fit for like this type of like use cases, as well as like the sort of the efficiency of the blockchain for settlement, cross-chain transactions and so forth. Another component that although pops up is, I would say, control. So there could be definitely trade-offs between like public chain openness and sort of like private system control, I would say. So when you think about institutions, how should they frame that choice right now, in your opinion?
That is a good question, because I think if you go to the different privacy solutions, right, where you have privacy solutions on one end where institutions don't really have any control. Then you have privacy solutions on the other end where institutions have complete control, and then you have this issue of having to trust operators as well. What we are solving for is a privacy solution where you don't need to trust the operators, but individual institutions still retain full control over their infrastructure and their network. And we find that the only really way to do that, and this is effectively a question of automating trust, right? Either you have zero trust in this, you have a system with effectively completely trustless, and there's no ability to implement controls, or you have a system that is fully trusted, and you are, you're able to implement full controls, but you are trusting a set of operators. We're essentially building a system where you, as an individual operator of your own Providium, you have complete control over who comes in, the types of transactions, what types of assets, who you can interact with. But at the end of the day, no one has to actually trust you, because you are still, everyone can verify and enforce the rules based on cryptography and ZK proofs. So that is kind of our positioning on that view. That you should be able to have control within your own four walls and your own assets, your own workflows. But all those controls should be verifiable and enforced cryptographically and privately as well. So this creates essentially a system where you are not necessarily trusting operators. You're trusting you're effectively putting trust in the protocol that it is verifiable and it's enforceable.
I see. And this is like probably one of the qualities of blockchain technology and the stack that you guys have put together in solving like between like counterparties transacting economic value. I think it's like possibly one of the biggest achievements of the blockchain space, like sort of these type of solutions. And sounds like you guys are like positioned at the bleeding edge of that. Another definitely probably like another one of those benefits that the technology, that blockchain technology is able to bring to banking institutions is probably to do with settlement, right? And the sort of the convenience of like the efficiency there. What about What about that and like the programmability of sort of like these tokenized deposits compared to like the legacy system?
Yeah, I think so compared to the legacy system, yes, it is a night and day shift, right? Because pretty much everything, almost everything starts to become programmable and enforceable through smart contracts and code rules. Now, that's not to say that you don't still have the various different, I would say, controls in place that might not necessarily be on-chain, but the programmability of a lot of these types of business logic, compliance rules, etc., definitely increases the speed of money and the speed of settlement quite a bit. The other thing too is not just settlement, but also, can you ensure something is atomically settled as well? What I mean by that is, let's say two parties are transacting with each other. I've got $100. You've got some sort of good, maybe it's some sort of security. How can we ensure that if I send the payment, I can guarantee that the goods are also sent to me, right? Otherwise, right now in current systems and in a lot of blockchain systems as well, you've got this issue where maybe I send the payment, but then you decide not to send the goods. Or I send the payment to you and you just never send me the goods. Sorry, same thing, I guess. Another problem that we're trying to solve on the settlement side is how do you make that atomic, where either the trade fully happens or it doesn't happen at all, and I get my money back.
Yeah,
so
that makes
that's another layer of settlement types of niche problem statement that we're trying to solve for too.
Totally. And then I feel like this is going to become like super important as the customers of the banks will become like more accustomed with the sort of like whatever type of like digital system that is like improving UX on every aspect of our life. And that I think it's a pretty easy bet to think that like that's coming for financial transactions as well. But we talked about all of the sort of the positive aspects. So let's get into sort of the pain points. I want to ask you, where do you think the first serious implementation friction usually happens when institutions try to move from concept to live on-chain money rails? Do you think it's governance, legal structuring, privacy design, like liquidity concentrations, integrations with the existing systems, or anything like that?
Yeah, I think all of those are definitely a factor. One interesting, I think, obviously, governance, legal, regulatory are definitely always going to be there. I think one thing that a lot of people don't necessarily consider as well is that, yes, just because a tokenized deposit or a stable coin can move 24/7, it doesn't necessarily mean that the underlying cash has actually moved as well. Because you effectively have two settlement systems, right, in the banking with tokenized deposit or stable coins in the banking world. You have the actual on-chain system, and that can be fully 24/7. But at the end of the day, you still have the cash that needs to move from bank A to bank B. And that off-chain settlement system is still on, the old side. And this is probably going to be one of the biggest pain points that many are trying to solve right now. And you can see that with a lot of different central bank initiatives, because there's different layers of money and settlement, right? There's the stablecoin side, which is fully permissionless at the top. Then there's tokenized deposits below that. But then even then further below that, a layer below is effectively the central bank money, banks being able to move money between each other. So you're like all three layers are kind of being solved. I think the stablecoin layer, where it's open permissionless money between wallets, has kind of been solved. The tokenized deposit one is starting to move along now as well. But then to really have tokenized deposits kind of represent full cash 24/7, central bank money also kind of needs to move on to on-chain rails too, because that would enable, effectively the cash side to move 24/7. So I would say that is a very big hurdle. It's not necessarily something that comes up right away in terms of implementation, but it is something that is going to be neat. It's going to be a problem statement and needs to be solved in order for this to really reach like large global scale, fully move the entire system on chain. Other than that, I would say the first problems that generally do come up on the integration side is really just the off-chain systems. How do I reconcile with my core banking system? How do I ensure reserves are one-to-one and I've got the right controls in place? How do I connect it to my ERP systems like an SAP? How do I connect this to my treasury management systems? How do I connect it to case management systems as well? So yes, and because right now I would say a lot of the blockchains are isolated. They're not fully integrated into existing business processes, controls, finance, audit, etc. But that is also something that we've kind of solved with Prividiums too. It comes with a lot of the core banking adapters.
Amazing. Yeah, definitely that makes sense. And I think about a lot of those challenges as sort of a natural occurrence of system changing, and also like they're probably going to be an ongoing process. But luckily, I would say there's I would say right now there's probably way more than enough signaling and commitment from like the I guess like the main institutions and political figures, nation states around the world that I think are all pointing in the same direction, and it's very I think it's very positive for like these kind of developments in the future. But we talked about a little bit about the sort of the difficulties. So maybe let's get on a more positive note, let's get into like the use cases for tokenized deposits that can sort of enable like new utility for people. So or for like the very same institutions that we're talking about. So what are some of these use cases that you can clearly see at the current stage?
Yeah, I think just having the ability to send money from one country to another or between banks just over the weekend is going to be huge. I don't think a lot of people realize most large companies or most even small businesses, etc., they have a pretty big issue of, okay, I need to be able to send this money at a certain period of time because the bank is still open. If you're a larger entity, you will have to effectively have a very large pile of cash just sitting there, effectively pre-funding between your different balance sheets and your bank accounts. That is a cost of capital, right? That is effectively your own money that is sitting there, not being used in any way, shape, or form, purely because of the inefficiency of how money moves today. So I think that is going to unlock a lot of capital for everyone from mom and pop businesses to larger enterprises, and that can be used in much more productive ways. Once we have tokenized deposits and stable coins fully integrated, and we're able to do 24/7 money movement on weekends. So that's I think is absolutely massive on its own. It's going to have a huge effect on the global economy. Other ones that are very interesting is you've seen with Hyperliquid, right? Trading oil and commodities and equities over the weekend. That is going to definitely pick up with the more regulated institutions as well. I think CME announced like this week, or one of the large institutions announced this week, that they're opening up 24/7 trading. You're going to see more and more of that. So that creates the additional utility or avenues for markets, right? Beyond just the 9 to 5 that they currently are.
Totally. No more market.
Yeah,
no more market close.
Sorry?
Yeah. No more market open, market close in the future, just like continuous trading. That would be.
Yeah. I'm not sure how good that is for everyone that's constantly like checking their phone on the prices. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not bad. Yeah. But when I look at things, I think those two are the ones that will have very clear immediate impact very soon.
Definitely. So for the audience that is watching us right now, like what would you say, like maybe in the next 12 months, that like sort of signals that they could monitor closely if they want to know whether institutions are truly moving from stablecoin experimentation that went on just during the last years into many different like forms of like sandboxes into like real bank grade on-chain rails with tokenized deposits, for instance. What would you say?
Yeah, I think moving from proof of concepts to actual production systems, you'll probably start seeing more and more bank quarterly statements or quarterly earnings calls that talks about them. Definitely. That's something that we've necessarily seen, but you will see more and more discussions, not just by banks, but also by corporates talking about this. Because for them, it's a significant productivity, like capital usage and balance sheet optimization. So I think that is a very strong signal if you see CEOs talk about it on earnings or talk about it in general. Because most of the times, we see like the heads of digital assets of these companies or heads of innovation. But I think if more and more CEOs are talking about it, that is very much a clear signal that they're taking this very seriously and moving. That's from a more just, I think, communication point of view. The other one is just taking a look at the on-chain volume and the on-chain growth of stablecoins in general. We're already, I think, over 300 billion now. The volume of payments and the volume of stablecoin transfers is growing exponentially. So we can continue monitoring that and taking a look at that to see, is this how much more is this going to keep continuing going up? I think it's going to significantly. And exponential curves, are one of those things where it doesn't look like it's happening, but until it just happens and you don't even realize it.
Totally. I can definitely see that being a big trend in the near future. So maybe final question in the interest of time, I guess. So how should banks decide whether they want to implement tokenized deposits or stable coins when building out their digital asset strategies then?
Well, the easiest answer is they can reach out to me and we can chat about it. But more seriously, I think they need to think through very closely like the underlying infrastructure that they're going to build on. They need to not just follow the momentum and the herd, but really think through what the architectural decisions that they're doing. Is it going to solve just one particular pain point, or is it something they can build on and it becomes almost like a platform play as well? Something that they can layer on additional utility and additional use cases on as they build this. And then also, what are really the trust assumptions on the infrastructure they're building? Is it do they have to trust different operators, or do they not have to trust anyone? And also, how does it enable them to also be compliant as well?
Of course, that's going to be one of their big preoccupations. But I would say that definitely sort of like the architectural choices and like committing with the right partners is paramount.
Yeah, I would say one more thing is interoperability. Interoperability, I don't think has been discussed enough in terms of the architectural choices, the risk profiles, and the trust assumptions on that as well. As more and more institutions come on chain, interoperability starts to become a much, much bigger question of how to solve.
I see. Yeah, totally. That's going to be I guess like nobody will make the same decision, right? So we will have to have these rails to be able to like transact with like different forms of like tokenized deposits or stable coins. So I guess that's going to be super important for institutions as it is for any other blockchain user. Okay, so I think we have just 1 minute left. So maybe something that we didn't cover some like specific, some more thoughts that you wanted to share with the audience about what ZK Sync is doing for stable coins, for tokenized deposits and banking institutions?
Yeah, I think the space is just getting started. Obviously, it's very much heating up. There's a lot of interest in privacy solutions, interoperability solutions, specifically for regulated institutions. And you'll see a lot more about us with Providiums and the network that's getting built out for regulated institutions, fully private, native interoperability, no trust in the operators, all cryptographically verified. And so I think this is going to be a very interesting time, very interesting year. There's going to be a lot of movement and exciting things that are going to happen.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this future that you guys are helping to shape right here. It's going to be exciting. So I think we are short on time. So yeah, maybe time for some greetings, and it's been a pleasure chatting with you, sir, and looking forward to the fruits of this work and seeing the on-chain growth trend continuing. So yeah.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Awesome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jun Lau. I'm responsible for APAC Policy and Regulatory Affairs from Elliptic. Prior to Elliptic, I was a banking regulator with the MAS, a financial services auditor, and also managed regional and local compliance programs of State Street and BNP Paribas. And thank you to SCB 10X for inviting me today. I'm very happy to be here. I can see quite a good turnout today, and honestly, it reflects where Thailand is today. A few years ago, a panel on digital assets would have been a very niche breakout session, but today it sits at the center of capital market strategy, institutional product design, and national competitiveness. So Thailand's digital assets market is entering a genuinely new phase. The debate is no longer, should digital assets be allowed? That question has already been answered, right? But the real conversation now is, how do digital assets fit into Thailand's capital markets infrastructure? What does investor access look like? What does credible innovation look like? And what kind of digital assets market is Thailand intentionally trying to build? And today we're incredibly fortunate to have Kun Notnampan, who is Assistant Secretary General and Head of the Capital Markets Infrastructure Center from the Thailand SEC, someone who sits at the very intersection of policy, market structure, and innovation. She's responsible for overseeing the Digital Assets Policy Department, Digital Assets Supervision Department, and as I mentioned, the Capital Market Infrastructure Center. Since joining the SEC in May 2005, she has played a pivotal role in modernizing Thailand's capital market regulatory framework. She was also instrumental in a 6th amendment to the SEC Emergency Act enacted in 2019, which laid the foundation for the development of fintech in Thailand. And she also contributed to the promulgation of the Emergency Decree on Digital Assets Business, which is the key legislation governing digital assets fundraising and business operations in the country. So with that, today's session is designed to give you clarity on 3 things. What the SEC is trying to enable under its new strategic roadmap, where the market stands today, from tokenization to crypto investment products, and how the regulator is building the guardrails to keep pace with growth. So let's dive in. So moving to question 1, just to give some context, Thailand is at an inflection point. SEC has moved from risk containment posture to one of active market development. And a new multi-year roadmap signals that digital assets are now central, not peripheral to how the regulator thinks about capital markets. So the question comes, SEC Thailand recently introduced its strategic direction for 2026 to 2028. Could you please share, Khun Nonampan, the key priorities under the roadmap, specifically in relation to digital assets and the future development of Thailand's capital market? Thank you.
Thank you, June, and hello, everyone. For SEC Thailand, we promote the use of technology in the capital market. Therefore, our strategic plan for year 26 to 2028 for enhancing the digital economy are focusing on 5 key topics. The first one is the fostering of digital economy's ecosystem. For digital security ecosystem, we will enhance the tokenization of the security and other related activities. The second one is we support the use of technology for tokenization of other real-world assets. And the third one that as there are a lot of development in the crypto market, therefore we see the crypto assets as an asset class for investment. However, the investor have to invest with the proper diversification of their portfolio. And the fourth one is about the supervision. In terms of supervision, we use data and technology in supervision, and we use some data and technology for detection of the suspicious transaction. For instance, like the market manipulation or the use of new account that related to fraud or the cybercrime. And the fifth one that we cooperate with other regulators to enhance the measure for prevention and suppression of fraud and technological crime or the cybercrime. This is to promote the transparency and trust in the capital market and digital asset market.
Excellent, thank you. So that strategic vision provides the architecture, right? The next question goes to one of the most significant structural shifts being built inside that architecture, which is the digitalization of securities themselves. And so securities tokenization has moved from concept to live infrastructure in several markets already. And Thailand has already made very early moves with tokenized government bonds and electronic securities reform. So the next frontier involves stablecoin, on-chain settlement, tools that could make settlement faster, cheaper, and more transparent. So the question is, securities tokenization has emerged as a key development across global capital markets, particularly alongside on-chain settlement tools such as stablecoins. So from the SEC's perspective, how do you see the evolution of this space in Thailand? And what foundations are being put in place to support a robust digital securities ecosystem?
Yeah. For Thailand, based on the same risk and same regulatory outcome, the tokenization of securities is considered as securities under the security law because we have security law and digital asset law. For tokenization of the product like security, we consider as security. And as we see that there are a lot of development in security tokenization in our countries, just like for tokenized bond, tokenized fund, or the money market fund. And for SEC Thailand, we support the use of technology, including the tokenization of security. That's why this year, 2026, we established the Center for Digital Security Ecosystem, or the Center for DSE, to promote the tokenization and related activity as well as the ecosystem to greater capital market efficiency. And for the SEC, we also provide the regulatory sandbox for the market participants to test their innovation on the service about the tokenization and with limit risk and have some proper risk management and limitation of some service before implementing the full scheme of the service. And now there are 6 market participants who are interested in the issuance of the mutual fund and bond in the token form. And we also review and amend our existing rules and regulation to enhance the framework to align with the technology and to align with the tokenization. For instance, On 1st of April, we just amend our regulation on the tokenized money market fund that to provide the definition and standard of the tokenized fund, and also to allow and accommodate the instant adjustment of the investment unit, because when they use technology like the DLT, they also just accommodate and allow the real-time settlement. So we just review our regulation and just amend to support that activities. And with regard to the standard for interoperability, because we may have like the many chain for tokenization of the product, right? For interoperability, SEC are now working on the drafting and providing the qualified and common standard for the token that to enable the connectivity and the interoperability that the issuer can issue the security in the tokenized form and distribute through the market participant. And we provide the qualified standard for this tokenized product and allow the interoperability among various tokenized ecosystem. And we also work with the Bank of Thailand in terms of payment and settlement, that when you use the DLT, we can use like for product side, we have security, but for payment, for the Bank of Thailand, and I think there are some companies are now just in the sandbox of the Bank of Thailand about the tokenization of some payment token like the stablecoin, and some company also just like interested in like the deposit token, even e-money token on chain and the Thai baht stablecoin. And now the Bank of Thailand provide this sandbox for testing the stablecoin. And moreover, for more efficiency, this time the security law is in the process of the amendment that we will amend to accommodate the electronic securities to ensure the legal effect and enforceability of the digital security, for including like the issue, the transfer, and the use as collateral of the security in the electronic form, including in the token form. And the draft legislation is now in the consideration of the House of Representatives.
Great, thanks. Securities is just one layer, and Khun Nonnamparan, thanks for mentioning that SEC is collaborating with Bank of Thailand, looking into other kind of tokens such as into real world assets. So beyond securities, tokenization is increasingly being used as a fundraising mechanism, from real estate and infrastructure to carbon credit and commodities. And Thailand has seen early activity in this space, as you have described. So understanding where the market actually stands and what type of security structures the SEC is seeing is valuable context for everyone in this room. So the question is, beyond securities tokenization, are there other forms of tokenization being used for fundraising purposes in Thailand, such as real-world asset tokenization or asset-backed tokens? Could you please give us an update on where the market stands today? What type of projects are you seeing? And what regulatory treatment applies to them?
Yeah, okay. For Thailand, we have digital asset laws in 2018, and for tokenization of other real-world assets, including the tokenization for fundraising and for the real-world asset as utilities function. For tokenization of the fundraising purpose, we consider it as the investment token under the digital asset law. We can be classified it as the asset-backed token and then the project-based token. For some asset-backed token that you have the underlying assets as the source of the mainstream of income, just like the tokenization of the real estate or the infra project. For both of these, for investor protection, when the main stream of income is from that underlying assets, such as the real estate or the infrastructure project, the regulation requires that such underlying properties must be held by the trustee for the benefit of the whole token holders. This for the investor protection. And we also have some other tokenization of the green product, because SEC, we support the green economy and use of technology for enhancing the green economy and sustainability. For green and sustainability sustainability product. They can be issued and offered to the public in the form of investment token. And I think this couple of days, we just have one project on the green product that like to invest in the project of the mangrove growing and then to produce the carbon credit. And the investor will get the return from the revenue sharing when they can sell the carbon credit. And the tokenization of this green project can be in the form of utility token, that the token that issue will represent the product itself. It's just like the represent of the carbon credit or the renewable energy certificate. And there are also some tokenization of some real world assets, just like song or movie. This in Thailand, we call the soft power token. For this kind of token, the issuer can offer it through the shelf filing scheme that they just apply for the approval once, and then within 2 years, they can issue several issues of the product. This is to save cost of the issuing, and it's just like to suitable for the characteristic of the products. And then now we have like 6 approval of investment token or the project that offer the token for investment purpose. For real estate backed token project, one movie project token, and one is green project token that I just mentioned earlier. And another 6 project is in the process of the pre-consultation of the SEC. And for those 6 projects that we already approved, the amount of fundraising is more than $263 million.
Wow. Great. So we talk about the infrastructure layer and how the SEC and the government is supporting that infrastructure layer. We also talked about the asset layer. So maybe now turn the lens a bit. Let's turn to the investment product layer. So the growing demand from both retail and institutional investors for regulated vehicles to access digital assets. So globally, the approval of spot Bitcoin and Ether ETFs have fundamentally changed how institutions and retail investors access capital markets. Thailand has a growing retail base that has already been participating directly in crypto markets, and also an institutional community asking what kind of regulated wrapper products might look like here. So the question is, there's been growing interest in crypto-related investment products, including crypto ETFs and derivatives. So from the SEC's perspective, what role could these products play in Thailand's digital asset industry? And maybe more broadly, how does the SEC think about the role of digital assets in investor portfolios?
All right, okay. Actually, for Thailand, we have a long development for the digital asset and the crypto assets, as we have the digital asset law since 2018. So our investor, including the retail investor, they can invest into the crypto asset directly through the licensed business operator under the digital asset law. And for SEC Thailand, we see the development of this crypto asset, and we see that in the past there may be focusing on the speculation, right? But this time, I think the market is more mature and traditional players are interested in the crypto asset. And as we see, the crypto now is an asset class for the investment. However, there are also some risk of the crypto assets. That's why the investor are advised to invest with the proper portfolio diversification. And the investor are advised to allocate their crypto investment and not more than 5% of their portfolio, as there is a risk product. However, for this time, that many traditional players more interested in this crypto asset. That's why, like other countries, that this year we also introduced the crypto ETF that allow the investor to have the indirect investment in the crypto asset through the this crypto ETF, and the investor don't have to concerns or just enter into the complexity about managing their own digital wallet, because there are some techniques, right? They can invest through this tool. And for the crypto ETF, the public hearing just closed on 11th of May, and now we are in the process of consideration of the feedback from the public hearing on crypto ETF, and we hope that we can see this crypto ETF product within this year. And for the crypto futures, we can also see that this is the product that the investor can use to hedge their crypto exposure and to managing their risk by using this crypto derivative. And our the cabinet meeting on the 10th of February this year just allow that the crypto asset and digital asset can be served as the underlying asset for the derivative products. And now SEC already seeking the public comment on the principle of this crypto derivative, and the public hearing just end on 20th of May, and now we are in the process of talking with the companies or the stakeholder and also consider the feedback from the public hearing.
Thank you. So widening access and deepening markets inevitably raises the stake for supervision. So we need to balance, the encouraging of the innovation with risk management and investor protection. So as the market grows in scale and sophistication, so is the importance of getting investor protection right. So maybe let's close in on that. The maturity of a market is measured not just by its growth, but by how well it protects participants. Fraud, cybercrime, and illicit financial flows remain live concerns in digital markets globally, and regulators everywhere are racing to build supervisory capacity that keeps pace with this innovation. So the question is, as digital asset markets continue to evolve, issues surrounding fraud, cybercrime, and illicit financial flows have increasingly become important. Could you please share how SEC is strengthening market supervision and investor protection, and what market participants should know about the expectations that the SEC is setting?
Okay, as our main function is brought to support innovation and development, and also in other parts is to investor protection is the very important function. And for this use of the technology, they also come with risk, but there are also some benefit, right? For SEC Thailand, we use data and technology in supervision and to prevent some market abuse, such as for insider trading or market manipulation. We use the surveillance system and the data-driven tools to detect some suspicious transaction and to investigate some misconduct behavior. We also cooperate with the trading venues and the intermediary to trace some suspicious activities and to take appropriate action. And we also use technology to detect some suspicious activities, such as the use of new accounts for fraud and transfer of illicit funds, particularly in relation to the digital asset, because for the digital assets, just like for the stable coin, it may be used as a tool for transferring the illicit money. That's why we also use this technology to detect and also cooperate with other regulators to tackle about this problem. And we also work closely with the financial institution, the digital asset business operator, and other regulators such as the Bank of Thailand, the Anti-Money Laundering Office, and the police to prevention of the cybercrime matter, this cybercrime matter by using some product like the digital asset. And then the AML and CFT standard and practice have been strengthening by requiring more robust KYC and CDD procedures. And then recently, the SEC have cooperated with other regulator and industry to enhance the measure for prevention and suppression of fraud and the technological crime or the cyber crime. That in addition to enhance the KYC standard, the digital asset business operator are required to conduct the customer profiling and to screen their customer and to screen the new account. They have to do something like to conduct the customer due diligence and to classify the customer into categories, and they have to evaluate the suitability of the investment for each customer and to assess customer ability to investment, as well as to identify their ultimate beneficial owners. And I want to emphasize something important that is about the travel rules. For the travel rules, it's important key to trace the fund flow like from end to end, and this for more efficient detection of the transaction. For Thailand, now we are in the process of drafting the travel rule regulation. And we already have the public consultation on the principle of the travel rules. And the public consultation already closed, and now we're working. We also have the focus group that to discuss with the stakeholders like the business operators and other relevant regulators. And we expect that the regulation on travel rules of Thailand will be effective in this July, the next month, right? And for other problem about the use of digital asset in fraud and scam, we will have some solution to solving the problem, the use of unlicensed overseas digital asset platform. That for overseas digital asset platform, if they have some activity just like to solicit people in Thailand, for instance, using Thai language, or providing service in Thai baht, they require to apply for the license. If they're not applying for the license, it will consider as violation of digital asset law because you solicit people in Thailand by using Thai language and providing the Thai baht, etc. And for this matter, according to the anti-cybercrime law, the Ministry of Digital Economy and Society, or the DES, they are authorized to block website and application of such unlicensed the platform. This is the regulation on anti-cybercrime will allow the Ministry of Digital Economy and Society to block website more effectively because they don't have to apply or wait for the court order. And this can help a lot to prevent the use of digital asset in relation to the fraud or scam or the cybercrime.
Thank you. Wow, we've covered a lot of ground today. So from the SEC's strategic roadmap to the live infrastructure being built for tokenization, the emerging landscape of crypto investment products, and how the SEC is ensuring that the market grows safely. So maybe since we have some time, can I ask just one more question, which, as a closing question? So by the end of 2026, Kun Nonampan, what outcome would convince you that Thailand's digital asset market is becoming more mature, not just more active?
Okay. Actually, since we have the law on digital asset in 2018, we see a lot of development in digital asset market, even in Thailand or over the world. And for Thailand, our regulatory framework are now adhere to the IOSCO recommendation and also other international standards. Unlike other countries that we see that the market is now more mature, that many traditional players are also interested into the digital asset and the product activities and product, that we hope to see the tokenization of the securities such as a bond or fund. Within this year, I think particularly for the money market fund, we may see some use cases in Thailand this year. And for crypto ETF, yeah, we hope to see the product this year too. And also some development about the crypto derivative. And the most important thing that our business operator is now providing service with the responsibility. They give proper advice to the investor to invest in this crypto asset. And the most important thing is the trust and transparency in the capital market and digital asset market, that now we strengthening and enhance our AML and CFT measures, as well as to cooperate with other regulators to prevention the use of this product for the scam or fraud, and we are cooperate for the anti-cybercrime matter.
Thank you. So just to sum up, what strikes me today about today's conversation is the clarity of intent. Thailand isn't drifting into digital assets. It is making deliberate, structured choices about what kind of market it wants to build. So that matters enormously for everyone in this room, whether you're a builder, an institution, or an investor. So maybe we will close today's session by asking Khun Nonpran, do you have any closing remarks?
Okay, for SCC Thailand, yeah, we support innovation. However, we have to investor protection. That's why for digital asset or the tokenization or the use of technology, we totally support for that. However, it's come with the proper regulation, and that's why we also provide the scheme like for the sandbox, and we also hoping about the trust and transparency in the market and the responsibility of the business operator for the capital market and digital asset market.
Well, thank you. So with that, we'll close today's session, and please join me in thanking Khun Nonpran for such a candid and forward-looking conversation. So I wish you success SCB 10X for the event, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining our session. I'm sure you've been enjoying all the different sessions so far. This one's on advancing digital asset option markets through institutional grade data and analytics. My name is John Lagman. I'm the APAC Crypto FX market and product specialist for Bloomberg. And this is definitely a very important topic for me. As you can most people know Bloomberg for the terminal, but the reality is if you don't have the analytics and the data, it's really just a screen. So it's definitely a topic dear to our company. And for me personally, as an ex-options trader, is definitely one of the sessions I've been doing this 3 years, and I'm betting this is going to be one of the best ones. Not to say the other ones weren't good, but this is definitely going to be really cool. If it's above your head because there's options, I'm sorry, but it is what it is. But sorry, that sounded pretty bad. I'm now gonna, rather than me butcher the introductions too, I will hand it over to my two esteemed guests. Andrew, we'll start from you, just because A is the start of the alphabet.
Hi, thanks John for having me. My name's Andrew. I am head of research at Blockshells. Blockshells provides institutional grade research, data, and analytics for crypto derivatives.
Oh, John?
Yeah, no, thanks for having me as well, John. So I'm Sean. I'm the head of research at Derive. We're the largest on-chain options exchange for ETH, BTC, and HYPE options. Yeah, I'm a mathematician by training, so I love to get into the numbers and all of that stuff.
Do you have the whiteboard so we can derive equations?
Definitely right.
Oh, shucks. Okay, I definitely wanted to put everyone to sleep, but anyways. Hey, let's get right into it. Maybe starting with you, Andrew. I mean, this is a space that has so much potential. Probably hasn't grown as much as all three of us and anyone involved in options would like. I mean, is there certain things you feel the market still kind of misunderstands most often about crypto volatility or even crypto options? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think anyone coming to crypto volatility markets or options markets with any sort of preconceived notions from other asset classes is liable to make mistakes, to misunderstand some of the nuances that make this market tick. So far, so much of the flow, not just in crypto options, but crypto in general, has been retail dominated. We're seeing that materialize still in a slightly different way now through prediction markets, which are under the hood just options markets. But this retail flow has meant that there's a bunch of different kinks to the term structure, to the vol surface, which means that you can't just apply the same conventions you have from equities to something like crypto. So at least for much of the history of crypto options, a lot of this attention has been focused on offshore centralized exchanges, places like Deribit, OKX, Bybit, these kinds of places. The biggest difference is there is nothing beyond a 12-month tenor, really, in crypto. So Bitcoin options, Ether options, which dominate so much of the trade volumes on these offshore exchanges, if you're used to 10-year, 30-year options, those just have not existed for so long in crypto. That's changing a little bit now with ETFs. IBIT options, for example, do trade at those longer tenors. But so much of that in crypto is historically just not been there. At the same time, you don't necessarily see the same skew towards puts that you would expect from something like S&P, for example. In crypto, we like to have a melt up, not just a meltdown, where upside volatility is, and you know, those massive black swan fat tail events happen to the right as well as to the left. One more thing to add is that crypto's volatility is not what it used to be, especially in Bitcoin and increasingly in Ethereum. I think a preconceived notion of Bitcoin and crypto volatility is that it is a high volatility asset. Yes, that's still true, but we're now seeing Bitcoin trade with vols on an annualized level below 30% repeatedly in the last 12 months, and Ethereum hurtling down towards that same low as well. So it's not the same asset it was 2, 3, 5 years ago, where you had vols of 120% plus. You still get that in crypto, just in altcoins, in more exotic assets, aside from the majors.
Great. Sean, you know, you've been in the market quite a bit. Anything that you'd like to add, you know, from your experiences, from your vantage point?
Yeah, I think Andrew covers a lot of that really well. I think two things I might add would be sort of the vol, not just vol is, you know, typically high, it's a bit lower now, but vol can be very high itself. So, you know, on October 10, when you had the flash crash last year, you could see vols burst up like 60% in hours, if not minutes, right? And so definitely not only are asset prices a lot more fat-tailed than maybe your more traditional assets, but the vol itself is a lot more fat-tailed itself. I think as well, this is something that we've always talked about a little bit internally, and I have some friends who are interested in it. The idea that you have a 24/7 market as opposed to, you know, 9 to 5 or 10 to 4, whatever it is in the traditional world, and you don't have these circuit breakers, means that you don't, almost like counter to this, like you have a lack of gap risk that you do have in the traditional world. So, you know, a lot of people like to trade market open in the traditional world. They also like to trade earnings. Those things don't really exist in crypto. So it's maybe the one sort of less volatile feature that crypto markets have that traditional markets do.
Right. I was wondering if you guys, you know, I have tons of questions I want to ask you guys, but I was thinking, you both mentioned like high vols. Do you think that actually where the people probably misstep, and maybe I'm asking a question I have an opinion on, is that they confuse high with expensive? So they right away go in like, I must sell vol because it's like so high, etc. At the same time, now that it's low, you know, it's not realizing, so it's not necessarily like cheap either. You know, do you think that people, unfortunately, maybe it's more the retail nature, they think like high, low automatically means expensive, cheap, maybe?
Yeah, as you said. Sorry, Sean, go ahead.
No, you go, Andrew.
John, as you said, you're asking a question maybe you have a view on. I would say crypto options markets are surprisingly efficient in pricing implied vols relative to realized vols. I think we have rarely seen persistent and unexplainable premia in implied volatility pricing over and above realized. It still exists, but as the levels get lower, as people are selling this, that premium has compressed. And I say persistent because yes, it does happen. I think the inefficiencies in vol markets in crypto are expressed more maybe in the shape of the term structure rather than outright level of volatility. But also, I say unexplainable because you do have event risks priced in across the term structure quite frequently. So a really great example was the ETF launch in Jan 2024, and then again in November 2024 around the US presidential election. For months ahead of that, you had a very clear, distinct kink in the term structure priced in around that event risk date that rolled across the term structure as the date came forward. That I think is relatively efficient and surprisingly so for an asset class that maybe has a reputation for being a little bit crazy and a little bit retail focused.
John, did
I
you
would add
have
to that.
Yeah.
I would add to that. I think at least from my experience with retail, a lot of people really just want to look at the number and sort of see what kind of percentage-based yield that they would get. I think that's sort of the driving factor for a lot of retail. You saw that with like a number of vaults products and very early structured products from options back in the day. People sort of want to hold their BTC or hold their ETH or maybe stables, deposit it somewhere and sort of see like, I'm going to get 10, 20% returns on this stuff. So I think for a lot of people, it's really just looking at what the yield number is, and that's sort of their guiding principle. I think as well for a number of people, like monetizing certain assets is sort of when there is no real other avenue to use that asset. So like for instance, like on Derive, like we can use Hype and K-Hype, like these staked forms of Hype as collateral, and that allows people to generate yield on an asset that has frankly been going to the moon over the last couple of weeks, and to generate yield on that. And I think that's a pretty compelling value proposition for people, regardless of how well it tracks, say, realized volatility.
Yeah. Sean, I was wondering, since you kind of mentioned vaults, which are probably something 2020 to 2022-ish. You also talked about some new developments, like you were talking about these Hype and all that. I mean, maybe for our audience, since say November 2022 FTX, how would you kind of characterize what you've seen with regards, starting with you and then obviously you, Andrew, the market's growth and lack of or having maturity, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I think the market's grown. That's for sure. Like I think options open interest on BTC has gone up more than like 8 to 10 times over the last 3 years. Like just looking at Bitcoin, options open interest sitting around 40 billion now. And I think what used to happen is that a lot of people would, deposit into like very simple like yield strategies. Yield farming used to be an absolute, gigantic industry where you could earn, easily 3-digit yields with relatively low risk if you just do some looping. Those yields have now been crushed because a lot of those yields were predicated on high funding rates on your Binances, etc. And so what you're seeing now are a lot of crypto hedge funds, high net worth people shifting their funds and shifting their trading to more sophisticated instruments like crypto. So that's sort of reflected in some of these numbers, the 40 billion number that I mentioned as well. As for maturity, I think there is still a bit of a way to go. So crypto options markets are still dominated by BTC. I think that's the vast majority of options flow, with ETH sort of a distant second. I feel like a more mature market would be a bit more diverse in those regards. Still would be like heavily tailed to BTC, but you would see more alts up there. More of the top 10, the top 20 should be featuring. Spot liquidity, I mentioned before October 10, I think the fact that markets can dump 50, 60, if not greater % in 15 minutes, like we saw on October 10, that's a very worrying sign as to how shallow liquidity can be at some points. Admittedly, things were quite overextended there. And then I think Andrew mentioned a really good point of like the short dated focus. I think the vast majority of crypto options are front dated months. So like the monthlies have the vast majority of open interest, and you see very little 3, 6, and at the very far end 12 months. So a more mature market, I feel, would have longer dated tenors and have a bit of a wider spread across those maturities.
If talking about derivatives markets specifically in crypto, then I think one of the biggest barriers to, maybe maturity is the wrong word, but more sophisticated instruments and adoption of more sophisticated instruments, I think, is the unprecedented attention that retail and institutions, in fact, have paid to perps over more less linear payoff diagrams. So that has historically been where retail has chosen to take its leverage and chosen to punt. And in return, institutions, maybe not institutions that are explicitly TradFi, I'm also talking about a lot of crypto native hedge funds, have had no reason to go and look at yields in options and derivatives beyond perps, because the basis trade and funding rate arbs strategies have been paying so well over the last 2 to 3 years. Well, maybe not in the last 2 or 3 years, because that trade has become incredibly overcrowded. Everyone has loved this idea. So many of our clients on the research side, who we work with on a sort of consultancy basis or advisory basis, so many of them are that profile of a hedge fund that has made a killing in that funding rate trade and then moved over to exploring option strategies or options overlays, because the yield that was there, which was relatively risk-free, delta risk-free, but not tech risk-free, all the rest of it, that yield is just not providing the same double-digit returns that they need. So I think that at least part of the explosion now into options and derivatives and less linear payoffs has come from institutions no longer being able to milk that cow. But it's interesting that adoption comes from the seller of vol, or the provider, or the market maker, rather than the price taker. I think we're still lacking a shift from let's say price takers or retail, from perps, which they still love, to options. As we mentioned earlier, that started a little bit with prediction markets, but so much of the prediction market flow it's not just focused on, let's say, the monthlies or the weeklies. It's like 15-minute or 5-minute markets, whereas institutions are so much more happy to think structured products, where you have a big strip of digitals and you're selling vol. You want to do that, let's say, 10 years out, right? So you've got this strange mismatch of buyer of vol at the front end of the term structure, the very front end of the term structure, and maybe more structural seller of vol at the back end. So again, interesting what this may do to the shape of the term structure rather than something like the level.
Okay, yeah, totally get what you mean. Maybe, Sean, if you can even, we're already talking about DeFi. So again, maybe could you, you guys are focusing on the DeFi space, any new things that have been happening that, have kind of grown in that area? And, if you could also tell us what have been the more recent challenges that you faced maybe in the last 3 years in this space, and how did you address them?
Yeah, I think in terms of growth, like DeFi options have definitely grown in the last couple of years. Like for context, Derive has been around for give or take 5 years now. So it's still small relative to what you would see, your CMEs or derivatives. But what I think we've really been seeing huge growth over in the last 6 to 9 months would be like options in the alt space. And I think this has been a really underserved market, especially in the last 2 to 3 years. So with Blockshoals, we launched our hype option markets that I touched on recently. We launched them about, what is it now, Andrew, like six-ish months ago. And since then, they've grown to be our second largest options market. So I think last week they overtook ETH in terms of open interest and trading volume. And so I think like that's reflective, obviously, of a lot of the attention that Hype has received recently. It's having a really good sun run, but also that there are these assets out there that are currently unmonetized that people want to do stuff with. Sort of what Andrew touched on before, and I think that up until recently, a lot of this stuff was gated behind OTC dealings or trying to find a market maker in a very slow and cumbersome process requiring a lot of paperwork, and that's not especially fun. So I think that that's going to be a real catalyst for growth in the next 6 to 12 months. So I'm very excited about that. As for challenges, I remember coming onto the scene in 2021, and I think at the time there were like 5 to 10 different options protocols all launching within a few months of each other. And Derive, is formerly known as Lyra, is sort of like one of the last ones standing. And I think that it really goes to show and to underscore just how difficult building an options exchange is, and just how difficult options as an instrument are. They are orders of magnitude more complex than perps. You have nonlinearity and convexity, so that poses a lot of risk to whatever risk system you build in. Also, as well, just to traders and market makers, getting the liquidity is a lot more difficult than it is for perps. So your risk models also have to be updated, and that's a very non-trivial piece. And I'm no engineer, but from what the engineers at Derive tell me, there are so many pieces of the puzzle. Just because if you list a perp market, you just have to add one ticker, but if you list a new options market, that's another 500 symbols, all that need to be registered, and all the engineering magic that goes behind that. So over the last 5 years, we've been trying to figure it out, and it's always sort of like the Hydra. Cut one head off, two more sprout up. But yeah, we're getting a hang of it, and yeah, it's exciting. But there's always a new problem around the corner.
I mean, it sounds like you talked about the infrastructure, but I would assume data's been huge in it. Sorry, I cut you off, Andrew, but I was actually curious, how you guys have kind of jumped into that space too.
Yeah, so Drive really put us through our paces, I think, because for helping Drive launch Bitcoin and ETH markets, the job is relatively simple, at least compared to alts and to more exotic assets. For those, there exist already liquid options markets that we can calibrate volatility surfaces to, and then provide that data for mark pricing purposes. For assets like Hyperliquid, which have before launch not really had any liquid options markets listed, either centralized or decentralized, the task is orders of magnitude more difficult. You are tasked with providing a defensible volatility surface pricing model for an asset that you can't go and observe prices for in the market. So bootstrapping that market for alts has been a problem that we came to Derive to try and solve with. And now the result of that is that Derive's market for Hyperliquid has become the venue for price discovery for Hyperliquid, which we're incredibly proud of, and I think is an incredibly cool thing. You have such an exciting asset in Hyperliquid, and we are able to say that we put together the most liquid venue for options on that asset. These problems are not trivial, but the SVI models, Black-Scholes models, these are relatively well known. These are all maths that has been devised and passed down to us now. Where we're able to add value is in a lot of these engineering problems for bootstrapping these previously illiquid markets into a more liquid market.
I see. Okay. Maybe Andrew, since you've been talking, from a data, further expanding on things, from data and analytics perspective, what do you find is still the hardest to measure or compare cleanly across the different crypto option markets today?
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, calibrating vol surfaces to options markets that exist, that's relatively well documented and relatively simple. The tough part in this market and what we do is far more unique to this asset class or this technology. Stuff like data quality and cleaning. You have a 24/7 market where exchanges that you're calibrating vol surfaces to don't store or save down their own order books historically. You need to find ways to make sure that you're always on, always listening to the vols coming from exchanges. Cleaning that data once you've recorded it and listened to it is a whole other beast, especially with options compared to something like perpetuals, where perpetual swaps, you don't need to worry about a little thing called arbitrage, where in options, you have a vol surface that could very easily imply a price that can be arbitraged against yourself. This is one concern. As I mentioned, bootstrapping markets for altcoins that have never traded before is one problem, but a very similar problem is trying to bootstrap 24/7 markets for traditional assets, like real-world assets, gold, equities, oil. Trump has a habit of making announcements that are impactful to assets like oil, gold, and equities on the weekend, which means that modeling volatility surfaces to prices that no one is quoting over those weekends so that you can bootstrap a market is a very fun problem to try and solve. It's a completely different ballgame to perps, which just are looking for a linear market, which are also trying to solve that weekend problem. If you think of places like Hyperliquid and a lot of centralized exchanges, of how they launch perps on a weekend market. This is one problem. And then we add convexity and Vega to that issue, and it becomes a far, far more interesting problem to solve.
Sean, did you have anything you wanted to add on that, or?
Yeah, I think Andrew covers pretty much all of it. I think maybe the one thing that I would say is like hard to measure and just not super well reported is like the OTC market. I think that has sort of operated in the shadows for like quite a while now. I read an article, I think one of Wintermute's sort of quarterly or half yearly reports, where they said, I think it was like, I'm probably quoting this a bit off, but at least like 50% of their volume was like on the OTC market. And I feel like it's quite a bit of an iceberg with regards to that. So I'd be very curious to, I don't know if that could ever really be revealed. Maybe that's kind of the point, that it is meant to sort of be a little bit less transparent. But I think that stuff is hiding a lot of information. And it's very
definitely
interesting to dig into.
Definitely. That'd be, I guess, great to find out the information. Actually, I was curious, Andrew, because you're talking about arbitrage, and that's something kind of like clicked with me. I'm curious, do you think the fact that it's hard to take arbitrage out of the observed option vols, okay, not where it really should be, as Sean said, there's the OTC market. Do you think that is probably giving problems to exotic option models, which is why maybe less of these things have come up? So in my head, I remember I was trading during GFC, and I remember when vols went like ballistic, you couldn't get the SLV to work based on the current surface that you saw. So yeah, even just for like end of day marks, that sounds bad, of your exotic positions, you almost had to create a vol market that looks slightly different. But then when you're during the middle of a crisis, vols are like 40 vols wide, I guess where is the real mid? So yeah, anyways, I'm just curious, have you looked at anything like that? Or I know
it's an interesting theory. This reminds me of quite a few arguments I've had with our engineers, where I'm sitting there saying, well, it can't be arbitrage in the market because someone will have taken it. They're like, well, that's the market, mate. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think a lot of this comes from incredibly illiquid markets, very wide spreads. Interesting, you suggest this might have implications for setting up or bootstrapping more exotic desks. This, I don't know. Okay. I don't want to answer, I don't know.
Okay, cool. No problem. Okay, maybe, we've been talking about the current market, how things have kind of grown. Maybe if we, think going forward, in the interest of time, and then you guys, I'll just let whatever you guys jump in, however, let's say, what matters more, do you think, for the next stage of, say, again, market growth, we could say development or or maturity, however you want to call it? You think it's more on the liquidity, the building better analytics, maybe more observable data? That could be something that we've kind of said from the OTC thing, whatnot. Maybe better interoperability between venues, or any other kind of workflow tools you guys can think of. And, you know, as a little free for all, just jump in, I guess.
I definitely think a better matching of buyers and sellers of volatility. Right now, I think retail and institutions are looking at different points of the curve and in different directions. I think prediction markets need to be married up with an influx of structured products desks from, let's say, banks or traditional finance institutions, who are less likely to be playing at 5-minute and 15-minute markets and more likely to be in 5-year or 15-year markets. Definitely better liquidity is always helpful. As you mentioned, tighter spreads on this stuff always helps. Potentially more visibility into the OTC market. This is an incredibly good point that Sean raised. So much of options flow in crypto, especially in altcoins and anything that isn't Bitcoin or Ethereum, happens in the dark, OTC. This is generally between like blockchain foundations and market makers, or founders and market makers. This is definitely necessary because we just don't have any of that data. So the more of that's brought to light and more of that is visible on an exchange, I think will help. And that will help the liquidity problem. Yeah, basically everything else in the chain of your question: liquidity, analytics, and then interoperability, I think is fairly well served in crypto, at least in DeFi. Guys like Derive do a really good job of finding ways to allow users to take high yielding assets like hyperliquid in terms of returns, and then find ways to monetize the vol on those assets. So I think interoperability between assets is good. Between venues, I think is also a DeFi native philosophy as well.
We are interested in time, maybe give you like 30 seconds. Anything you want to add to that, Sean? I think we're about to go over, but I mean, that just means a good session. So, yeah.
I think Andrew stole a lot of my thunder there. I think at the end of the day, a lot of it is just liquidity.
Yeah.
With more of that, it will get more of itself, better spreads, more interest, and the flywheel will circle in on itself.
Well, that's great. I mean, thank you guys for joining. I hope you guys enjoyed the session. I enjoyed it so much. You know, I think we should do another session. You know, another time, maybe another venue, maybe Pure Bloomberg, who knows? But yeah, definitely, I enjoyed it. I hope you guys did too. And thanks again for sitting through this. And I believe there'll be another session, so still stay logged in. So thank you very much, Andrew and Sean. Definitely a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks.
And that concludes Redefine Tomorrow 2026. On behalf of SCB10X and Bloomberg, thank you to all our speakers, moderators, partners, and everyone joining us from around the world over the past 2 days. We hope the conversations and insights shared throughout the summit have sparked new ideas and perspectives on the future of DeFi, digital assets, and Web3. If you missed any sessions, replays will be available on SCB10X YouTube and Facebook channels. We would also greatly appreciate your feedback. A QR code will appear shortly for you to share your thoughts with us. To stay connected with SCB10X, please visit scb10x.com and follow us across our social channels. Thank you once again for being part of Redefine Tomorrow 2026. สวัสดีครับ
「 you